Chapter 13, Section 1 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1 by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 13. The Principate of Tiberius, continued, 14 to 37 A.D. Section 1. Civil Government of Tiberius. As the reign of Tiberius was singularly exempt from wars, the emperor was able to devote his undivided attention to domestic government and the welfare of his subjects. His policy was distinguished by a conservative spirit. The chief principle of his administration was to follow the lines marked out by his predecessor. By abandoning the practice, which Augustus had adopted, of receiving an investiture of supreme power for a limited period only, he made a step nearer undisguised monarchy. The Decennalia, or feast in honour of the decennial renewal of the tribunician power of the emperor, survived as a mere custom, without any political meaning. In two important matters he went beyond Augustus in emphasizing the diarchy and excluding the people from the government. 1. The functions which Augustus had left to the comitia of the people, in electing magistrates, were taken away by Tiberius, and transferred to the Senate soon after his accession. The only part left to the people was to acclaim those whom the Senate chose. Tiberius preserved the imperial rights of nomination and commendation of candidates within the limits marked out by his father. 2. The people did not formally lose its sovereign right of legislation, but since the time of Tiberius it actually ceased to legislate. For the emperor and the magistrates ceased to bring leges before the comitia. There are only 2 instances of such leges in the reign of Tiberius, while there are numerous senatus consulta. The later emperors, Claudius and Nerva, temporarily revived the old practice, but with these exceptions it may be said that, from Tiberius forward, legislation consisted of the consulta of the Senate and the rescripts of the emperor. The only legislative purpose for which the people had any longer to meet in comitia was to transfer the tribunician power on a new princeps. Another important matter, in which Tiberius carried further an idea originated by Augustus, was the establishment of a permanent prefecture of the city of Rome. We have seen that this office had been instituted as a temporary provision for the care of the city during absences of the emperor, and Lucius Calpurnius Piso had been appointed prefect when Augustus left Rome in 14 A.D. Tiberius made the office a permanent post of great dignity, only open to senators of consular rank. He placed the 3 cohortes urbanis at the disposal of the prefect, and thus deprived the Senate of the police control of the city. The prefect had a criminal court, in which he administered summary justice in the case of slaves and roughs. Piso held the office for nearly 20 years, till his death in 32 A.D. Tiberius also instituted a new official of consular rank to look after the banks of the Tiber, cura riparum et alveae Tiberis, in addition to the cura aquarum, which had been founded by Augustus. Tiberius concerned himself for the improvement of the civil service. One great defect of the prevalent system was that offices were filled by inexperienced young men, who held them for only a brief time. Tiberius tried to remedy this by extending the period of tenure, and men began to complain that they grew old in the discharge of the same duties. He did not attempt to introduce this innovation in the case of the magistrates appointed by the Senate, and this was a sign that he was in earnest with the maintaining of the imperial system of Augustus, by which the Senate had its sphere of activity independent of the emperor. And when the proposal came from that body, in 22 A.D., that the emperor should test the qualifications of senatorial magistrates, Tiberius rejected it. He always behaved with studied politeness to senators, and he was accustomed to refer to the Senate matters which might more naturally have come before himself. Like Augustus, he employed a consilium, which consisted of his personal advisers and 20 illustrious members of the senatorial and equestrian orders. but it does not appear that this cabinet council had any real influence in political affairs. Tiberius was curiously reserved in avoiding the assertion of his sovereign power by titles and outward forms. In affecting to disguise his imperial position he went much further than Augustus. He never bore the praenomen Imperator, and called himself Augustus only when he was corresponding with foreign princes. He refused the title Pater Patriae, and forbade all, except his slaves, to address him as Dominus. He did not permit temples or statues to be erected to himself, and he rejected the proposal to consecrate his mother, Livia Augusta. In the army he maintained strict discipline. He declined to fulfil the promises of higher pav, which had been made to the mutineers in Illyricum and on the Rhine after his accession, and instead of shortening the period of service, he actually lengthened it. These facts indicate the strength of his authority with the troops. He took away from victorious generals the privilege of bearing the title Imperator, and reserved it for members of the imperial family. In regard to the praetorian guards, he made an innovation, which has an important bearing on the future course of Roman history. Augustus had allowed only 3 cohorts to be quartered within the city, the other 6 being dispersed in the neighbourhood of Rome. Tiberius caused a permanent camp to be built in front of the Porta Viminalis (23 A.D., and henceforward all the 9 cohorts were stationed there together. Thus united, they were conscious of their numbers and felt their power, and at many a crisis they disposed of the empire and elected emperors. This step also increased considerably the political power of the praetorian prefect. In fact, the idea seems to have emanated from the favourite counsellor of Tiberius, L. Aelius Sejanus, whom he had appointed praetorian prefect, and who saw how his own position would be strengthened by a concentration of the forces under his command. The financial policy of Tiberius was careful and successful. The expenses of supplying Rome with corn and feeding the populace grew larger in his reign than they had been under Augustus. But in spite of this, Tiberius was so economical that he was always able to act liberally in special emergencies. He did not waste the funds of the state in donatives or costly buildings. The only public edifices built by his command were the Temple of Augustus and the Theatre of Pompey. But when many of the famous cities of Asia were laid in ruins by an earthquake, Tiberius succoured them with the princely gift of 10,000,000 sesterces (£80,000), and caused the senate to remit to the inhabitants the payment of their tribute for 5 years. He had himself to supply the deficiency in the aerarium. We find him, in 33 A.D., bestowing on that treasury 100,000,000 sesterces (£800,000), and in 36 A.D. he gave the same sum for the relief of the sufferers in a great conflagration on the Aventine Hill. He never raised the rate of taxation. When Cappadocia became a province, on the strength of the addition which thus accrued to the revenue he reduced the tax of 1% on the sale of goods to 0.5%. The liberality of Tiberius in coming to the relief of the provinces, in the case of disasters, introduced a new principle into Roman statesmanship. Men were beginning to see that Rome, the mistress, had duties towards her subject lands. This policy of Tiberius is, as has been observed, one of the first signs of the reaction of the provinces upon Rome. It was, indeed, in the exercise of his proconsular functions that Tiberius most conspicuously showed himself as a wise and large-minded statesman. If he was hated at Rome, he was loved in the provinces. There is ample testimony to prove that his reign was, to the subjects, a period of unusual happiness. The discipline of the troops was strictly maintained, and the control exercised over the conduct of the governors was efficient and severe. The means of obtaining justice against oppression were facilitated, and under no reign were there so many prosecutions of governors and procurators for extortion. Besides this, the burdens were never increased, and the new principle of keeping the same governor at his post for a long time seems to have worked satisfactorily. See Pompeius Sabinus, legatus of Macedonia and Achaia, which Tiberius had united in a single imperial province, 15 A.D., held that office throughout almost the whole reign. The imperial provinces were, as a rule, more equitably ruled than the senatorial. This is shown clearly under Tiberius by the number of cases in which proconsuls were condemned for maladministration. The subjects themselves considered it a piece of good fortune to be transferred from the government of the senate to that of the Emperor. Tiberius expressed his provincial policy in saying that "it is the part of a good shepherd to shear his sheep, not to flay them." The especial regulation which made the governors responsible for acts of rapacity on the part of their wives deserves notice. If he cared for the provinces, Tiberius did not neglect to help and guide the senate in promoting the welfare of Italy. He provided for the public safety and the security of travellers against robbers by stationing troops in various parts of the country, and all disturbances were promptly suppressed. He also concerned himself for the revival of agriculture, which had been slowly and surely declining in Italy during the past century, owing to the disappearance of the population of free labourers, so that the peninsula was dependent on foreign supplies for her maintenance. A serious economic crisis occurred in 33 A.D., and the emperor was obliged to interpose in order to save credit. The professional accusers, delatores, made an attack upon the money-lending capitalists, who had been systematically acting in defiance of two laws of Julius Caesar. One of these laws forbade any one to have more than 60,000 sesterces, £480, of ready money in hand. The rest of each man's property was to be invested in lands and houses in Italy. The other regulated the relations between the lenders and borrowers, and the amount of interest. The matter came before the city praetor Gracchus, who thought it necessary to refer the question to the senate, as so many people were concerned. But the senators themselves were all guilty of transgressing the law, and so they appealed to the emperor. He granted a year and 6 months, within which term every one was to arrange his accounts in conformity with the law. The usurers immediately called in their loans, and a large number of the debtors, in order to meet their obligations, were obliged to sell their estates. It was foreseen that this would lead to a scarcity of money, and, in order to keep specie in circulation, a senatus consultum in the spirit of Caesar's law was passed, that every creditor should have at least 2/3 of his capital invested in estates in Italy. But the remedy proved only an aggravation of the evil, for the creditors hoarded up their money to buy land cheap, and the value of estates fell so much that the debtors could not pay their debts. Many families were ruined. But at length Tiberius came to their rescue, and advanced 100,000,000 sesterces as a loan fund, from which any debtor might borrow, for 3 years without interest, on giving security to the state for double the amount. By this means credit was restored, and the remaining debtors were enabled to save their estates or get the legitimate value for them. Tiberius paid special and minute attention to the administration of justice. He introduced a new and salutary regulation, that 9 days should intervene between the sentence and its execution, in the case of culprits condemned by the senate. That body became, in his reign, the High Court of Criminal Justice. But the emperor exercised paramount control over its decisions, and in all cases which affected his own interest, the senate merely expressed what they knew to be his will. In legislation Tiberius was also active. The Lex Junia Norbana, 19 A.D., was a measure to protect such freedmen as had not been strictly emancipated, but were released from slavery by their masters. This law rendered them independent of their masters for life, and gave them commercium without connubium, or, as it was called, Juniana Latinitas. They could neither bequeath property by will, nor receive bequests from others. The equestrian class was also limited by a senatus consultum, which excluded those whose grandfathers were not freeborn, and who did not possess a fortune of 400,000 sesterces, £32,000. In his endeavours to reform abuses and suppress nuisances in Roman Italy, the emperor increased and confirmed his unpopularity. He limited the number of gladiators in the arena, and on the occasion of a riot in the theatre, he expelled the players from the city. He made a vain attempt to banish soothsayers from Italy. He tried to suppress the Oriental rites, which were making themselves a home in Rome. He forbade especially the worship of Isis, and cast her statue into the river. He also adopted severe measures against Jews, who possessed Roman citizenship in Italy. They had attempted to evade military service, and on this ground were regarded as bad subjects, and their rights were forbidden. 4,000 Jew freedmen were transported to Sardinia, and set the task of reducing the robbers who infested that unhealthy island. The limitation of the right of asylum may also be mentioned here, though it chiefly affected the eastern part of the empire, where many places of refuge had been established for the protection of criminals. These religious refuges secured immunity to crime, and they had become public nuisances. Tiberius could do little to combat the prevailing luxury and dissipation among the higher classes. Frugal and moderate himself, he deeply disapproved of the extravagance of the aristocracy, and the absurd sums which were spent on furniture and the luxuries of the table. But he saw clearly that sumptuary laws were futile, and he said publicly that the time was not fit for a censorship. He was careful to keep up the state religion which Augustus had revived. His mother Livia sat in public among the Vestal Virgins, and the priests of the newly founded college of the Sodales Augustales, who were to preserve the worship of the divine Augustus, consisted of the leading senators. The part of the policy of Tiberius which perhaps did the most to render him disliked by both contemporaries and posterity was the new interpretation which he gave to maiestas. This crime was properly an offence against the abstract majesty of the commonwealth, and it came to include anything tending to bring the state into contempt. A lex Julia of Caesar had defined strictly the various forms which the maiestas might assume, and had been extended by Augustus, who, however, had made little use of it. But Tiberius seized on the law of maiestas as a means for his own security, and under him treason became an offence against the person of the emperor, who thus comes to be regarded as the state. Any insult offered to the Princeps in either speech or writing was brought under the head of maiestas. Tiberius did not deem himself safe against treachery, and he decided to resort to this engine, which could not fail to be abused and bring odium upon him. It was an instrument by the fear of which he hoped to control the senators, and prevent them from expressing a dissentient view, lest it should be construed as treason. The case of Lutorius Priscus shows how outrageously his safeguard could be abused. Priscus was a knight who had written verses on the death of Germanicus, and had received from Tiberius a gift as a reward. Some time later Drusus fell ill, and Priscus, encouraged by his former success, composed a poem on Drusus to be published in case the prince should not recover. But though Drusus did not die, the poet could not resist the pleasure of reading his composition to an audience, and the consequence was that the matter became known, and he was accused before the senate. The senate found him guilty of counting on the death of a Caesar. Only 2 senators proposed that he should be leniently dealt with, as his act was due to thoughtlessness, not to evil intent. But he was condemned to death, and the sentence was forthwith carried out. Tiberius was absent from Rome when this happened, and when he returned he regretted the occurrence, and praised the view of the small minority. The affair of Priscus led to the regulation already mentioned, that a delay should intervene between the sentence and the infliction of punishment. The evils of this unhappy extension of the scope of maiestas were aggravated by the encouragement which was given by Tiberius to the delatores. Originally the delator was one who apprised the officers of the exchequer of debts that were due to the senate. The name was extended to those who informed in the cases of offences which were subject to fines. Augustus encouraged delation by offering rewards to those who lodged information against the violators of his marriage laws. Delation soon became a regular profession, and as there was no public prosecutor, it was very convenient to the government to have prosecutions conducted by private delators. When Tiberius came to the throne, he regarded delation as an admirable instrument for securing the administration and enforcement of justice, and therefore encouraged it. But when he discovered how terribly it was abused and how odious it was to his subjects, he concluded that it was too dangerous a remedy, and set himself to check it, for he was honestly anxious to administer justice purely and strictly. The citizens lived in fear and terror of the unscrupulous informers, and Tiberius tried to hinder the distortion of the laws by instituting a tribunal of 15 senators. But he relapsed afterwards into countenancing the practice of delation, owing to the influences of the praetorian prefect Sejanus, and as the law of treason became more comprehensive and extravagant, the delators became more terrible. End of chapter 13, section 1. Chapter 13, sections 2 and 3 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 13. The Principate of Tiberius, continued. Sections 2 and 3. Section 2. Rise of Sejanus. Death of Drusus. The death of Germanicus removed difficulties from the path of Tiberius in regard to the succession. It had been difficult for him to hold the balance evenly between Germanicus and his own son. How precisely he endeavoured to make no distinction between them is shown by a coin of Sardis, where Drusus comes first in the inscription, but Germanicus sits on the right hand in the picture. Drusus was morally and intellectually inferior to his cousin, but was deeply attached to him, and after his death acted as a father to his children. The attitude of Tiberius to Germanicus seems to have been much like that of Augustus to Tiberius himself. From a feeling of duty to the state, he might acquiesce in the designation of his nephew as his successor, but his affection prompted him to prefer Drusus, though the father and son were not always on the best of terms. After the mysterious death of Germanicus, he set himself to secure the succession of Drusus, to the exclusion of his nephew's children. Ovations had been decreed to both the young Caesars for the successful discharge of their tasks in Armenia and Illyricum. The pacifier of Armenia never returned to Rome, but Drusus celebrated his ovation in 20 A.D., and in the following year held the consulship for the second time. In 22 A.D. his father raised him to the position of an imperial consort, by causing the senate and the people to confer upon him the tribunician power. But though the emperor seemed to have cause to regard his nephew's death as a piece of good luck, his hopes for his son were destined to be frustrated. Drusus had married the sister of Germanicus, the younger Livia, generally called Livilla to distinguish her from the wife of Augustus. She was beautiful, ambitious, and unscrupulous, and seems to have had an ally in her namesake, the Augusta. She was seduced into an intrigue with Sejanus, the handsome and powerful prefect of the guards, who pretended to be in love with her and flattered her ambitious hopes with promises of marriage and the imperial throne, if the hindrance which stood in their way were once removed. Sejanus was a native of Volsinii in Etruria, and belonged to the equestrian class. In his youth he had served on the staff of Gaius Caesar. By his address and tact he had worked himself into the confidence of Tiberius, and had at length become indispensable as an adviser and semi-official minister. The emperor did not dream how high the ambition of his favourite soared, for Sejanus was not content with being the right hand of his master, he longed to occupy himself the highest position in the state. But Tiberius was thoroughly blinded by his useful and servile instrument, and used to throw off his habitual reserve in his intercourse with Sejanus. He even went so far as to call the prefect, not only in private conversation, but in his addresses to the senate and people, the associate of my labours, and allowed his busts to be placed in the theatres and fora. But these marks of favour were given freely, just because it never entered the thought of Tiberius that a man of the origin and position of Sejanus could possibly be dangerous. Drusus saw more deeply into the character of his father's favourite, and murmured at the influence which an alien hand had acquired at the expense of a son. On one occasion he raised his hand to strike the hated prefect. Sejanus, who had already begun to pave his way to the throne by arranging an alliance between his own daughter and a son of Claudius, the brother of Germanicus, determined to sweep Drusus from his path. Suddenly Drusus died, 23 A.D., seemingly of an accidental illness, but 8 years after it was discovered that poison had been administered to him by the machinations of his wife Livilla and her paramour Sejanus. It was a heavy blow to Tiberius. The children of his son were still too young to be designated as his successors, and nothing was left but to adopt Nero and Drusus, the eldest sons of Germanicus. he led the youths before the senate and recommended them as the future rulers of the state. Sejanus, who had divorced his wife Apicata, proposed to marry Livilla, but Tiberius forbade the union, which could only lead to new candidates for power. The prefect was driven to frame new plans. He resolved to destroy the family of Germanicus. Tiberius was now surrounded by 4 imperial widows, who made his court a scene of perpetual jealousy and intrigue. These were his mother Livia and his daughter-in-law Livilla, his sister-in-law Antonia, and Agrippina. The will of Augustus had left Livia a share in the supreme power, and she desired to exert it. Her name appeared with that of her son on the imperial rescripts. Tiberius was unable to shake off her influence, while he deprecated her interference in public affairs, and she had a strong party of adherents in the senate, who proposed to call her Mater Patriae. The ambition of the strong-minded Agrippina had been disappointed by the death of her husband, but she hoped to rise again through her children. Her chastity and fertility made her an ideal Roman matron, but she had a violent temper and an unbridled tongue. She regarded the Emperor as her natural enemy, and the leniency which was shown to her rival Plancina filled her with resentment. Nor was she satisfied even when her sons, Nero and Drusus, were marked out as the successors of Tiberius. The fulfilment of her ambitious dreams seemed still too far away. After the death of Drusus, Tiberius leaned more and more on Sejanus, and from this period the Romans remarked a degeneration in the home government. The prefect worked on the Emperor's fears by pretending to discover conspiracies against him, and many acts of cruelty were committed. But it must be noted that this change for the worse affected only the circles of nobles and officials, and did not involve any deterioration in the general prosperity of the empire. Many victims, in high positions, were sacrificed unjustly to suspicion and intrigue, but the Roman world as a whole was well governed. The key to the tyranny which marked the second half of the Principate of Tiberius is probably to be found in his knowledge that Agrippina had a large party of sympathizers in the senate, who, after the death of Drusus, joyfully looked forward to the succession of her children. This party he and Sejanus determined to crush out. The first victim attacked by Sejanus was C. Silius, whom we have seen doing good work on the northern frontiers, and whose wife was a friend of Agrippina. He was accused of having connived at the rebellion of Sacrovir and of extortion, and the charges pressed him so hard that he committed suicide before sentence was passed. His wife was banished, and his possessions, said to have been wrung from the provincials of Gaul, were confiscated. It is doubtful whether Cremutius Cordus, a Stoic philosopher, and author of Annals of the Republic during the period of the civil wars, was also a partisan of Agrippina. In his work he had called Cassius the last of the Romans, and although Augustus had read the book and found no fault in it, this expression was now 25 A.D. made a cause of accusation against him. It was said that his work was an attempt to excite a rebellion. Cremutius, thinking that his case was prejudged, delivered a bitter speech in the senate, and returning home, starved himself to death. All that could then be done was to burn his books. In the following year, 26 A.D., the Dolators attacked Agrippina through her cousin Claudia Pulchra. They charged this lady with the crime of adultery, and also with having made attempts on the Emperor's life by poison and magic. Thereupon Agrippina sought the presence of Tiberius, and found him sacrificing to the divinity of his father. "The same man," she cried, "cannot offer victims to the divine Augustus and persecute his posterity." Stung by the reproaches which she heaped upon him, Tiberius quoted a Greek verse to this effect: "My daughter, have I done you wrong because you are not a queen?" On the news of the condemnation of her cousin, Agrippina fell dangerously ill. When Tiberius visited her, she besought him to permit her to take a second husband. To such a step there were the same objections which he had opposed to the union of Livilla and Sejanus, but Tiberius deemed it more prudent not to urge them then, and he left the room abruptly. This anecdote was told in the memoirs of Agrippina's daughter, the mother of Nero. Such scenes as these were calculated to widen the breach between Agrippina and Tiberius, and suspicions of her kinsman were artfully distilled, by the contrivance of Sejanus, into the mind of the princess. She became possessed of the idea that the emperor was planning to poison her, and when she was invited to sup with him, she absolutely refused to partake of any of the food that was presented to her. This undisguised declaration of her suspicions alienated the emperor still more. Section 3. Tiberius at Capreae. Influence of Sejanus and his fall. Hitherto Tiberius had resided continually at Rome and devoted himself assiduously to the conduct of affairs. He had constantly talked of visiting the provinces, and even made the preliminary arrangements for the journey, but when it came to the point he had always found a pretext for not going. He never went further from the city than Antium. But as he grew older, in 26 A.D. he had reached the age of 67, his reserve, his distrust of his fellow creatures, his dislike to the pomp of public life seemed to have increased. He had always been reserved, sensitive, and shy. His temper had been soured by disappointments, both in his early life and in his recent years. His unpopularity in Rome, of which he was fully conscious, may have irritated him more as he became older, and his domestic life was full of worry, with Livia and Livilla on one side and Agrippina on the other. All this might be enough to explain the motives which led him to take the momentous step of abandoning Rome and living permanently elsewhere. But if such motives operated, their effect was supported by the persuasions of the favourite Sejanus, who desired nothing better than to remove the emperor to a distance, so as to have a free scene for his own plans. It is possible, however, that Tiberius may have been decided by a political motive. He may have wished to give Nero, the eldest son of Germanicus, an opportunity of gradually undertaking an active part in the government, and assisting him somewhat as he had himself assisted Augustus. Silly and malicious stories were circulated by the emperor's enemies. It was said that he sought a place of concealment for the practice of licentiousness, or that he wished to hide from the public view a face and figure deformed by old age. He left Rome, 26 A.D., on the pretext of consecrating a temple of Jupiter at Capua, and a temple of Augustus at Nola, recently built. His attendants were one senator, Cocceius Nerva, 2 knights, Sejanus and another, and some men of science and astrologers. During the emperor's progress in Campania, an accident happened, which increased his confidence in Sejanus. The imperial party were dining at a country house called the Cave, Spelunca, formed of a natural grotto between the Gulf of Amyclae and the hills of Fundi. The rocks at the entrance suddenly fell in and crushed some of the servants, and the guests fled in panic. Sejanus placed himself in front of the emperor, and received the falling stones. The incident convinced Tiberius that his prefect was a man who had no care for himself. Having dedicated the temples, he proceeded to the little island of Capreae, which Augustus, struck by its salubrious climate, had purchased from the people of Neapolis. Lonely and difficult to approach by its precipitous lime cliffs, yet near enough to the mainland, this island, about 11 miles in circuit and rising at either end to higher points of vantage, was an attractive retreat for the wearied statesman. 12 villas were built in Tiberias in various parts of the island, which was vigilantly guarded from intrusion. But while his subjects thought that he had entirely relinquished the conduct of affairs to the praetorian prefect, and was spending his days in consultation with his astrologers or in foul debauchery, Tiberius still bestowed constant attention to the details of public business. But he no longer troubled himself to suppress the servility of the senate, or to check the abuses of delation. Many innocent men were betrayed by the indefatigable informers, and the senators lived in fear and peril of their lives. The case of Titus Sabinus, a Roman knight who was tried and put to death in 28 A.D., was an episode in the struggle between Sejanus and the party of Agrippina, to which Sabinus belonged. Sabinus, who had been a friend of Germanicus, had made himself conspicuous by the attention which he paid to the wife and children of that prince after his death. 4 ex-praetors, who wished to obtain the consulship and sought for that purpose to ingratiate themselves with Sejanus, conceived the idea that the destruction of Sabinus would be an effectual means of winning the favourite's favour. Accordingly they laid a plot. One of them, named Latinius Latiaris, who was slightly acquainted with Sabinus, entered one day into conversation with him, praised him for not having abandoned the house of Germanicus in the hour of adversity, and spoke in compassionate terms of Agrippina. Sabinus, who was of a soft nature, took Latiaris completely into his confidence, burst into invectives against the cruelty of Sejanus, and did not spare Tiberius himself. Several treasonable conversations took place, but as it was necessary to have more witnesses, and as Sabinus would not have spoken freely in the presence of others, the three accomplices hid themselves between the ceiling and the roof in a room in the house of Latiaris, who induced Sabinus to visit him there on the plea of making a disclosure. The utterances of the entrapped knight on this occasion were quite sufficient for his condemnation, and the conspirators immediately dispatched a letter to the Emperor informing him of the treason of Sabinus. Tiberius, in his letter to the senate on January 1, 28 A.D., mentioned the treasonable designs of Sabinus, and suggested that it might be well to punish him. The senate condemned him to death without hesitation, and received a letter of thanks from Tiberius, hinting, however, that he still apprehended treachery, but without mentioning names. He was supposed to allude to Agrippina and her son Nero. The year 29 A.D. was marked by the death of Livia, or, as she was publicly called, Julia Augusta, at the age of 86. Her funeral oration was pronounced by Gaius, the third son of Agrippina, then in his 17th year. Tiberius did not regret his imperious mother. The funeral was marked by little ceremony. The senate was forbidden to decree her divine honours. Her will remained long unexecuted. The memory of Livia has been much wronged by history. The consort of Augustus is forgotten in the mother of Tiberius, and it is only remembered that she had done much to raise to the throne an unpopular ruler, whom the Romans cursed as a tyrant. There is no reason to suppose, however, that her influence, exerted in the interests of clemency, sometimes thwarted Sejanus, and it is worthy of notice that he did not carry out his design against Agrippina until after the death of Livia. It has ever been said that her death was a turning point in the reign. Her friends who, under her powerful protection, had ventured to speak somewhat boldly against the Emperor, were persecuted when she died. Conspicuous among these was the husband of the Emperor's divorced wife Vipsania, Asinius Gallus, who was confined in prison for 3 years and then put to death. The body of Livia had not been long bestowed in the mausoleum of Augustus, when the senate received a letter from Tiberius, containing charges against Agrippina and Nero. The son was charged with gross licentiousness, the mother with insolence and a contumacious spirit. There was no hint of disloyalty or treason, and the Emperor did not signify what he wished the senate to do. The people assembled outside the doors of the senate house, and cried that the letter was a forgery, hinting that it was the work of Sejanus, and bearing aloft the images of Agrippina and Nero. A second message soon came from Capreae, rebuking the citizens for their rebellious behaviour, and urging the senate to take definite action on the charges against the accused. The servile senators found them guilty, and they were banished to barren islands, Agrippina to Pandateria, and Nero to Pontia. Agrippina's second son Drusus still remained, but his fall too was speedily contrived by Sejanus. Just as he had seduced Livilla to compass the death of the elder Drusus, so now he seduced Lepida, the wife of the younger Drusus, and suborned her to calumniate her husband to Tiberius. Drusus, who with his younger brother Gaius lived at Capreae, was sent to Rome as a mark of disgrace, and the senate hastened to declare him a public enemy. For the right of declaring an individual a public enemy, as of declaring war, still belonged to the senate. He was then arrested and imprisoned in the palace. The power of Sejanus had now reached its highest point. He was regarded with greater awe than the Emperor himself. He seemed to be the true sovereign, and Tiberius the mere lord of an island, Nesiarch. Altars were raised and sacrifices offered before his statues, games were voted in his honour, but his fall was at hand. Tiberius had become jealous and suspicious of the designs of his minister, and the graver his suspicions became, the more assiduously did he seek to disguise them until the time should come for the final blow. He loaded the prefect with honours. He betrothed him to his granddaughter Julia, the widow of Nero, who had died in exile at Pontia, and he conferred on him the honour of being his colleague in the consulship. This honour also furnished him with a pretext of ridding himself of the prefect's presence at Capreae. Sejanus was sent to Rome and to perform the functions of the consuls on behalf of both himself and Tiberius, and he was received with abject flattery by the senate and people. The senate decreed the consulate to him along with Tiberius for 5 years, and he was disappointed when Tiberius insisted on resigning it in the 5th month, 31 A.D. The messages which from time to time arrived from Capreae were uncertain and puzzling. Tiberius intended to keep Sejanus in a state of restless uncertainty. He conferred upon him the proconsular power and raised him to the dignity of a priest, but at the same time he mentioned his nephew Gaius Caesar with great favour, and conferred a priesthood on him also. Sejanus felt uneasy, and besought Tiberius to allow him to return to Capreae to see his betrothed bride, who was ill. The request was refused on the ground that the Emperor and his family were about to visit Rome. In a letter to the senate which arrived soon after, Sejanus was mentioned without the addition of his titles, and it was forbidden to yield divine honours to a mortal. Besides this, the enemies of the prefect were treated with favour. These things seemed to forebode disgrace, and Sejanus resolved to forestall his fall by overthrowing his master. A conspiracy was formed to kill Tiberius when he came to Rome, but Satrius Secundus, one of the conspirators, betrayed the plot to Antonia, and she hastened to reveal it to her brother-in-law. It would hardly have been safe to denounce openly the treason of Sejanus. To strike down the prefect of the praetorian guards required caution and cunning. Tiberius selected a trusted officer, Sertorius Macro, to succeed Sejanus as prefect, and instructed him how he was to proceed. When Macro reached Rome, October 17th, it was midnight. He immediately sought the house of the consul Memmius Regulus, and, having revealed the purpose of his coming, caused him to summon a meeting of the senate, early in the morning, in the temple of Apollo on the Palatine. This place of meeting was perhaps chosen in order that, if a disturbance should arise, Drusus, who was a captive in the adjoining palace, might readily be produced. Macro then visited Graecinus Laco, the commander of the cohortes vigilum, and arranged with him that the approaches to the temple should be guarded. In the morning, as Sejanus was proceeding to the senate, attended by an armed retinue, Macro met him and disarmed his suspicions by informing him that the business of the meeting would be to confer the tribunician power on Sejanus himself. This power was the only thing wanting to his association in the empire, and Sejanus thought that his highest ambition was about to be fulfilled. When Sejanus had entered the temple, Macro informed the praetorians that he had been appointed their new prefect, and returned with them to their camp, as soon as he had given the Emperor's letter to the consuls. This great wordy epistle from Capreae, which sounded the doom of Sejanus, began with some remarks on general matters, and then proceeded to a slight rebuke of Sejanus, then passed to some indifferent matters again, and finally demanded the punishment of Sejanus himself and some of his intimate friends. During the long recital of the letter, the suspense of the audience was intense, for none knew how it would end. Then the senators, who had been heaping Sejanus with congratulations, left his side. The consul ordered the lictors to seize him, and he was hurried off to prison. The people showed how much they rejoiced in the fall of the hated tyrant by hurling down his statues. The senate, when they saw the temper of the populace, and as the praetorian guards did not intervene, met at a later hour of the same day in the Temple of Concord, and sentenced Sejanus to death. He was immediately strangled in the prison, and his corpse was dragged by the executioner's hook to the Scalae Gemoniae, according to the usual custom in the reign of Tiberius. His death was followed by the execution of his family and friends. The senate decreed that a statue of Liberty should be set up in the Forum, and that the anniversary of the traitor's fall should be solemnly kept as a day of deliverance. Tiberius had in the meantime been agitated with fear and suspense. He had a fleet in waiting, ready to bear him to the east, in case Macro failed in the enterprise, and he posted himself on the highest cliff of the island, to watch for the appointed signal of success or failure. The fall of Sejanus was a relief to him, but it was soon followed by a horrible revelation. Apicata, the divorced wife of the fallen prefect, sent to Tiberius a full account of the details of the death of Drusus, showing how it had been compassed by Sejanus and Livilla, and having revealed this long-kept secret, she put an end to her life. The revelation was confirmed by the testimony of the slaves concerned in the affair, and the guilty Livilla was punished with death. The overthrow of Sejanus brought no alleviation to the miseries of Agrippina in her island or her son Drusus in his prison. It is not clear why the Emperor determined to destroy Drusus. Perhaps he thought that one so deeply injured would be dangerous if released. He allowed him to perish by starvation, and then wrote a letter to the senate, describing minutely the manner of his death, even the curses which in his last moments he had vented against Tiberius himself. The object of this strange communication, which excited the horror of the senators, is not evident. Perhaps it was intended to show beyond doubt that Drusus was really dead, for an impostor, pretending to be Drusus, had recently created some disturbances in Greece and Asia. The death of Agrippina by voluntary abstinence from food soon followed that of her son. The senate, at the Emperor's wish, decreed that her birthday should be ill-omened, and remarked that her death took place on the anniversary of the execution of Sejanus, 18th October, 33 A.D. The bodies of her children were not admitted to the mausoleum of the family until the reign of Gaius, who exhumed them from the lowly tombs in which they had been thrown. The prosecutions of those who were supposed to have been connected with the conspiracy of Sejanus were protracted over a year, but at length, in 33 A.D., the Emperor, weary of the proceedings, issued an order for the summary execution of all who were still detained in prison, whether men, women, or children. A certain Marcus Terentius, who was impeached in the senate on the ground of friendship with Sejanus, is reported to have made a bold speech. Others had repudiated their friendly relations with the fallen prefect, but he candidly acknowledged that he was the friend of Sejanus, had eagerly sought to be such, and was delighted when he succeeded. "Do not think, fathers," he said, "only of the last day of Sejanus, but of his 16 years of power. To be known even to his freedmen and hall porters was regarded as a distinction. Let plots against the state, conspiracies for the murder of the Emperor, be punished. But as to friendship, the same issue of our friendship to Sejanus must absolve alike you, Caesar, and us." Terentius was saved by his boldness, and his accusers were condemned to banishment or death, according to the nature of their previous offences. But if a rare senator spoke out boldly, most of the order made the fall of the minister an occasion for obsequiousness. Some went so far in their proposals that they drew upon themselves the ridicule or severe censure of Tiberius. Thus Togonius Gallus begged the Emperor to choose a number of senators, of whom 20 should be selected by lot as a bodyguard whenever he entered the curia. This man had actually taken seriously a letter of the Emperor asking for the protection of a consul from Capreae to Rome. Tiberius, who had a fashion of combining jest and seriousness, thanked the senators for their kindness, but suggested several difficulties. Who were to be chosen? Were they to be always the same? Were they to be men who had held office, or youths? And would it not be strange to see persons taking up swords on the threshold of the senate house? But if he knew how to answer a fool according to his folly, he could also sharply rebuke an impertinence. Junius Gallio proposed that the praetorian soldiers, having served their allotted time, should have the right of sitting among the knights in the 14 rows of the theatre. Tiberius asked what he had to do with the praetorian guards, who received their commands and their rewards only from the imperator, and suggested that Gallio was one of the satellites of Sejanus, seeking to tamper with the soldiery. Gallio was then, in return for his flattery, expelled from the senate and banished from Italy. Recent experiences had aggravated the Emperor's suspicious nature. He became more difficult to access, and committed many acts of cruelty. His faithful adviser, Phocias Nerva, who was his companion at Capreae, weary, it is said, of seeing the harshness of his sovereign, put himself to death, in spite of the prayers and remonstrances of Tiberius. Of the 20 members of the imperial consilium, there soon remained only 2 or 3. The others had been the victims of delation. Public report ascribed to Tiberius a life of bestial debauchery in the inaccessible island, and the Parthian king actually addressed to him an impertinent rebuke for his licentious habits, and called upon him to satisfy public opinion by committing suicide. There is little doubt that Tiberius lived licentiously, like most of the Roman nobles of those days. But there is no doubt also that his dissipations have been foully exaggerated. The circumstance that his life was prolonged to nearly 80 years without medical aid is enough to make us hesitate to accept the stories which were circulated about the orgies at Capreae. End of chapter 13, sections 2 and 3. Chapter 13, Section 4 and 5 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1 by John Bagnall Bury, Chapter 13, The Principate of Tiberius, Section 4-5. Section 4. Parthia and the Eastern Question. Among other slanders, it was said that Tiberius in his island retreat was indifferent to the government of the empire. The rumour seems to have reached the Parthian court and encouraged the Parthian king Artabanus to assume a hostile attitude. The peace with Parthia was undisturbed until the death of Artaxerxes, king of Armenia, about 34 A.D. Artabanus, elated by a long and successful reign, and thinking that the old Tiberius would not be likely to undertake an eastern war, seized the opportunity to transfer Armenia from dependence on Rome to dependence on Parthia. He induced the Armenians to elect his son Arsaces as successor to Artaxerxes. He even seemed to court a war with Rome, and addressed insulting letters to the emperor, demanding the inheritance of his own rival Vonones, who had died in Cilicia, insisting on the old boundaries of Macedonia and Persia, and threatening that he would seize the territories possessed long ago by Cyrus and afterwards by Alexander the Great. Tiberius was unequal to the emergency. He conferred upon Lucius Vitellius, an able and resolute officer, the same powers which he had before conferred upon his nephew Germanicus, and sent him to the east, with orders to cross the Euphrates at the head of the Syrian legions if it should prove needful. At the same time he set up a rival to Arsaces in the person of Mithridates, brother of Pharasmanes, king of the Iberians, and stirred up both the Iberians and Albanians to support his claim by an invasion of Armenia. Mithridates gained possession of the Armenian capital, Artaxata, and his rival Arsaces was removed by poison. King Artabanus then sent another of his sons, Orodes, to take the place of Arsaces, and recover Armenia, but the Parthian cavalry proved no match for the Caucasian infantry and the Sarmatian mounted archers, which supported Pharasmanes and Mithridates. A lively description of the warfare has come down to us. Pharasmanes challenged Orodes to battle, taunted him when he refused, rode up to the Parthian camp, and harassed their foraging parties. The Parthians at length became impatient and called upon their prince to lead them to battle. In the fight which ensued every variety of warfare was to be witnessed. The Parthians, accustomed to pursue or fly with equal skill, deployed their cavalry, and sought scope for the discharge of their missiles. The Sarmatians, throwing aside their bows, which at a shorter range are effective, rushed on with pikes and swords. There were alternate advances and retreats, then close fighting, in which, breast to breast with the clash of arms, they drove back the foe or were themselves repulsed. The Albanians and Iberians seized the Parthian riders and hurled them from their horses. The Parthians were thus pressed on one side by the cavalry on the heights, on the other by the infantry in close quarters. The leaders, Pharasmanes and Orodes, were conspicuous, encouraging the brave, succouring those who wavered, and at length recognizing each other they rushed to the combat on galloping chargers and with poised javelins. The force of Pharasmanes was greater, he pierced the helmet of the foe. But he was hurried onward by his horse, and before he could repeat the blow with deadlier effect, Orodes was protected by his guards. But the rumour spread among the Parthians that their general was slain, and they yielded. After the ill success of both his sons, Artabanus took the field himself. It was now the moment for Vitellius to intervene. He set his troops in motion, and threatened to invade Mesopotamia. This was the signal for the outbreak of an insurrection which had been long brewing in Parthia, and had been fomented by Roman intrigues. The Parthian nobles, dissatisfied with the rule of the Scythian Artabanus, clamoured for the restoration of a true Arsacid. There was still a surviving son of Phraates at Rome, and a section of the disaffected Parthians sent a secret embassy to Tiberius. requesting that this representative of the house of Arsaces should be sent to the east as a claimant to the Parthian throne. This suited the views of Tiberius, and he acceded to the request. But the candidate for sovereignty died in Syria, and Tiberius then chose Tiridates, a grandson of Phraates, to take his place. The appearance of Vitellius and Tiridates in the Parthian dominions was attended at first with complete success. Sennaces, a man of good family and great wealth, and his father Abdagases, were the leaders of the party hostile to Artabanus, which was largely increased after the disasters in Armenia. Artabanus had soon found himself deserted except by a few foreigners, and was compelled, in order to save his life, to flee into exile among the Scythians. Tiridates then, under the protection of Vitellius and the Roman legions, crossed the Euphrates on a bridge of boats. The first Parthian to enter the camp was Ornospades, formerly a Parthian exile, who had been made a Roman citizen in recognition of aid which he had given to Tiberius in the Dalmatian war, and subsequently returning to Parthia had been received into favour and appointed governor of Mesopotamia. Sennaces and Abdagases arrived soon afterwards with the royal treasure. Then Vitellius, having thus given Tiridates a start, and displayed the Roman eagles beyond the Euphrates, returned with his army to Syria. Nicephorium, Anthemusius, and other towns of Greek foundation, gladly received the new king, expecting him to be a good ruler from his Roman training. The enthusiasm shown by the powerful city of Seleucia, which had preserved intact its Greek character under Parthian domination, was especially encouraging. But Tiridates made a fatal mistake in losing time. Instead of pressing forward into the interior of the country, he delayed over the siege of a fortress in which Artabanus had stored away his treasures and his concubines. In the meantime quarrels broke out among his adherents, some of whom, jealous of the influence of Abdagases, and regarding Tiridates as a Roman dependent, decided to restore Artabanus. They found the exiled monarch in Hyrcania, covered with dirt and sustaining life by his bow. At first he thought that they intended treachery, but when he was assured that they desired his restoration, he hastily raised some auxiliaries in Scythia, and marched against Seleucia with a large force. In order to excite sympathy, he retained the miserable dress which he had worn in his exile. The party of Tiridates retreated into Mesopotamia, and soon dispersed, Tiridates himself returning to Syria, 36 A.D., and leaving Artabanus master of the realm, except Seleucia, which was strong enough to hold out. Vitellius again threatened Mesopotamia, but the restored monarch hastened to yield to the Roman demands, and a peace was concluded. Artabanus recognized Mithridates as king of Armenia, while the Romans undertook not to support the pretensions of Tiridates. The Parthian king also did homage to the image of the Roman emperor, and gave up his son Darius as a hostage. Section 5. Last days and death of Tiberius. Tiberius was not indifferent to the selection of a successor, though he is reported to have once said, quoting the verse of a Greek poet, "When I am dead, let earth be wrapped in flame." There were 3 male representatives of his house on whom his choice might fall. There was his nephew Tiberius Claudius Drusus, the youngest son of the elder Drusus, but he was considered out of the question, as being of weak intellect. There was his grandnephew Gaius, born in 12 A.D., the youngest son of Germanicus, and there was his grandson Tiberius Gemellus, born 19 A.D., son of Drusus and Livilla. Between these two the choice was practically to be made. The emperor had for a long time slighted Gaius, as being a son of Agrippina, and had not permitted him to assume the toga virilis until his 19th year. But Gaius began to rise, when Sejanus began to decline, in favour. He carefully dissembled any emotions he may have felt at the fate of his mother and brothers, and the people looked forward with satisfaction to a son of Germanicus on the throne. On the other hand, Tiberius may have secretly wished for the succession of his grandson. In 35 A.D. he made a will leaving Gaius and Gemellus joint heirs of his private fortune, and this was equivalent to an expression of his wish that they should be joint heirs of the empire. But there is reason to believe that he regarded Gaius as his successor. The 4 daughters of Germanicus had been married to men of note: Agrippina, of whom we shall hear more, to Cn. Domitius; Drusilla to Cassius Longinus; Julia to Vinicius, the patron of Velleius Paterculus the historian; and a 4th, of unknown name, to the son of Quintilius Varus. His own granddaughter Julia, the widow of Nero, and the betrothed of Sejanus, he married to Rubellius Blandus, a knight of obscure origin. The praetorian prefect Macro, who now partly occupied the place which Sejanus had formerly held at Capreae, saw that Gaius was probably destined to succeed, and sought to obtain an ascendancy over him. Gaius had lost his wife, the daughter of M. Junius Silanus, in the 3rd year of their marriage, and Macro engaged his own wife Ennia to enthrall the young man by her arts and charms. The sharp old Emperor observed the policy of the prefect, and said to him, "You leave the setting sun to court the rising." In the 78th year of his age, in the first months of 37 A.D., Tiberius quitted his island, never to return. He travelled slowly towards Rome and advanced along the Appian Way within 7 miles of the city. He gazed for the last time at the tops of the distant buildings, but frightened by some evil omen, turned back and retraced his steps southward. He was fading fast. At Circeii, in order to hide his weakness, he presided at military exercises, and in consequence of the over-exertion became worse. He tried till the last to conceal his condition from those who were with him, and his physician Charicles had to resort to an artifice to feel his pulse. He breathed his last in the villa of Lucullus at Misenum on March 16, 37 A.D. It was whispered that his end was hastened by Macro, who, seeing him suddenly revive, stifled him. In estimating Tiberius, we must take into account the circumstances of his life, and also the character of the witnesses who have recorded his reign. A Claudian, both on his father's and on his mother's side, descended from the Neros to whom, as Horace sang, Rome owed so much, he had all the pride of his patrician house. He was strong, tall, well made, and healthy, with a fair complexion and long hair profuse at the back of his head, a characteristic of the Claudii. He had unusually large eyes, and a serious expression. In youth he was called the Old Man, so thoughtful was he and slow to speak. He had a strong sense of duty and a profound contempt for the multitude. The spirit of his ancestress, the Claudia who uttered the wish that her brother were alive again, to lose another fleet and make the streets of Rome less crowded, had in some measure descended upon Tiberius. He was, as the originally Sabine name Nero signified, brave and vigorous, and had a conspicuous aptitude for the conduct of affairs. But he was too critical to have implicit confidence in himself, and he was suspicious of others. His self-distrust was increased by the circumstances of his early manhood. His reserved manner, unlike the geniality of his brother Drusus, could not win the affection of his stepfather Augustus, who regarded his peculiarities as faults. And indeed, when he was young enough to have ambition, he was made use of indeed, but he never enjoyed imperial favour. Kept, when possible, in the second place, he was always meeting rebuffs. He was forced to divorce Vipsania, and marry Julia, who brought him nothing but shame. Thus the circumstances of his life and his relations to his stepfather were calculated to deepen his reserve, to embitter his feelings, and to produce a habit of dissimulation, so that there is little wonder that a man of his cold, diffident nature, coming to the throne at the age of 55, should not have won the affections of subjects whom he did not deign to conciliate. All his experiences tended to develop in Tiberius that hard spirit, rigor animi, so clearly stamped on his features in the large sitting statue which has been preserved. On the other hand, his diffidence made him dependent on others, first on Livia, and then on Sejanus, who proved his evil genius. In regard to the darker side of his policy as a ruler, we must remember that he had undertaken a task which necessarily involved inconsistencies. He undertook to maintain the republican disguise under which Augustus had veiled the monarchy. The wearing of a mask well suited his reserved and crafty nature, that the success of this pretence depended far more upon personal qualities than Tiberius realized. It had been a success with Augustus because he was popular and genial. It was a failure with Tiberius because he was just the opposite. After Tiberius, the mask was dropped. The system of delation and the law of maiestas were provided by Tiberius as a substitute for the popularity which had shielded his predecessor from conspiracy. Owing to the spread of delation, the reign of Tiberius was to some extent a reign of terror. Hardly any important works of literature were produced, for men did not care to write when they could not write freely. We have already seen the fate of the historian Cremutius Cordus. Two other historians, whose works have come down to us, escaped censure by flattery. In the case of one, the flattery was probably sincere. Velleius Paterculus, whose short Roman history in 2 books was published in 30 A.D., had served under Tiberius in the Pannonian War, and had afterwards risen to the rank of quaestor, and then of praetor. He had conceived a deep admiration and affection for his general, and lauds him with extravagant superlatives. He also speaks in very high terms of Sejanus, who had not yet fallen. Valerius Maximus was more clearly a time-server. In his 9 Books of Memorable Deeds and Words, a collection of anecdotes of Roman history, written in a tasteless, pretentious style, he is servile to the emperor. But as the work appeared after the fall of Sejanus, a vehement declamation against that minister is introduced. The Spaniard, Annaeus Seneca of Corduba, not to be confounded with his more famous son, was active under Tiberius as well as under Augustus. He wrote a history extending from the beginning of the civil wars almost to the day of his death, about 39 A.D., unfortunately not preserved, but his works on rhetorical subjects are partly extant. The terror of delation did not affect jurists like Masurius Sabinus, men of science like Celsus, or gastronomists like Apicus, owing to the politically indifferent nature of their subjects. It is not easy to see how it affected poetry, but Virgil and Horace had no immediate successors. The only poetical writer of the reign was the freedman Phaedrus, and he tells us that he was persecuted. He was the author of 5 books of Aesopian fables, in iambic trimeters. Pomponius Secundus wrote tragedies, but perhaps did not publish them till after the death of Tiberius. The emperor was himself imbued with letters. He wrote a lyric poem on the death of Lucius Caesar, and Greek verses in the style of the Alexandrine school. He also wrote memoirs of his own life. He was a strict purist in language, and resolutely refused to use words borrowed from Greek. This negative testimony of literature shows that delation was a very real danger and that the government of Tiberius was in some respects tyrannical. But he was not such a tyrant as he had been painted by the later writers Tacitus and Suetonius. Over against the dark picture of Tacitus we must set the opposite picture of the inferior artist Velleius, and we must allow for the bias of both authors. We must remember that Velleius had seen Tiberius at his best, in the camp conducting a campaign, that he received promotion from him and was prejudiced in his favour. In addition to this, he was writing in the emperor's lifetime. On the other hand, Tacitus wrote under the influence of a reaction against the imperial system, and he lays himself out to blacken the character of all the emperors prior to Nerva. The dark character of Tiberius, and a certain mystery which surrounded his acts and motives, lent themselves well to the design of the skilful historian, who gathered up and did not disdain to record all sorts of popular rumours and stories imputing crime to the exile of Capreae. Apart from the measures which he adopted for his own safety, or at the instigation of Sejanus, and which mainly concerned his own family and nobles connected with them, apart from the consequences of the system of delation, which were felt almost exclusively at Rome, there can be no question that the rule of Tiberius was wise and maintained the general prosperity of the empire. Augustus was not deceived when, in adopting his stepson into the Julian family, he said, "I do it for the public welfare." Nor, on the other hand, was he mistaken when he prophetically pitied the fate of the people of Rome, which he was committing to be masticated in the slow jaws of his adopted son. End of chapter 13, sections 4 to 5. Chapter 14, section 1 of J. B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 14. The Principate of Gaius, Caligula, 37 to 41 A.D. Section 1. 1. Claims of Gaius to the Principate. He is accepted by the Senate. The acts of Tiberius are not confirmed. His will is annulled, and he is not deified. 2. Funeral of Tiberius. Reaction against his policy. Gaius shows respect for the Senate and piety to his family. 3. Munificence of Gaius. His speech in the Senate. 4. Early life and character of Gaius. He is under the influence of Agrippa. 5. Illness of Gaius. Sympathy of his subjects. Philo quoted. Death of Tiberius Gemellus. 6. Pleasures of Gaius. He degrades his dignity in the circus. 7. Sisters and wives of Gaius. His oriental ideas. He demands divine worship and professes to be a god. 8. His architectural extravagances. The bridge of ships at Puteoli. His jealousy of great names. 9. Financial difficulties drive him to plunder his subjects. 10. His expedition to Gaul. Conspiracy of Lentulus Getalicus. Exile of the Emperor's sisters. Acts of Gaius at Lugdunum. 11. Britannic expedition. His return to Rome. 12. The Reign of Terror. 13. Increased taxation, conspiracy of Caria, and murder of Gaius. 14. Policy of Gaius in the provinces reactionary. He restores client kingdoms in the east, but annexes the kingdom of Mauretania. 15. Refusal of the Jews to pay him divine worship. Embassies from Alexandria. Section 1. Popular beginnings of the reign of Gaius. We have seen that Tiberius had made Gaius and Gemellus co-partners in the inheritance of his private fortune, thus recommending them to the Senate and people as co-partners in the Principate. He seems to have intended for them a joint rule like that which Augustus intended for his grandchildren Gaius and Lucius Caesar. Perhaps he did not believe that such a rule was possible, but he left the decision to fate. The power and the initiative naturally devolved on Gaius, who was older than his cousin by 7 years and had already entered on public life. He was supported by the favour of the populace and the strength of the praetorians, with Macro at their head, so that his succession seemed certain. But it is to be observed that from a constitutional point of view, Gaius did not occupy as strong a position on the death of Tiberius as Tiberius had occupied on the death of Augustus. Tiberius had been already invested with the tribunician power, and the most important of the imperial prerogatives during the lifetime of Augustus. But since the death of his son Drusus, Tiberius had not moved the Senate to confer the tribunician power on anyone, and Sejanus, who had received proconsular power, no longer lived. Gaius was not in any sense a consors imperii. Hence on the death of Tiberius, it was open to the Senate to elect as the new Princeps whomsoever they wished. But though the inheriting of the empire was not recognized by the constitution, it was generally felt that the heir of the emperor had the best claim to succeed him in the government as well as in his private property. Hence the election of Gaius was taken for granted both by himself and by others. The emperor's death was finally announced to the Senate in a letter from Gaius, conveyed by the hand of Macro, who also brought the testament of Tiberius in which Gaius and Gemellus were appointed co-heirs. Gaius asked the fathers to decree to the late emperor a public funeral, deification, and the other honours which had been decreed to Augustus, also to confirm his acts. But at the same time he demanded that the testament should be annulled. Such a document might prove inconvenient, for though legally it only concerned the private estate of Tiberius, it might be used to give his grandson a claim to participation in the imperial power. The Senate accorded to the wishes of the candidate for the empire, whom it did not hesitate to elect. The tribunician power and all the functions of the empire were conferred on Gaius Caesar, March 18th. A public funeral, but not deification, was decreed to Tiberius, and his will was annulled. But in return some concessions were required from Gaius. He adopted his cousin Tiberius Gemellus and named him Princeps Inventutis, and he gave up his demand that the acts of his predecessor should be confirmed by the Senate. Tiberius was not added to the gods, and in this way his memory was condemned. The accession of the young emperor was hailed by the people with wild delight as the beginning of a new age. They had received the news of the death of Tiberius with a savage outburst of hatred. It is said that they wished to drag his corpse to the river, and cried, Tiberium in Tiberim, Tiberius to the Tiber. After years of fear, sullenness, and gloom, they looked forward to an age of merriment and pleasure, a return to the Augustan era. The procession conveying the body of the dead emperor was conducted by his successor from Misenum to Rome, and the people poured forth to meet it, forgetting their hatred of the dead tyrant in their joy at welcoming the new sovereign. They allowed the funeral solemnities to pass over quietly, and when Gaius had spoken a funeral oration, the corpse was cremated in the Campus Martius and the ashes placed in the mausoleum. The new reign was inaugurated by a reaction against the policy of the preceding. The most odious delators were banished from Italy, all prisoners were released, all exiles recalled. The extension of the law of maiestas to words written or spoken was done away with. The writings of the Cremutius Cordus and others, which had been suppressed, were permitted to circulate again, the emperor declaring that the writing and reading of history conduced to the interests of every good prince. Gaius also annulled the right of appeal to himself from the tribunals in Rome, Italy, and the senatorial provinces. He endeavoured to make a strict division between the functions of senate and princeps, and he followed the example of Augustus, neglected by Tiberius, in publishing the accounts of the state. He restored to the comitia the election of the magistrates, and thus showed that he desired to maintain the outward form of a republic. But this change was soon discovered to be useless, for as the number of candidates seldom exceeded the number of vacant places, there was no room for suffrage, and the comitia, when it assembled, found that it had nothing to do. Hence after 2 years the system of Tiberius was restored. Gaius assisted the administration of justice by creating a 5th decuria of jurymen, for the existing number was found to be unequal to the work they had to do. It was composed of men of the same qualification as those who filled the 4th decuria, created by Augustus. Gaius also conferred the equus publicus on a large number of persons, because the equestrian order had been greatly reduced in number in the reign of Tiberius, who had neglected to replenish it by new nominations. The son of Germanicus distinguished himself by piety to his family no less than by respect to the senate. When he had appeared in the presence of the fathers, and won their good will by a plausible and submissive speech, he hurried in person to the islands where his mother and brother had been banished, and conveyed their ashes back to Rome, to be deposited in the mausoleum of the Caesars. He caused the senate to decree to his grandmother Astonia the titles and honours which had been formerly decreed to Livia. He changed the name of the month September to Germanicus, so that the name of his father might rank in the calendar beside Julius and Augustus. He called upon his uncle Tiberius Claudius, whose existence no one ever seemed to remember, and who hitherto, although he was 46 years of age, held only equestrian rank, to be his colleague in the consulship, on which he entered on July 1st, 37 A.D. His sisters Julia Livilla, Agrippina, and Drusilla received the honours of Vestal Virgins. Gaius himself modestly refused the title Pater Patriae, which the senate offered him. How popular the new reign was with the multitude is shown by the immense number of victims, 160,000, which were offered in thanksgiving to the gods. The citizens and the soldiers were delighted with the unbounded munificence of the successor of the frugal Tiberius. All the legacies and donations ordered in the will of Tiberius were paid, although that deed was otherwise annulled, and the testament of Livia, which Tiberius had neglected, was now executed. Besides this, Gaius distributed to the plebs the donation which should have been given when he assumed the toga virilis. The immense sum which lay in his treasury, heaped together by the saving policy of Tiberius, enabled him to defray these expenses and to enter upon a course of reckless profusion, which the rabble greeted with applause. At the same time he reduced his revenue by abolishing the small tax of 0.5% on sales in Italy. When Gaius assumed the consulship, he made a speech to the senate, criticising severely the acts of Tiberius and making fair promises for his own future government. The fathers were so pleased, and yet were so afraid that he would alter his views, that they decreed that his speech should be read aloud every year. His exemplary devotion to his duties during the 2 following months seemed to augur well for the future. But on the last day of August, which was his birthday, he threw aside business and gave a magnificent entertainment, such as had not been witnessed for many years. On this occasion he consecrated the temple of Augustus, which was at length completed. From this time Gaius showed the world a new side of his character, which few perhaps had suspected. He plunged into a mad course of shameless dissipation and extravagance. When his subjects saluted their new emperor, they were quite ignorant what manner of man he was. In his personal appearance there was nothing to attract. His figure was ill proportioned, his eyes set deep in his head, his features pale, and his scowling expression still displeases us in his bust. His constitution was weak, and his intellectual capacity was small, and whatever intellect he possessed had never been trained except in rhetorical exercise. Want of training in his youth may partly account for the vagaries of his manhood, but there is no doubt that his brain was affected. He was subject to epileptic fits, and he suffered from sleeplessness. His early childhood was spent in a camp on the Rhine. His next experience was the distressing circumstances of his father's death. Afterwards he was detained under the watchful eye of Tiberius in the lonely island, where he learned to dissemble, flatter, and deceive. It is said that Tiberius penetrated the real character of the crafty boy, and made the remark that Gaius lived for the perdition of himself and all men. All the tastes of this degenerate grandson of Drusus were vulgar and vile. He cared only for the company of gladiators and dancers. He took delight in the sight of torture and death. He seems to have been always thoroughly unsound in mind, and when the unlimited power of the sovereign of the Roman Empire was placed in his hands, his head was completely turned. He had fallen under the influence of Herod Agrippa, who instilled into his mind Oriental ideas as to the divine nature of monarchy, and filled his head with dreams of the grandeur of Eastern kings. This Agrippa, son of Aristobulus, was grandson of Herod the Great, and had come to Rome along with his mother Berenice and his sister Herodias after the death of his father. Rome was at that time an asylum for the members of Eastern royal families, who in their own country would probably have perished by the hand of their reigning kinsman. Antonia, whose father had been a friend of Herod, became the protectress of his grandson, and the young Agrippa was brought up in the company of Claudius, who was of his own age. When his uncle Herod Antipas, the Herod of the Gospels, B.C. 4 to A.D. 39, who married Herodias, obtained the kingdom of Samaria, Agrippa was invested with the governorship of the city of Tiberias. But this did not satisfy his ambition. He returned to Rome in the last years of Tiberius to watch for an opportunity to better his position. He attached himself to the young Gaius, whose prospects seemed to be bright, and obtained a great influence over him. Agrippa was a shrewd and energetic man, who had seen a great deal of the world, very dissipated and unprincipled, and always in want of money. His descriptions of Oriental magnificence, his pictures of the omnipotence which even the smallest monarchs in the East possessed, over the life and property of their subjects, his lessons perhaps in the voluptuousness of Asia, produced a deep and dangerous effect on the diseased mind and sensual nature of the future emperor. Rome had been threatened with the introduction of Oriental theories by Antoninus. She was destined to experience them at the caprice of his great-grandson. After the celebration of his birthday, the emperor did not resume his political duties, but gave himself up to dissipation and enjoyment, and from this time to the end of his reign his only occupation was the pursuit of pleasure and excitement. Under the first wild outburst of sensuality his weak constitution gave way and he became dangerously ill. The general distress which was then felt both in Rome and in the provinces show how popular he was. Philo, a Jew of Alexandria, describes the prosperity of the empire at the beginning of his reign, and the sympathy which was felt at his illness. The passage deserves to be quoted. Who was not amazed and delighted at beholding Gaius assume the government of the empire, tranquil and well ordered as it was, fitted and compact in all its parts, north and south, east and west, Greek and barbarian, soldier and civilian, all combined together in the enjoyment of a common peace and prosperity. It abounded everywhere in accumulated treasures of gold and silver, coin and plate. It boasted a vast force of both horse and foot, by land and by sea, and its resources flowed, as it were, from a perennial fountain. Nothing was to be seen throughout our cities but altars and sacrifices, priests clad in white and garlanded, the joyous ministers of the general mirth, festivals and assemblies, musical contests and horse races, nocturnal revels, amusements, recreations, pleasures of every kind and addressed to every sense. The rich no longer lorded it over the poor, the strong upon the weak, masters upon servants, or creditors on their debtors. The distinction of classes were levelled by the occasion, so that the Saturnian age of the poets might no longer be regarded as a fiction, so nearly was it revived in the life of that happy era. The provinces were happy for 7 months. Then the news arrived that the emperor, having abandoned himself to sensuality, had fallen grievously sick, and was in great danger. When the sad news was spread among the nations, every government was at once cast aside, every city and house was clouded with sorrow and dejection in proportion to its recent hilarity. All parts of the world sickened with Gaius, and were more sick than he, for his was the sickness of the body only, theirs of the soul. All men reflected on the evils of anarchy, its wars, famines, and devastations, from which they foresaw no protection but in the emperor's recovery. But as soon as the disease began to abate, the rumour swiftly reached every corner of the empire, and universal were the excitement and anxiety to hear it from day to day confirmed. The safety of the prince was regarded by every land and island as identical with its own. Nor was a single country ever so interested before in the health of any one man as the whole world then was in the health of Gaius. This instructive passage of an Alexandrine writer of that day shows how important an emperor's life was then felt to be for the welfare of the state. Gaius recovered, but he did not mend his ways. The solicitude of the citizens and the provincials impressed him with a deeper sense than ever of his own importance. His first act was to remove from his path his cousin Gemellus, who had a rival claim to the throne. About November 37 A.D., the feeble grandson of Tiberius was compelled to kill himself. As he is called the son of Drusus, his adoption by Gaius was apparently annulled on his death. Macro the praetorian prefect had laid Gaius under such great obligations in helping him to secure the throne, that he ventured on the indiscretion of sometimes reminding the emperor of his duties. At the same time Ennia pressed her lover to keep his promise of marrying her. But Gaius was weary of the wife and impatient of the husband, and he resolved to destroy them both. Macro received a command to put himself to death. About the same time Gaius recalled M. Silanus, the father of his first wife, who was then proconsul of Africa, and caused him to be executed. These acts may be regarded as the turning point of his reign. End of chapter 14, section 1. Chapter 14, section 2 to 3 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 14. The Principate of Gaius, Caligula, 37 to 41 A.D. Section 2 to 3. Extravagance and tyranny of Gaius. His murder. Feeling himself superior to both law and custom, Gaius did not hesitate to parade his degraded tastes before the public, and to prostitute the imperial dignity in a way which would have seemed simply inconceivable to Augustus or Tiberius. He took a keen delight in the sports of the circus and in gladiatorial shows, and is said to have himself sung and danced in public, and even descended into the arena. Knights and senators were compelled to take part in the chariot races. Charioteering became a sort of political institution in this reign, and continued to be so until the latest days of the empire. There were 4 rival parties, distinguished by colours, the green, blue, red, and white. Gaius favoured the green faction, and built a special place of exercise for it. But the gladiatorial shows were the special delight of the Emperor. He removed the limitations which Augustus had set on the number of gladiators, and the amphitheatre of Taurus and the Septa in the Campus Martius were constantly filled with the rabble and the court witnessing not only pairs of gladiators, but the battles of armed bands. Nobles and knights were forced to fight, as well as slaves, for all his fellow citizens were his slaves in the eyes of this Princeps. Combats with wild beasts were also a frequent amusement. One wonders that the higher classes tolerated this juvenile tyranny and such shameless degradation of the imperial dignity. But they seem to have felt it as a change for the better after the parsimony and austerity of the preceding reign, and they saw that the new fashion of things was popular with the rabble. Gaius is said to have lived in incestuous connection with his 3 sisters, and though this charge is uncertain in regard to Agrippina and Julia, there can be no doubt about Drusilla, of whom he was very fond. He had separated her from her husband, and lived openly with her, after the manner of the Ptolemies and other oriental potentates. When she died, July 38 A.D., he was inconsolable. The Senate decreed her the honours of Livia, her statues were placed in the Curia and in the Temple of Venus, and she was deified under the title of Panthea. All the cities of the empire were commanded to worship her. During his principate, Gaius was married 3 times, and in all cases to married women whom he snatched from their husbands. The first, Orestilla, wife of Cn. Piso, was soon repudiated for the sake of Lollia Paulina, the wife of Memmius Regulus, the same who had assisted in the arrest of Sejanus. She was a very rich lady, and her wealth was probably her chief attraction for the Emperor. She was then divorced on the ground of barrenness, and was succeeded by Melonia Caesonia, to whom, though she was a woman of plain features, the Emperor seems to have been really attached. As time went on and Gaius found no resistance offered to his sovereign will, as he saw the world at his feet and men of all classes content to be his slaves, he was seized with the idea of his own godhead, and exacted divine worship. The oriental notions which he learned from Agrippa, and the deification of Julius and Augustus, suggested to him this extravagance. He believed that nothing was impossible for him to execute, and his great passion was to make it manifest that he was controlled by no law, and not subject to ordinary human affections. He exulted in looking on suffering without blenching. He regretted that his reign was not marked by some striking disaster such as the defeat of the Varian legions. He used to dress himself like Bacchus or Hercules or Venus, and play the part of these deities in the temples before an admiring crowd. He pretended to converse with Jupiter in the temple on the Capitol, and for this purpose, in order to have speedier access to his divine kinsman, he caused a flying bridge to be thrown across the Velabrum, reaching from the Palatine Close to the newly dedicated temple of Augustus to the Capitoline. Among the gods, as among men, he claimed to be preeminent. He declared that he was the Latian Jupiter, and he challenged with a Homeric verse Jupiter Capitolinus to combat. He endeavoured to manifest his divine nature by architectural constructions of colossal and fantastic designs. He connected the imperial palace with the temple of Castor in the Forum, perhaps by a series of corridors supported on a bridge, and thus made the temple the vestibule of the palace. This construction has disappeared without leaving a trace. His most useful work was the aqueduct conveying to Rome the waters of the Aqua Claudia and the Anio Novus. But this he was unable to complete. He planned a work, which has been often designed but never executed, the making of a canal through the Isthmus of Corinth. His most daring construction was the bridge across the Gulf of Baiae, 39 A.D., which was clearly not intended to be permanent. A soothsayer, it said, had prophesied that Gaius would never become emperor any more than he would drive a chariot across the Gulf of Baiae. Gaius determined to drive across it, attended by a whole army. Having collected all the ships that were to be found in all the havens far and wide, thus impeding the regular course of commerce and causing serious inconvenience, he drew them up in a double line from Bauli to Puteoli. On this bridge of ships was placed a great floor of timber, which was covered all over with earth and paved like a high road. A new and unheard of spectacle was devised, to be exhibited on this structure before it was demolished, and the whole shore from Misenum to Puteoli was crowded with spectators. The Emperor, dressed in armour which had been worn by Alexander the Great, rode at the head of a band of soldiers, across the bridge, and entered Puteoli as a conqueror. Next morning he drove back in a triumphal chariot, but dressed as a charioteer of the Green party. He halted at the centre of the bridge and made a speech. A banquet followed, which lasted till late in the night, and the whole scene was illuminated with torches on the bridge and on the coast. Intoxication prevailed, and many spectators were drowned. If he was zealous for his own fame, Gaius was jealous of the fame of others. He caused the statues of the distinguished men of the Republic, which Augustus had set up in the Campus, to be broken in pieces. He forbade the last descendant of the Pompeys to bear the name Magnus. He commanded the works of Virgil and Livy to be removed from the libraries, on the ground that Virgil had no genius, and that Livy was careless. He would not permit the image of his own ancestor Agrippa to be placed beside that of Augustus. He even repudiated his grandfather, and gave out that he was the grandson of Augustus and Julia, living in incest like the gods. The extravagances of Gaius at last plunged him into financial difficulties. He exhausted the large treasures accumulated by Tiberius, and in order to refill his empty purse he began to persecute the nobles, and confiscate the property of the rich. Hitherto he had steadfastly and vehemently denounced all the works of Tiberius, but, pressed by want of gold, he did not hesitate to revive the law of treason and the system of delation, in order to plunder his fellow citizens. Appearing in the senate, he openly praised the policy of his predecessor, and announced the revival of the laws of Maiestas. The senate thanked the Emperor for his clemency in permitting them to live, and decreed him special honours. Many rich senators were sacrificed to appease the Emperor's cupidity. L. Annaeus Seneca only escaped because his declining age promised that his wealth would soon fall into the imperial coffers without prosecuting him. The nobles exiled in the islands were put to death, and their fortunes confiscated. But Gaius ultimately alienated not only the senate, but the people, by imposing new taxes which affected Italy and Rome, and the soldiers, by rescinding their wills. But before he went so far as to tax the citizens of Rome, 41 A.D., he had plundered Gaul. In September 39 A.D., he announced that hostilities of the Germans required his presence on the Rhine, and proceeded thither with a retinue of dancers and gladiators. Lentulus Gaetulicus, a son-in-law of Sejanus, had been now for 10 years the commander of the legions of the Upper Rhine. Before the death of Tiberius, he had been accused of having relaxed the discipline of the camp in order to win the favour of his soldiers. When he was threatened by disgrace, he boldly defied the Emperor to remove him from the governorship of Upper Germany, and Tiberius had left him where he was. Perhaps the purpose of the expedition of Gaius was to assert the imperial authority over this independent legatus, and restore military discipline. It is certain that the barbarians beyond the limes were at this time troublesome, and the victory which Gaius announced to the senate may have been warranted by a real repulse inflicted on some band of Germans attempting to invade Gaul. At this time a conspiracy was formed, in which Lentulus Gaetulicus was implicated. The object of the plot was to slay Gaius and place M. Aemilius Lepidus on the throne. Lepidus had been a favourite of the Emperor and a companion of all his pleasures. Gaius had given him in marriage his favourite sister, the unfortunate Drusilla, and had intended to designate him as successor to the empire. The surviving sisters of Gaius, Agrippina and Julia, intrigued with Lepidus and took part in this treasonable plot, which was discovered in October 39 A.D. Gaetulicus and Lepidus were executed, and the 2 women were banished. Gaius sent a full account of their adultery and treason to the senate, and asked the fathers to confer no distinctions on his kinfolk for the future. He also sent 3 swords, destined for his assassination, to be dedicated as votive offerings to Mars Ultor. To fill the place of Gaetulicus, he appointed Lucius Galba, afterwards emperor, who enforced and restored discipline among the demoralized legions. The emperor spent the winter at Lugdunum, where he practised every device for extorting money from the inhabitants of Gaul. Prosecutions and executions were the order of the day. Auctions were held, at which the people were forced to buy at extravagant prices. It is said that furniture of the imperial palace was conveyed from Rome to the banks of the Rhone, and that the emperor himself played the auctioneer, recommending each article and encouraging the bidding. This was my father's, he said, this my great-grandfather's, this was a trophy of Augustus, this an Egyptian rarity of Antony. By such means the imperial coffers were enriched. Lugdunum also witnessed the great-grandson of Augustus mocking the celebration of the ceremony at his altar, which represented the union of the Gallic provinces. Among the contests which were instituted in his honour were competitions in rhetoric and verse. Gaius compelled the unsuccessful candidates to wipe out what they had written with their tongues, under penalty of being cast into the river. On January 1, 40 A.D., he assumed the consulship for the third time, but resigned it on the 12th day. As his destined colleague had died before the end of the year, and the senate was afraid to nominate anyone in his place without the imperial sanction, the emperor was sole consul during the short period of his office. In spring, he advanced northward from Lugdunum to the shores of the ocean, in order to achieve the work which his greater namesake had attempted, the conquest of Britain. This project was suggested to him by Adminius, a fugitive prince of that island, who had sought refuge with the Romans. The large army which Gaius had connected reached the Bononia (the northern Bononia is now Boulogne, as the southern Bononia is Bologna) of the north, otherwise called Gessoriacum, expecting to take ship there. But one day they were ordered to form in line along the shore, in full battle array, and Gaius, who reviewed his troops from a trireme, suddenly issued a command to pile arms and pick shells. The soldiers filled their helmets with the shells which were regarded as spoils of the sea, and sent to Rome in token of the great victory won by the emperor over the ocean and the island of the ocean. It is quite conceivable that this extraordinary caricature of a British expedition was actually enacted by the eccentric emperor, but it is also possible that the story may be a fictitious parody of a genuine expedition which came to nothing. Before he returned to Rome in order to celebrate there with unheard-of magnificence a triumph for his warlike exploits, Gaius visited Castra Vetera and Oppidum Ubiorum on the lower Rhine, and report said that he conceived the monstrous idea of decimating those troops, who, 25 years ago, had by their mutiny caused the flight of his mother Agrippina when he was an infant in her arms. The tale probably rests on some jest which the emperor let fall, in his bantering manner, and which was taken up as serious. His entry into Rome, August 31, 40 A.D., took the form of an ovation, not a triumph, as he proposed. For the senate, uncertain what his real wishes were, had not ventured to decree him a triumph until the last moment, and Gaius, filled with resentment, refused their tardy offer. "I am coming," he said, "but not for the senate. I am coming for the knights and people, who alone deserve my presence. For the senate, I will be neither prince nor a citizen, but an imperator and a conqueror." From the moment of his return the emperor threw off all the remaining disguises which cloaked the monarchy, and all the fictions of liberty. He appeared in the undisguised character of an eastern autocrat. Instead of entering Rome as a citizen, he entered in the garb of an imperator, and it is said that he would have assumed the diadem, if he had not thought himself superior to the kings of the East who wore it. The cruelties and excesses of the new tyranny, which exceeded what had been hitherto experienced, necessarily led to conspiracies. A plot, in which Anicius Cerealis, who will meet us again in a subsequent Principate, took part, was detected, and the senate decreed that the emperor should occupy a seat in the curia, elevated so high that no conspirator could reach him. Fear of his life made Gaius doubly cruel, and yet the nobles, instead of striking a blow for their freedom, tried to save themselves by civility to the worthless favourites and delators. Such was the freedman Protogenes, who carried about with him 2 tablets, called Sword and Dagger, on which the names were inscribed of those who were marked out for death by execution or assassination. To what a pass the spirit of the senate had descended is illustrated by the fate of Scribonius Proculus. One day, when Protogenes entered the curia, and the senators pressed forward to shake hands with him, he cried to Proculus, who was among them, "What, darest thou, the enemy of Caesar, to salute me?" The word was hardly spoken when the fathers fell upon their brother senator, and stabbed him to death with their styles. From such men the tyrant thought he had little to fear. Financial difficulties drove the emperor at length into imposing a number of new taxes on Italy and Rome, and these measures deprived him of any vestige of popularity that he still enjoyed with the populace on account of the shows with which he amused them. In January 41 A.D., he imposed a tax on imports at the Italian harbours and at the gates of the Italian cities, including Rome. He ordained a fee of 2.5 per cent. For persons suing in the courts of law. He established an income tax, which was levied even on prostitutes. He seems also to have resorted to the device of debasing the currency. A feeling of hostility grew up between the people and their ruler, and it is said that Gaius, disgusted at the symptoms of his unpopularity, expressed the wish, "Would that the Roman people had only one neck." But from these new imposts men had not long to suffer. A conspiracy was formed among the praetorian officers, in which Cassius Chaerea, who owed a personal grudge to the Emperor, and Sabinus, both tribunes of the praetorian guards, took the most active part. L. Annius Vinicianus and some of the imperial freedmen were also implicated. The blow was struck on the 24th of January, 41 A.D., just as Gaius was making preparations for a campaign of extortion in the rich province of Egypt. The assassination was accomplished by Chaerea and his fellows in the vaulted corridor which connected the palace with the Circus Maximus, through which Gaius was passing to see the horse races. The conspirators succeeded in escaping from the swords of the German bodyguards, and the corpse of Gaius was hastily interred in the Lamian gardens. At a later period it was exhumed and cremated by the sisters whom he had banished. At his death Gaius was only 30 years old. Section 3. Provincial government. The Jews. If the Principate of Gaius was a reaction on that of Tiberius in domestic policy, so too in provincial affairs he aimed at altering the arrangements of his predecessor. Tiberius had deposed Antiochus of Commagene and made that district a province. Gaius restored it to the deposed king's son, Antiochus IV. Epiphanes Magnus increased it by the Cilician coast, and restored 100 million sesterces, the confiscated property of his father. Agrippa, whom Tiberius had imprisoned, received the tetrarchy of his uncle, Philip II., who had recently died, and in addition Abilene. 2 years later he induced the emperor to depose Antipas and his wife Herodias, the rulers of Samaria, and send them into exile on the ground of treason. Samaria was given to Agrippa, who thus united under his sceptre the lands which had formed the kingdom of Herod the Great, with the exception of the province Judea. In Thrace a Roman officer had governed the inheritance of Cotys since 19 A.D. Gaius restored it to Rhoemetalces, son of Cotys, and increased the realm by the rest of Thrace, which had belonged to another Rhoemetalces, the son of Rhascuporis. The younger brothers of the restored Rhoemetalces had been brought up with Gaius himself in Italy, and were related through their mother Antonia Tryphania with his own grandmother Antonia. He therefore provided them also with kingdoms. To Polemo he gave Pontus Polemoniacus, and to Cotys Lesser Armenia. Another appointment made by Gaius at the same time, 38 A.D., was that of the Arabian Scaemus to the throne of Iturea. But while he restored dependent kingdoms in the east, he pulled down a dependent kingdom in the west. Ptolemy, king of Mauretania, was summoned to Rome and executed, in order that his treasures might replenish the emperor's coffers. It was contemplated to divide Mauretania into 2 provinces, Caesariensis and Tingitana, and this arrangement was afterwards carried out. Gaius also made an administrative change in the neighbouring provinces of Africa and Numidia. Africa was the only senatorial province in which a legion was stationed under the command of the governor. Gaius removed this anomaly by consigning the legion to an imperial legatus, who was also entrusted with civil functions in Numidia, while the powers of the proconsul were confined to the administration of civil affairs in Africa Vetus. The claim of the emperor to receive adoration as a god led to disturbances among the Jews, both in Judea and at Alexandria. In 38 B.C. Herod Agrippa visited Alexandria on the way to his new kingdom. His appearance in the streets in royal state led to an anti-Jewish demonstration among the non-Jewish population, and the prefect of Egypt, Abilius Flaccus, with a zeal which proved unlucky for himself, seized the opportunity to require that the Jews, whom they detested, should set up statues of the emperor in their synagogues. When the Jews refused to submit to such an abomination, their fellow citizens drove them into one quarter of the town, and destroyed their dwellings throughout the rest. Many of them were slain in the tumult. But Flaccus, who had also issued an edict forbidding the Jews to keep the Sabbath, paid the penalty of his wrongdoing. He was immediately superseded, and sent as a prisoner to Rome by Bassus, who succeeded him. The Jews, however, had only a short respite. When Gaius began to claim divine worship from all his subjects, he would not brook the solitary refusal of the Jews. It was expected that a decree would go forth, ordaining that the imperial image should be set up in all synagogues, and with a view to avert, if possible, such a calamity, the Jews of Alexandria sent an embassy to appeal directly to the Emperor, 40 A.D. The details of this embassy have come down to us from the pen of the most distinguished of the ambassadors, the learned philosopher Philo. At the same time the Alexandrians sent a counter-embassy to thwart the Jews. When they arrived on the coast of Campania, the tidings met them that orders had just been issued to Petronius, the governor of Judea, to set up a colossal statue of the Emperor in the Holy of Holies at Jerusalem. Gaius was at this time engaged in transforming the house and gardens of the Lamius into a royal residence, and the rival embassies from Alexandria were summoned thither. They found him hurrying about from room to room, surrounded by architects and workmen, to whom he was giving directions, and they were compelled to follow in his train. Stopping to address the Jews, he asked, "Are you the god-haters who deny my divinity, which all the world acknowledges?" The Alexandrian envoys hastened to put in their word. "Lord and master, these Jews alone have refused to sacrifice for your safety." "Nay, Lord Gaius," said the Jews, "it is a slander. We sacrificed for you not once but thrice, first when you assumed the empire, then when you recovered from your sickness, and again for your success against the Germans." "Yes," observed Gaius, "you sacrificed for me, not to me." And thereupon he hurried to another room, the Jews trembling, and their rivals jeering, as in a play. The next remark he addressed to them was, "Pray, why do ye not eat pork?" Finally he dismissed them with the observation, "Men who deem me no god are after all more unlucky than guilty." The embassy of Philo and his fellows was a failure. Gaius was resolved to impose his worship on the Jews, and his orders to Petronius were confirmed. The rebellion of Judea seemed inevitable, when the death of the mad tyrant averted the sacrilege from the temple of Jerusalem. End of chapter 14, sections 2 and 3.
Chapter 15, Section 1 of H.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bucknell Bury. Chapter 15. The Principate of Claudius, Section 1. Accession and Character of Claudius. Gaius Caesar was the first of a long list of Roman emperors, who were destined to fall by the hands of assassins. His death led to a serious crisis, for the conspirators had acted without a thought of what was to come, and no one was marked out to step into the place of the murdered emperor. Augustus had formally selected Tiberius as his successor, and conferred on him the tribunician power. Tiberius had practically selected Gaius by his testament, but Gaius had not either conferred a share of the imperial prerogatives on any one or made a will. Thus it seemed open to the Senate and the Roman people to put into practice the constitutional theory that the empire was elective. As soon as the assassination became known, the consuls Sentius, Saturninus, and Pomponius Secundus ordered the urban cohorts to post themselves in various parts of the city, and immediately called together the Senate to deliberate on what was to be done. The fathers met in the temple of Capitoline Jupiter, and not as usual in the Curia Julia, as though in his building they would have been under their influence of the Julian name. They were unanimous in denouncing the tyrannical rule of Gaius, in abolishing his unpopular taxes, and in promising a donative to the soldiers. But they were divided on the more momentous question as to the future of the state. Some held that the free republic should be restored and the constitution of the Caesars abolished; others voted that the Principate should continue, but in another family, and there were not wanting candidates for the supreme place. They could come to no agreement, but before they separated a decree was passed in honour of Cassius Chaera and the other conspirators, and the watchword given by the consuls to the city cohorts was Libertas. Chaerea then sent an officer to put to death the Empress Caesonia and her infant daughter. But the solution of the difficulty did not rest with the Senate. The Praetorian Guards had already determined that the empire was not to be abolished, and who the next emperor was to be. In the confusion which followed the assassination, some of these soldiers had rushed into the palace in search of plunder, and had discovered, hidden behind a curtain, in fear of his life, Claudius, the son of Drusus and brother of Germanicus. They greeted him with the title Imperator, and carried him off to the Praetorian camp. The restoration of the Republic would have meant the dissolution of the guards, and they were naturally resolved to hinder it. Claudius wavered before accepting the dignity which was thus thrust upon him, and of which he had perhaps never dreamed. But the insistence of the soldiers, the voice of the people who gathered round the Senate on the following morning, and the counsels of Herod Agrippa, who went to and fro between the Senate and the camp, determined him to yield, and he promised the guards, when they took the oath of allegiance, a donative of 15,000 sesterces £120 each. He was the first of the Caesars who bought the fidelity of the soldiers by a donative. It would have been useless for the Senate to attempt to struggle against the will of the Praetorians, even if the urban cohorts had continued to support it, but these went over to the other side. Claudius was then conducted to the palace by the Praetorians, and he ordered the Senate to come to him there. The senators did not dare to refuse. Only the conspirators Chaerea and Sabinus held out, and protested against the replacement of a madman by an idiot. The usual decrees were passed conferring the imperial powers upon Claudius, the first, but by no means the last Roman emperor, who was elected by the will of the Praetorian Guards. Chaerea and others of the conspirators were immediately executed. Sabinus was pardoned, but killed himself by falling on his sword, having declared that he could not survive the accession of another Caesar. For all the other acts of the short interregnum a general pardon was proclaimed. But the assassination of his nephew had made a deep impression on Claudius, and he adopted the practice of keeping guards continually posted round his person, even when he sat at table. All persons who were admitted to the imperial apartments were searched before they entered. The new emperor, Tiberius Claudius Nero Germanicus, was born at Lugudunum on the day on which the temple of Augustus and Rome was dedicated there by his father, 10 B.C. He was thus about 50 years of age when he came to the throne. He had always been regarded and treated by his family as half an imbecile, but his defects seem to have been physical rather than mental. His constitution was weak, his hands trembled, he halted on one leg, and his speech was thick. Labouring under these disadvantages, he was neglected by his mother, who described him as a monster and left to the care of servants. His grandmother Livia ignored him. Augustus indeed recognized that he was not such a fool as he seemed, but slighted him, deeming him worthy of no higher dignity than an augurate, and leaving him only a very small bequest in his will. Tiberius treated him with undisguised contempt, and seeing no hope of a public career, Claudius retired to the country, devoted himself to literature, and amused himself with the society of low people. Under his nephew Gaius he was promoted to the dignity of the consulship, and thereby entered the senatorial rank. But his wanton kinsman forced him to submit to all kinds of indignities and insults. He was slighted in the curia, and at the court was the butt of the Emperor's rollicking companions. The senate selected him as the head of a deputation to Gaius in Gaul, and on that occasion he was ducked in the river Rhone. He was created priest to Gaius as Jupiter Latiaris, and ruined by the enormous expenses which devolved upon him in that capacity. Yet as Gaius had no children, the more far-sighted, like Herod Agrippa, saw that Claudius might one day be a candidate for empire, and took care to maintain friendly relations with him. He wrote 3 large historical works: a history of the Etruscans in 20 books, a history of the Carthaginians in 8 books, and a history of the Roman state since the battle of Actium in 41 books. He also wrote his own biography in 8 books, a defence of Cicero against the censures of Asinius Gallus, a treatise on dice playing, and a Greek comedy. The Etruscan and Carthaginian histories were also written in Greek. He studied grammar, and attempted to enrich the Latin alphabet by 3 new letters, which however did not survive his reign. But though he was armed with antiquarian lore, he had little judgment in applying it, and the circumstances of his early life did not tend to make him practical. Yet it was a gross misrepresentation to say that he was half-witted. When he came to the throne, he surprised all by showing considerable talent for administration, as well as a genuine anxiety for the welfare of the state. He was a weak-minded pedant, and lived under the influence of his wives and his freedmen, but he was far from being an imbecile. He and James I. of England, to whom he was aptly been compared, are the 2 notorious examples of pedants on the throne. They were alike also in their ungainly figures, coarse manners, and want of personal dignity. The face of Claudius, as represented in his busts, was handsome, and has a look of pain or weariness which gives it a certain interest. Claudius did not belong, strictly speaking, to the house of the Caesars. He had not been transferred into the Julian gens, like his uncle Tiberius and his brother Germanicus. When therefore he adopted the name Caesar, it was in strictness no longer a family name, but an imperial title. Yet Claudius had been so closely associated with the family of the Caesars, that his assumption of the Julian cognomen may have hardly seemed an innovation. The Claudius and Julians had been so closely connected since the marriage of Augustus and Livia, that they were almost regarded as a single house. It was the policy of Claudius to emphasize his connection with Augustus. He caused the divine honours, which Tiberius had refused, to be granted to his grandmother Livia Augusta. His position was perhaps further strengthened by his marriage with Valeria Messalina, who was a descendant of Octavia, the sister of Augustus. Their daughter Octavia was intended to be the bride of Junius Silanus, who was a great-great-grandson of Augustus, and his other daughter, Antonia, by a former wife, was affianced to Centurion Pompeius Magnus, who was connected through his parents with several distinguished families. The reign of Claudius was marked by a reaction against that of Gaius, as that of Gaius had been marked by a reaction against that of Tiberius. The new emperor showed himself clement and moderate. The acts of Gaius were annulled, the estates which he had confiscated were restored to their owners, and the statues of which he had robbed the temples of Greece and Asia were sent back to their homes. Exiles and prisoners who were suffering under the charge of treason were pardoned, and Julia and Agrippina, the nieces of the emperor, were recalled from the banishment to which they had been condemned by their brother. The New Year's presents, which Gaius had demanded from his subjects, were forbidden, and the Emperor accepted the inheritance of no man who had relatives. But the aristocrats were not at first contented with the rule of one whom they had been taught to regard with a pitying contempt. The fate of Gaius showed how easy it was to overthrow an emperor, and there were not wanting aspirants to this supreme power. A conspiracy was formed to strike down Claudius and set in his place Annius Vinicianus, a prominent senator. The movement was supported by Furius Camillus Scribonianus, governor of Dalmatia, who undertook to march into Italy at the head of the 2 legions under his command, and sent a message of insolent defiance to Claudius, who was so terrified that he thought of resigning the empire. But the soldiers refused to follow their commander when he announced his intention, and he was forced to fly to one of the islands off the coast to escape their anger. The legions, the 7th and the 11th, were rewarded for their loyalty, and a decree of the Senate conferred upon each the titles of Claudian Pious Faithful. The chief conspirators were punished by death or committed suicide. End of chapter 15, section 1.
Chapter 15, section 2 and 3 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Student's Roman Empire by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 15, section 2 and 3. Section 2. Administration of Claudius. Claudius endeavoured to model his statesmanship on that of Augustus. He set himself to restore the relations of cordiality which had subsisted between Senate and Princeps under the first emperor. The division of power between them was strictly maintained, and Claudius was prompted by his passion for antiquity to preserve the dignity of the Senate. He reserved for members of the ancient order special seats in the Circus Maximus. The influence of the Senate was also increased by the rivalry which existed between the freedmen and the wives of the emperor, each party seeking a support in the authority of the Senate. The list of the order had not been revised since the reign of Augustus, and Claudius undertook the unpopular task, which his 2 predecessors had omitted. The task was necessary, but like most things which Claudius did, he performed it in a manner which excited ridicule. Instead of simply assuming censorial power, he revived the office of censor, a title which Augustus had avoided, and held a lustrum. His colleague in the office was L. Vitellius. The act was harmless, but it seemed to savour of the antiquarian on the throne. And when the zealous censor issued 50 edicts in one day, there was matter for jest in Rome. But useful business was done. Many new members were admitted into the Senate, and the equestrian order was also revised. Claudius showed that he had not forgotten the land of his birth, by paying the way for extending the honorium to the 3 Gauls, so far as they already possessed the civitas sine suffragio. Natives of Gallia Narbonensis, of Spain and Africa, had already been admitted to the Senate and the magistracies. Claudius extended the privilege to the Aedui, who as the first Gallic allies of Rome were called the brothers of the Roman people. This mark of favour came fitly from the son of Drusus, the brother of Germanicus, and the conqueror of Britain. The speech which Claudius pronounced on this occasion before the Senate was characteristic of the man. 2 considerable fragments of it have been preserved on bronze tablets, which were dug up at Lyons, and we can judge from these remains that the oration was long and rambling, displaying knowledge of the ancient history of Rome, which bore very little on the matter in hand, and illustrating that want of sense of proportion which made even the best acts of Claudius seem a little absurd. After a long and tedious historical disquisition, he suddenly breaks out in an address to himself which is simply grotesque. But it is high time for thee, Tiberius Caesar Germanicus, to unfold to the conscript fathers the aim of thy discourse. Like Augustus, Claudius was specially empowered by the senate, in the year of his censorship, to increase the number of patrician families, which were gradually dwindling, with a view to the conservation of religious ceremonies. This was a work thoroughly congenial to the spirit of the antiquarian sovereign. He also received powers to enlarge the Pomoerium, so as to include the Aventine hill, which had hitherto lain outside the limits of the city in its narrower sense. As an imitator of Augustus and a student of Etruscan archaeology, he naturally made the maintenance of religion a special care, and did away with the oriental rites which had come into practice at the court in the reign of Gaius. The Jews were tolerated in Rome until their seditions caused him to expel them again, as they had been expelled by Tiberius. In the 800th year of the city, which fell in this reign, 47 A.D., Claudius as Pontifex Maximus celebrated the Ludi Seculares, though they had been celebrated 63 years before by Augustus. He founded a college of 60 haruspices for the official maintenance of Etruscan auguries. But in his zeal for religion he did not neglect the dictates of worldly wisdom, and limited the number of holidays, which interfered with the course of business. Claudius also imitated his great model in devoting himself assiduously to the administration of justice. He used to sit patiently, hour after hour, through tedious judicial investigations in the open forum, or in the Basilica Julia. But while we may recognize his good intentions, it is doubtful whether such personal activity of a sovereign in administering justice is not more harmful than beneficial. He annulled the laws of treason, suppressed the practice of delation, and promised that no Roman citizen should be submitted to the pain of torture. He did away with the innovation introduced by Gaius, that slaves might give evidence against their masters. In connection with these measures, which were designed to preserve the dignity of the Roman citizen, it may be mentioned that he meted out strict punishment to those who claimed the franchise on false pretenses. He also regulated marriages between free women and slaves, and defined the legal position of their children as servile. Some important administrative changes were made in the reign of Claudius. Judicial authority was committed to the procurators, who managed the affairs of the fiscus in the provinces. Thus, suits concerning fiscal debts were withdrawn from the ordinary tribunals, but those who were not satisfied with the award of the imperial procurator could appeal to the Emperor. Claudius also made new arrangements for the administration of the agrarium. It will be remembered that Augustus had transferred this treasury from the urban quaestors to 2 praetores aerarii. Claudius restored it to the quaestors, but with a modification of the old arrangement. The 2 treasurers were selected from the quaestors, not by lot but by the choice of the Emperor, and they held office for 3 years, under the title of quaestores aerarii Saturni, 44 A.D. The tendency to return to old constitutional forms was also manifested in the revival of the legislative power of the comitia of the people. Some of the laws of Claudius took the form of plebiscita, but it was the unpractical experiment of an antiquarian, and all his important legislation took the form of senatus consulta. His reign was distinguished by the execution of works of public utility. He completed the aqueduct which had been begun by Gaius and left unfinished, and from him it derived the name of Aqua Claudia. A much greater work was the construction of the Portus Romanus. When Claudius came to the throne, the public granaries were empty, and Rome was threatened with a famine. The immediate necessity was relieved by extending privileges to private trade in corn, but the scarcity continued, and one of the chief and abiding causes was the want of a good haven close to Rome. The mouth of the Tiber was silted up with sand, and the corn ships from Egypt were obliged to anchor at Puteoli. Claudius supplied this great want by making a new haven, a little above the well-nigh deserted port of Ostia, and connected with the river by an artificial channel. This haven was formed by 2 immense moles built out into the sea, and a lighthouse was erected at the entrance. This undertaking involved a large outlay, but it was of great and permanent utility. A still vaster enterprise was the draining of the Fucine Lake in the land of the Marsi, but the cost and the labour were not recompensed by the results. The agriculture of the Marsians suffered constantly from the swelling of the waters of the lake, and Claudius undertook to hinder this calamity by constructing a tunnel 3 miles in length through Monte Solviano to carry away the overflow into the river Liris. The work of 30,000 men for 11 years, 41 to 51 A.D., was spent on this design, but the tunnel did not prove permanently efficient, like that which drained the Alban lake. Claudius celebrated the completion of the work by a mimic naval battle on the lake, like one which Augustus had exhibited in an artificial basin in the Transtiberine suburb of Rome, but on a much larger scale. Claudius equipped vessels of 3 and 4 banks of oars, with 19,000 men. He lined the shores of the lake with a continuous platform of rafts to prevent the galley slaves from escaping, but full space was left for the operations of a sea fight. Divisions of praetorian cohorts and cavalry were posted on the rafts, with a breastwork in front of them, from which they could direct missiles against any of the naval gladiators who tried to escape. An immense multitude of people, both from Rome and the neighbouring towns, had gathered, both to see the wondrous spectacle and to show their respect for the Emperor, and the banks, the slopes, and the hilltops were crowded with spectators, so that the scene resembled a vast theatre. The Emperor, dressed in a splendid military cloak, paludamentum, and his wife Agrippina, also wearing a military cloak, presided. Though the combatants were condemned criminals, they fought bravely, and when much blood had been shed, they were allowed to separate. The story is told that when they saluted Claudius with the words Ave Imperator, morituri te salutant, Hail Emperor, men doomed to die greet thee, he answered with aut non, or not, doomed to die, and they taking the words as a pardon, refused to fight. Claudius at first thought of having them all massacred, but afterwards, going round in person, induced them to fight by threats and exhortations. Section 3. The provinces under Claudius. The gradual elevation of the provinces to a political equality with Italy is one of the features of the imperial period. The extension of the jus honorum to Gaul, which has been already mentioned, was an important step in this direction, and the reign of Claudius was marked by a tendency to bestow the Roman citizenship on provincial communities. He was ridiculed, in a humorous satire written after his death by the philosopher Seneca, for having resolved to see all the Greeks, Gauls, Spaniards, and Britons dressed in the Roman toga. He introduced many changes in the administration of the subject lands, both the provinces and the dependent kingdoms. In the north the empire gained a new province by the conquest of Britain, which will be recounted in another chapter, and this led to an increase of the army by 2 new legions. The praetorian cohorts were also increased in this reign from 9 to 12. Mauretania had to be conquered anew at the other extremity of the empire. The inhabitants had rushed to arms after the execution of their king Ptolemy, under the leadership of Edmon, one of his freedmen. The governor, Publius Gabinius, was not equal to coping with the rebellion, but his successor, C. Suetonius Paulinus, who became famous afterwards by his campaign in Britain, crossed Mount Atlas and went as far south as the river Gir, reducing the Maurusian tribes, 42 A.D. This expedition, however, was not decisive, and the struggle seems to have lasted until 45 A.D., when Lucius Galba, who was afterwards emperor, became proconsul of Africa, and Cn. Hosidius Geta commanded in Numidia. When order was restored, chiefly through the energy of Geta, Mauretania was divided into 2 provinces, separated by the river Matua. The western was distinguished as Tingitana, from the town Tingi; the eastern as Caesariensis, from the town Jol Caesarea. Each was governed by a procurator, but in case of necessity they were united under the authority of a legatus. Another change in the western half of the empire was the enlargement of the little prefecture of the Cottian Alps, and the elevation of its prefect, Julius Cottius, to the rank of king. Claudius conquered Britain, but he did not essay the other enterprise which had once seemed expedient for the protection of Gaul. He did not try to repeat the conquest of Germany, which had busied his father Drusus and his brother Germanicus. There was, however, in his reign some fighting beyond the Rhine. Domitius Corbulo, an able soldier, the rival of Suetonius Paulinus, was appointed legatus of Lower Germany. He was the half-brother of Caesonia, the wife of Gaius, in whose reign he had been entrusted with the task of inspecting the condition of the roads in Italy. On reaching the Rhine, he set himself to check the piracy which had been practised in recent years by the German peoples along the coast of the North Sea. He punished the Frisians, who had refused to pay the stipulated tribute, and made an expedition against the Chauci (47 A.D.), who had dared to make incursions into the lower province. But as he was about to establish a fortress in the land of that people, he received orders from the Emperor to desist from his undertaking, and leave the Chauci to themselves. The enemies of Corbulo had represented that he was only seeking his own glory. But in any case, it was the policy of the government at this time to keep the Germans in order by diplomacy rather than by arms. Thus the Cherusci, who had degenerated since the days of Arminius, besought the Emperor to provide them with a chief. Claudius sent Italicus, the son of Flavus and the nephew of Arminius. For a time the youth was popular, but he soon became suspected and disliked on account of his Roman manners, and had great difficulty in maintaining his position. This was just what Rome desired. It was her policy to promote discord and dissension among the Germans. Corbulo returned to his province disgusted and disappointed. How happy were the Roman commanders in old days, he is reported to have murmured when he received the imperial command. As the soldiers were not to fight, he employed them in the task of cutting a great canal, connecting the Mosa (Maas) with the northern branch of the Rhine, parallel to the coast. This supplied the place of a road, and has lasted till the present day, running from Rotterdam to Leyden. The reign of Claudius was also distinguished in the history of the Rhine lands by the elevation of the Oppidum Ubiorum to the rank of a military colony, 50 A.D., Colonia Claudia Agrippinensis, called after his fourth wife, the Empress Agrippina, who was born there. Colonia, as it was simply called, and is still called so in the form of Cologne or Koln, became an important centre of Roman civilization. It is possible that another illustrious Roman colony, Augusta Treverorum, Trier, on the Mosel, was also founded under the auspices of Claudius. One work which had been begun by his father it devolved upon him to complete. This was the great road connecting Italy with the upper Danube, passing over the Brenner Alps, the Via Claudia Augusta. There were also hostilities in the upper province during the reign of Claudius. It was found necessary to make an expedition against the Chatti, and the last of the 3 eagles lost by Varus was on this occasion recovered. Some years later, 50 A.D., predatory bands of Chatti invaded the province, which was then governed by Publius Pomponius Secundus. He ordered the Vangiones and the Nemetes, tribes which dwelled on the left bank of the Rhine about Borbetomagus, Worms, and Noviomagus, Speyer, along with the auxiliary cavalry, to intercept the retreat of the invaders and attack them while they were dispersed. The troops were divided into 2 columns. One of these cut off the plunderers on their return, when after a carouse they were heavy with sleep, and some survivors of the disaster of Varus were delivered from captivity. The other column inflicted greater loss on the foe in a regular battle, and returned laden with spoil to Mount Taunus, where Pomponius was waiting with his legions. The triumphal ornaments were decreed to Pomponius, who, however, was more celebrated for his poems than for his military achievements. On the Pannonian frontier, Claudius was called upon to intervene in the affairs of the Suevi. After the overthrow of Maroboduus, Vannius had been recognised as king of the Suevic realm, which included Bohemia in the land of the Marcomanni, and also the modern Moravia in the land of the Quadi. For about 30 years Vannius reigned in great prosperity, popular with his countrymen, whom he enriched by plunder and the tribute of subject tribes. But long possession made him a tyrant, and domestic hatred, combined with the enmity of neighbouring peoples, proved his ruin. In 50 A.D. a plot was formed for his overthrow by his nephews Vangio and Sido, who were supported by Vibilius, king of the Hermunduri, a people who lived west of Bohemia. Claudius declined to send Roman troops to protect his vassal, and would only promise a safe refuge to Vannius in case he were expelled. But he instructed Palpellius Hister, the legatus of Pannonia, to have his legions with some chosen auxiliaries posted along the banks of the Danube (as a rule their station was on the Drave), to be a support to Vannius if he were conquered, and a terror to the conquerors. The enemies of Vannius were supported by an immense force of Lugii, a Suevic tribe which probably dwelt in modern Silesia. To oppose this large force, Vannius had obtained some cavalry from the Jazyges, a Sarmatian race who lived between the Danube and the Theiss, to support his own infantry. He wished to protract the war by maintaining himself in fortresses, but the Jazyges, who could not endure a siege, brought on an engagement. Vannius was compelled to come down from his forts, and was defeated. He then fled to the Roman fleet on the Danube, and grants of land in Pannonia were assigned to him and his followers. Vangio and Sido divided his kingdom, and remained loyal to Rome. In the east, the list of provinces was augmented by the conversion of the kingdom of Thrace into a province governed by a procurator, 46 A.D. The free confederation of the cities of Lycia was also abolished and that country united to the province of Pamphylia, 43 A.D. This measure led to the complete Hellenization of Lycia. Macedonia and Achaia, which Tiberius had placed under the common control of an imperial legatus, were restored by Claudius to the senate, and again governed by praetorian proconsuls. Now that Mcesia was separately administered, they were girt round by a chain of frontier provinces which secured them against hostile inroads, so that they could be safely entrusted to the senate. The affairs of the small dependent kingdoms in the east were ordered anew. Antiochus IV. Was restored to the throne of Commagene, which Gaius had given him and then capriciously taken away. Special attention was attracted to the kingdom of Bosporus and the northeastern shores of the Euxine. The history of these regions is so little known that the glimpse of them which we get now is welcome. In 41 A.D. Claudius transferred the kingdom of Bosporus, which Gaius had bestowed on Polemo, to a certain Mithridates, who claimed to be descended from the great opponent of Rome, and Polemo received some districts in Cilicia as a compensation. But a few years later, 45 A.D., he was deposed, for what reason is unknown, and his brother, a youth named Cotys, was set up in his stead and at first supported by a considerable Roman force under Aulus Didius Gallus, who was probably governor of Moesia. When the Romans departed, leaving only a few cohorts under a knight named Julius Aquila, Mithridates saw his opportunity. Collecting a band of men, who were exiles like himself, he overthrew the king of the Dandaridae, a people which dwelled under the Hypanis, the Cuban, and established himself as ruler over them. Cotys and Aquila were alarmed at the prospect of an invasion by Mithridates at the head of the Dandarids, especially as the Siraci, another obscure people of those regions, had assumed a hostile attitude. Accordingly they sought the alliance of Eunones, king of the Aorsi, another race whose exact home is uncertain. It was resolved to anticipate the designs of the dethroned king of Bosphorus by attacking him in his new Dandarid realm. The army of Cotys consisted of the Roman cohorts, native Bosporan troops, and cavalry supplied by Eunones. Mithridates, having no adequate forces to oppose to this attack, was defeated, and Soza, the town of Dandarica, was occupied by the invaders. The victors then proceeded against the Siraci and laid siege to their town, named Uspe, which was built on high ground and also fortified by art. The place was easily taken, and the inhabitants, although they had offered submission, were massacred. After the fall of Uspe, the king of the Siraci deserted the cause of Mithridates and prostrated himself before the image of the emperor. The Romans were very proud of this expedition. They had advanced within 3 days' journey to the banks of the Tanais, which in their geography was regarded as one of the limits of the known world. But as they returned by sea, some ships were wrecked on the shores of the Tauri, and the barbarians slew one of the prefects and some of the soldiers. For Mithridates it only remained to throw himself on the mercy of some protector. Not trusting his brother Cotys, and there being no Roman officer of influence on the spot, he gave himself up to Eunones, king of the Aorsi. Eunones undertook his cause, and sent envoys to Claudius, begging mercy for the captive. After some hesitation, the emperor decided on exercising clemency. Mithridates was conducted to Rome, and is said to have spoken bold words in the imperial presence. "I have returned to you of my own free will. If you do not believe it, let me go, and look for me." The fate of Mithridates is uncertain, but he was probably kept, like Maroboduus, in some Italian city. But the most important change was the restoration of the kingdom of Herod. Judea, which since his death had been governed by a Roman procurator, was given along with Samaria to his grandson Agrippa, who had played a prominent part in securing the accession of Claudius. This change was at least as much a matter of policy as a reward to Agrippa. It was intended to soothe the bad feeling against the Roman government which had been stirred up among the Jews under the reign of Gaius. 2 edicts were issued, according, first to the Jews of Alexandria, and then to the Jews of the whole empire, the free exercise of their worship. Agrippa was very popular with the Jews, and he was also popular with the Greeks. At Jerusalem he was a Jew, at Caesarea he was a Gentile. On 2 occasions the governor of Syria, Bibius Marsus, was obliged to interfere with his policy, in 42 A.D. to prevent him from fortifying the new town of Jerusalem, and in the following year to put a stop to a suspicious congress of kings, Antiochus of Commagene, Cotys of Little Armenia, Sampsigerum of Emesa, Pauleno of Pontus, who had assembled at Tiberius to meet Agrippa. But the restored kingdom of Judea was of short duration. Agrippa died, eaten up of worms, in 44 A.D., and his son, who was kept as a hostage at Rome, was not deemed competent to succeed him. Judea was placed again under the government of a procurator, but to assuage the discontent of the Jews and prevent disturbances, the nomination of the high priest and the administration of the treasure of the temple were not assigned to him, but to King Herod of the Syrian Chalkis, a brother of Agrippa. At this time Judea was much disturbed by brigands as well as by the fanatical hatred of the Jews against the pagans, and the constant interference of the governor of Syria was required. The administration of Judea was one of the most difficult problems that the Romans had to deal with, and they committed the error of not stationing sufficiently large military forces in that province. In 53 A.D., Claudius granted immunity from tribute to the island of Kos, as a personal favour to his physician Xenophon, who belonged to the Asclepiadae, a family of medical priests who lived in that island. The emperor made one of his characteristic speeches in the Senate, going into the ancient history of the Coans, and then letting out the true motive of his proposal by mentioning Xenophon, their distinguished countryman. About the same time, tribute was remitted for 5 years to Byzantium, which had suffered severely from the Bosphorus war and from disturbances in Thrace when that country was made a province. The history of the war in Armenia must be reserved for another chapter. It may be asked how far the administration of the empire was guided by the mind of Claudius, and how far the measures of his reign were due to his advisers. On this it is impossible to speak with certainty. There is a curious contrast between his rather ridiculous personality and the not inconsiderable positive results of his reign. However much he owed to his able counsellors, it is certain that he impressed many of his measures with his personal stamp. If he was weak-minded, easily influenced by women and freedmen, immoderate in sensual indulgence, and fond of wine and gambling, it must not be forgotten that he was well educated. Nor is it fair to blame him for the prominent part which the freedmen of his household played in the administration of the state. It must be remembered that the emperor had neither official ministers nor a regular civil service at his disposal. He was supposed to be his own secretary of state, and his own treasurer, and he was therefore obliged to have recourse to the services of his freedmen for carrying on the business of the state. Augustus himself had depended on freedmen after the death of his advisers Agrippa and Maecenas. Tiberius and Gaius also employed them, but did not admit them to their confidence. They occupied, however, such a position that their influence over a weak-minded princeps was almost a matter of course. This happened in the case of Claudius. He needed counsellors to lean upon, and the freedmen were there at his hand. His most trusted advisers were Narcissus, who held the post of ab epistolis, or secretary; Pallas, who was the a rationibus, or steward and accountant; Callistus, the a libellis, who received all petitions preferred to the emperor; and Polybius, who assisted his master in his studies, and had himself won a place in literature by translating Homer into Latin and Virgil into Greek. These Greeks were well-educated men, capable and versatile, and it would be an error of prejudice to ridicule the government of Claudius as being conducted by a company of menials. They were doubtless far more competent to perform the duties of their offices and to advise the emperor than the officials of equestrian and senatorian rank. But in consequence of their position they were overbearing and avaricious. Having no social position, they sought a compensation in amassing wealth, and their administration was consequently marked by the grossest corruption. They sold appointments to the highest bidders, They compassed the confiscation of the estates of nobles on false or frivolous charges. They extorted bribes by threats. Chapter 15. Sections 2 and 3.
Chapter 15, Section 4 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Vermolligem. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 15, The Principate of Claudius, 41 to 54 A.D., Section 4. Messalina. In these small practices the freedmen were aided and abetted by the Empress Messalina. In his youth Claudius had been betrothed to Aemilia Lepida, daughter of the younger Julia, but the marriage was broken off on account of her mother's misconduct. He lost a second bride, Livia Camilla, through her death on the wedding day, and finally married Plautia Ergelanilla, daughter of Plautius Silvanus, who had distinguished himself in Illyricum. Plautia was repudiated on account of an intrigue with the freedman, and Claudius then married Aelia Paetina, by whom he had one daughter. Aelia was also divorced, but from no serious cause, and about 38 A.D. Claudius took a third wife, as has been already mentioned, Valeria Messalina. This remarkable woman was descended on the father's side from the race of the orator Messala Corvinus, but by her mother, Domitia Lepida, she was connected with the family of the Caesars. Claudius and Lepida were cousins, being both the grandchildren of Antonius the Triumpher and Octavia, the sister of Augustus. The name of Messalina has become proverbial for unblushing sensuality. The tales that have been preserved for vices and orgies bear on them the marks of exaggeration, but there can be no doubt that her conduct was dissolute, and that she exercised an evil influence on the women of Rome. She is said to have carried on criminal intrigues with the emperor's freedmen, especially with Narcissus. It seems certain that she and they combined to hoodwink Claudius. They concealed her love affairs with others, and she concealed their peculations. While Messalina indulged her amorous caprices, Narcissus and Pallas built up such great fortunes that when Claudius once complained of want of money, he was told that he would be rich enough if those two freedmen took him into partnership. The position of Messalina seemed secured by the circumstance that she had borne her husband a son, Tiberius Claudius Germanicus, who afterwards received the name Britannicus in memory of the conquest of Britain. He was born in February, shortly after his father's accession, and this was the first case of a son born to a reigning Caesar. But Claudius declined the proposal to confer either upon his son the title Augustus, or upon the empress that of Augusta. But although Messalina was not raised to the rank which had been held by Livia, she received conspicuous honour by the decree which permitted her to write in the Carpentum, the use of which was still generally restricted to persons holding priestly offices at solemn festivals. A like permission had been already granted to the emperor's mother, Antonia. It has been already stated that Claudius recalled his nieces Julia and Agrippina from exile. Agrippina's husband, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, was dead, and some time after her return she married Crispus Passienus. Julia was espoused to Marcus Vinicius. Both ladies were young and attractive, and as the daughters of Germanicus and sisters of Gaius, they both exercised influence and awakened suspicion at the court of Claudius. Agrippina avoided the dangers which surrounded her, but Julia's marked attentions to her uncle excited the jealousy of Messalina. She was driven again into banishment, and died of starvation. The philosopher Seneca, noted for his wealth as well as for his writings, was banished at the same time to Corsica as a lover of Julia, but strange to say his estates were not confiscated. In the following year, 42 A.D., a far more glaring act of injustice was committed to satisfy the vengeance of Messalina. A distinguished nobleman, Appius Silanus, of the Junian gens, had rejected the licentious advances of the empress, and she determined to destroy him, although he had been recently married to her mother Domitia Lapida. As there was no possible ground of charge against him, Messalina and her accomplice Narcissus devised a curious plot. Narcissus entered the emperor's chamber early one morning, and told in accents of alarm that he had dreamt the previous night that Claudius was murdered by Silanus. Messalina then said that she had been visited by the same dream. Claudius, weak and superstitious, was terrified by the startling coincidence, and before he had time to recover from his fright, Silanus himself appeared, according to an appointment which the emperor had made with him. But Claudius in his bewilderment forgot the appointment, and saw in the sudden appearance of Silanus a confirmation of the suspicions which had been aroused by the dreams. Messalina and Narcissus pressed their advantage, and easily persuaded the deceived emperor to issue an order for the immediate execution of Silanus. If this tale can be trusted, it shows how unscrupulous the empress and freedmen were in compassing their ends, and how completely the emperor was dominated by their influence. Many other conspicuous victims were sacrificed to the jealousy or covetousness of Messalina. Among them was Poppaea Sabina, said to be the most beautiful woman of the day, the wife of Lucius Cornelius Scipio. A real offence was that she tried to fascinate Mnester, a dancer with whom Messalina was in love. But the charge preferred against her was that she committed adultery with Valerius Asiaticus, a nobleman of wealth and influence, who was one of the consuls of the year 47 A.D. He was brought into the trial because Messalina coveted the gardens of Lucullus on the Pincian Hill, which he had inherited. At the same time, he was accused of treasonable designs, and was given no opportunity to defend himself before the Senate. The trial took place privately in the palace, sentence was passed on the accused, and he was allowed to choose his own death. He adopted the manner of suicide, which was then in fashion, and after bathing and supping, cut open his veins and let himself bleed to death. Poppaea put an end to her own life before the trial was concluded. So far the plans of Messalina and those of the freedmen had not clashed. The interests of the latter were not threatened by an intrigue with the dancer Mnester, or by the confiscation of the gardens of Asiaticus. But when she engaged in an intrigue with a Roman noble, Gaius Silius, the case was very different, for such a connection was clearly a menace to the throne. A man in the position of Silius would hardly have suffered himself to be drawn into an intrigue with a woman of Messalina's evil reputation, if he had not been urged by motives of ambition. But the interests of the freedmen were bound up in their master's life, and his overthrow would have almost certainly meant their ruin. They determined that Gaius Silius should not attain to the Principate, and as Messalina refused to listen to their warnings, they brought about her fall, 48 A.D. The empress, infatuated with a new lover, induced him to divorce his wife, and promised to wed him after the death of Claudius, whose weak constitution might not be expected to hold out much longer. But at length Silius, weary of his ambiguous and dangerous position, and apprehensive perhaps of the constancy of his paramour, urged her to consent to the bold step of removing Claudius. He undertook to adopt Britannicus, and promised to reign in his name and as his guardian. Messalina, however, was not anxious to gratify his wishes. She feared that when Silius reached the goal of his ambition, he might spurn her from him on account of her licentiousness. Nevertheless, She felt such pleasure in trampling upon public opinion and outraging morality, that she consented to celebrate a formal marriage with her lover. Claudius was just then about to set forth for Ostia, but before he started, he was assured by diviners that some evil was destined to befall the husband of Messalina. To avert evil from his own head, he was induced to sanction a pretended marriage between his wife and another. Gaius Silius was chosen to be the sham bridegroom. The betrothal took place in the emperor's presence, and he himself signed the marriage contract. He then started for Ostia, but Messalina remained behind on a plea of indisposition, and, incredible as it may seem, celebrated her marriage with Silius with all the customary festivities. It was an anxious moment for the freedmen, Narcissus, Pallas, and Callistus. The destruction of Gaius Silius must at all hazards be effected, and it was necessary to set cautiously to work. The influence which Messalina still possessed had been recently shown by the sentence of death passed on Polybius, who had attempted to interfere between her and her lover. So Narcissus laid a plan to take her unawares, and ensure her fall before she could obtain an interview with her husband. He suborned 2 women, who were intimate with Claudius, to awaken him to the knowledge of his strange situation. Narcissus was then, according to the pre-arranged plot, summoned to the emperor's presence, and confirmed the strange tale of the marriage of Messalina. Did Claudius, he asked, know that he had been divorced by his own wife? That the people, the senate, the soldiers had witnessed the marriage of Silius? Was he still unaware that, unless he acted promptly, the city was in the hands of the husband of Messalina? The emperor could hardly believe the story, but others of the household bore testimony to its truth, and he was urged to hurry back to Rome with all speed and secure himself in the praetorian camp. Utterly bewildered and frightened, Claudius let his counsellors do with him what they would, and on his way back to Rome he kept continually asking, "Am I the emperor? Is Silius a private citizen?" Narcissus distrusted Lucius Gata, one of the 2 prefects of the praetorian guards, as a friend of Messalina. He therefore induced Claudius to commit to himself the command of the guards for a single day. On obtaining the consent of the emperor, he sent orders to Rome that the house of Silius should be occupied, and all who were present arrested. He obtained a seat in the carriage of the emperor, lest the 2 companions of Claudius, Vitellius and Largus, should weaken his resolution. Lucius Vitellius, who had gained distinction in the East under Tiberius, and had worked himself into the favour of Gaius by unscrupulous flattery, carefully abstained from committing himself to an opinion. To the complaint of Claudius he merely said, "How scandalous! How horrible!" leaving the freedman to bear all the responsibility. Meanwhile, in the house of Silius, the empress was celebrating a vintage festival. The grape juice flowed in streams from the wine-presses, and women, arrayed as bacchantes, with skins flung over their shoulders, performed wild dances. Messalina herself brandishing a thyrsus, and Silius, crowned with ivy at her side, strode about in buskins. A note of discord suddenly broke upon the dissolute scene. A physician, one Vettius Valens, had climbed up a high tree, and when they asked him what he saw, he replied in jest, or by some kind of prevision, "A terrible storm coming from Ostia." Presently the news came that Claudius was indeed coming from Ostia, and coming to avenge. The riotous company was instantly scattered. Silius rushed to the forum to hide his fear under the appearance of business. Messalina fled to the gardens of Lucullus. They were hardly gone when the officers sent by Narcissus arrived, and some of the guests, who were slow in making their escape, were arrested. Messalina had no fear that all was lost. She trusted in her power over her husband. She made arrangements that her children Britannicus and Octavia should meet their father, and silently plead their mother's cause, and she prayed Virbidia, the eldest of the Vestal Virgins, to implore the Pontifex Maximus for pardon. Then, having passed through the city on foot, she set forth on the road to Ostia, and was able to find no better conveyance than a cart which was used to carry garden refuse. But all her endeavours failed. Narcissus prevented Claudius from listening to her cries, and the Vestal, when she met the carriage on its entry into Rome, was dismissed with an assurance that the Empress would have an opportunity of defending herself. Claudius visited the house of Silius, and saw in the hall the statue of the culprit's father, which the Senate had ordered to be overthrown, and other sights calculated to increase his indignation. He then proceeded to the camp of the Praetorians, and ascended the tribunal. Silius would not defend himself, and merely asked for a speedy death. He was immediately executed. The same fate befell Vettius Valens and several others who were charged with abetting Silius in his crime. The dancer Mnester was also put to death on account of his intrigue with Messalina, and likewise a young knight named Sextus Montanus, who had been her lover for only one day. In the meantime Messalina had returned to the Lucullan gardens, and did not yet despair. Her mother, Domitia Lepida, who had stood aloof in the days of her prosperity, came to her in the hour of her distress. She urged her daughter to anticipate the stroke of the executioner by a voluntary death. "Life is over," she said. "Nothing remains but an honourable end." But Messalina was fond of life, and she knew the nature of her husband. Claudius, exhausted by his work of retribution, had retired to the palace to dine, and after dinner he sent a message to the poor woman, bidding her come next day and plead her cause. But Narcissus was determined that she should have no chance of pleading, so he immediately ordered a tribune and some centurions to go and slay the criminal, saying, "Such are the Emperor's orders." Messalina, having in vain attempted to pierce herself with the sword, was killed by a blow of the tribune, and the corpse was left to her mother. Claudius, meanwhile, under the influence of wine, had forgotten the events which had just passed, and began to ask why the lady tarried. When they told him that she was dead, he merely called for another cup, and never mentioned her again. The Senate agreed that her name should be effaced from all monuments, and Narcissus received as a reward for his services the insignia of the quaestorship. Such it seems to be the least improbable version of the strange story of the crowning insolence of Messalina and her sudden fall. But the episode of her public marriage with Silius will always remain a perplexing riddle, unless some totally new evidence be discovered. End of Chapter 15, Section 4. Chapter 15, Section 5 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Vermolligen. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnall Bury. Chapter 15. The Principate of Claudius, 41 to 54 A.D. Section 5. Agrippina. Death of Claudius. Messalina had fallen, and the question was, who was to be her successor? On this the freedmen were not unanimous. Narcissus urged that Claudius should take back his second wife, Aelia Paetina, whom he had divorced. Callistus worked in behalf of Lollia Paulina, the divorced wife of the Emperor Gaius. Pallas espoused the cause of Agrippina, the emperor's niece. This remarkable woman, who inherited the ambition without the morality of her mother, had long been scheming to establish an influence over Claudius, who was very susceptible to female fascinations. She aimed at securing the empire for her son Lucius Domitius, and winning for herself such a position as had been held by Livia. It is impossible to know how far she may have been involved in the intrigues connected with the fall of Messalina, but it is probable that she has influenced the verdict of history on the career of her rival. For Agrippina published personal memoirs, in which she revealed the secret history of the palace, and it was almost certainly from these memoirs that the historian Tacitus drew his account of Messalina's wickedness. It may easily be believed that Agrippina highly coloured the story and distorted the truth. The death of her husband Passianus had left her free and wealthy, and she determined to marry her uncle, in spite of the Roman prejudice against such a union. Her charms, supported by the persuasions of Pallas, subdued the weak emperor, and in a few weeks after the death of Messalina, Agrippina exerted over Claudius all the influence of a wife. Before the end of the year 48 A.D., she took the first step in the direction of elevating her son to the throne. He was then 11 years old, but she resolved that, when he came of age, he should marry Octavia, the daughter of Claudius. For this purpose it was necessary to break off the betrothal which existed between Octavia and Lucius Silanus, a great-great-grandson of Augustus. In accomplishing this, Agrippina was assisted by Vitellius, the emperor's colleague in the censorship, who bore a grudge against Silanus and was ready to ruin him. He informed Claudius that Silanus had committed incest with his sister, and the horrified emperor immediately broke off the engagement of his daughter. Silanus, who was a praetor that year, was ordered to lay down his office, and Vitellius, although no longer censor, presumed on his recent tenure of that office to remove the name of Silanus from the list of senators. When this obstacle to the future marriage of Domitius and Octavia was removed, it remained for Agrippina to smooth the way for her own union with Claudius. No precedent in Roman history could be found for marrying a brother's daughter. Such an alliance was regarded as incestuous, and in all matters of religion Claudius was punctiliously scrupulous. The censor who had just expressed his horror at the alleged incest of Silanus shrank from incurring the charge of a similar offence. But here again Vitellius came to the aid of Agrippina. He appeared in the Senate, and delivered a specious harangue in favour of the proposed marriage. The senators tumultuously applauded, and Claudius, then appearing in the Curia, caused a decree to be passed that henceforward marriages with the daughters of brothers should be valid. The fourth marriage of Claudius took place in the early days of 49 A.D., and on the wedding day, as it were to bring a curse on the event, Silanus, the betrothed of Octavia, killed himself. Another victim who had come across the path of Agrippina was Lollia Paulina, who had aspired to the hand of Claudius. She was accused of having consulted Chaldean astrologers concerning the imperial marriage, and the emperor himself spoke against her in the Senate. She was banished from Italy, but Agrippina is said to have dispatched a tribune after her to put her to death. While Messalina cared only for sensuality, Agrippina was enamoured of power. She was not content with being the emperor's wife, but wished to be his colleague. This position was designated by the title Augusta, which was conferred upon her in 50 A.D. She was the third woman who bore this title, but it meant for her, as it had meant for Livia, a share in political power, and was not merely, as it had been for Antonia, an honourable title. But Agrippina enjoyed a mark of distinction which had not been granted even to the consort of Augustus. She was the first Roman empress whose image was permitted to appear on coins during her lifetime by decree of the Senate. When Claudius gave audiences to his friends, or to foreign envoys, his wife sat on a throne beside him. We have seen that she gave her name to the new colony of veterans established in the town of Euboea as Colonia Agrippinensis. In order to secure her influence with the freedman Pallas, she is said to have engaged in an intrigue with him, but the court, under her rule seems to have been distinguished by outward propriety and certainly by stricter etiquette. Her schemes for her son's advancement rendered her a cruel stepmother to Britannicus. On the 25th of February, 50 A.D., Lucius Domitius was adopted into the Claudian gens under the name of Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. This was the first instance of an adoption of a son by a patrician Claudius, and the emperor was disinclined to take this step, not only on this account, but lest the prospect of Britannicus should be injured. He was overcome, however, by the example of Augustus. The advancement of Nero progressed rapidly. In the following year he was permitted to assume the toga of manhood, and by a decree of the Senate he was made princeps iuventutis, designated to hold the consulship at the age of 20, and he received proconsular power. These honours were sufficient to mark him out as the successor of Claudius to the Principate. But Agrippina went even further, and caused the son to be elected suprannumerum into the 4 chief priestly colleges, the Pontiffs, the Augurs, the Quindicum Viri, and the Septem Viri. This was a distinction which the youthful grandsons of Augustus, Gaius and Lucius, had not received. Nero had already been betrothed to his cousin Octavia, and his adoption, whereby he became legally her brother, was not allowed to hinder the celebration of the marriage, which took place in 53 A.D. In the meantime, Britannicus, who was only a little younger than Nero, was regarded and treated as a child. Misunderstandings and estrangements were treacherously brought about between him and his father. On one occasion, when the 2 young princes met, and Nero saluted Britannicus by name, Britannicus saluted him as Domitius. Agrippina complained of this to the emperor, as implying contempt of Nero's adoption and the decree of the Senate. Claudius was moved by her representations to punish one of the instructors of his son by death, and others by banishment, and place him under the charge of the creatures of his stepmother. By her machinations, also, the 2 prefects of the Praetorian Guard, who had been adherents of Messalina, and were anxious to secure the succession of her son, were deposed and replaced by Afranius Burrus, who was devoted to the interests of his patroness. All the officers who were attached to the cause of Britannicus were then removed. But the son of Messalina had not only a strong party in the Senate, but a powerful supporter in the imperial household. This was the freedman Narcissus, who exerted all his energy and influence to weaken the power of Agrippina and keep Nero from the throne. After the marriage of Octavia, the struggle between the 2 parties became keener. Vitellius, who had shown his devotion to the Augusta, was threatened with a criminal prosecution. The condemnation of Tarquinius Priscus also showed the uncertainty of her position. She coveted the house and gardens of Statilius Taurus, a man of noble ancestry and great wealth, who had been governor of Africa. Priscus brought against him charges of extortion in his administration of that province, and of practising magic. Taurus disdained to reply, and chose to die by a voluntary death. But the Senate expelled the accuser from their body, although Agrippina exerted all her power to protect him. There were other signs, too, which might alarm the empress. Claudius showed himself inclined to reinstate his son Britannicus in his proper position, and spoke of allowing him to assume the toga virilis. An ominous remark is said to have dropped from his lips, that it was his fate first to endure the offences of his wives, and afterwards to punish them. It looked as if the influence of Narcissus were likely once more to get the upper hand. Agrippina made an attempt to ruin Narcissus by ascribing to his mismanagement the failure of the tunnel of Lake Fucinus. She failed, but she soon enjoyed a triumph in the ruin of her most formidable female rival, Domitia Lepida. This lady, as the daughter of the elder Antonia and Lucius Domitius, was a grand-niece of Augustus, as the mother of Messalina was a grandmother of Britannicus, and as a sister of Gnaeus Domitius, was the sister-in-law of Agrippina. In beauty, age, and wealth there was not much difference between them. Both were immodest, infamous, and violent. They were rivals in their vices no less than in the gifts which fortune had given them. During the exile of Agrippina, Lepida had given home to the child Nero, and ever since had endeavoured to secure his affections by flattery and liberality, which contrasted with his mother's sternness and impatience. Lepida was charged with making attempts against the life of the empress by means of magical incantations, and with being a disturber of the public peace by maintaining gangs of turbulent slaves on her Calabrian estates. The indictment seems to have been brought before the emperor, and it was a trial of strength between Agrippina and Narcissus, who did all he could to save Lepida. But Agrippina triumphed. Lepida was sentenced to death. Yet notwithstanding this victory, and notwithstanding the fact that Claudius had been induced to make a will favourable to her son, the empress did not feel sure of her ground, and dreaded a reaction. Under these circumstances, the greatest luck that could befall her was the death of Claudius, and Claudius died, October 13th, 54 A.D. It is generally believed that he was poisoned by his wife, and though we cannot say that her guilt is proved, it seems highly probable. Claudius was in his 64th year, and in declining health. His death took place when Narcissus was absent at Sinuessa for the sake of the medicinal waters, and this coincidence supports the traditional account that there was foul play, for Narcissus suspected the designs of Agrippina. According to the received story, she employed the services of a woman named Locusta, notorious for the preparation of subtle poisons, who, according to the historian Tacitus, was long regarded as one of the instruments of monarchy. She compounded a curious drug which had the property of disturbing the mind without causing instant death, and it was administered to Claudius in a dish of mushrooms. But for some reason the poison failed to work, and Agrippina, fearful lest the crime should be discovered, called in her confidential physician Xenophon, who did not hesitate to pass a poisoned feather into the emperor's throat, on the plea of helping him to vomit. The position of Nero at the death of Claudius was far stronger than that of Gaius at the death of Tiberius. Nero had to fear a declaration in favour of Britannicus, as Gaius had to fear the rivalry of the son of Drusus. But Nero possessed the proconsular power, as well as other dignities, which had not been conferred on Gaius. He had also the support of his mother's influence, and above all, Burrus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, was devoted to his interest. Seeing that the accession of Gaius had proceeded so smoothly, there seemed no reason for doubt in the case of Nero, but Agrippina took every precaution for securing success. She concealed the emperor's death for some hours, and made pretexts to detain his children in the palace until her own son had been proclaimed emperor by the guards. About midday, the doors of the palace were suddenly thrown open, and Nero issued forth, accompanied by Burrus, into the presence of the cohort, which was then on duty. The prefect gave a sign, and the soldiers received him with acclamations. It was said that some hesitated and asked for Britannicus, but this demurring was only for a moment. Nero was then carried in a litter to the Praetorian camp, where he spoke a few suitable words, and was saluted Imperator. This was the second occasion on which the Praetorians created an emperor, and following the example of his father Claudius, Nero promised them a donative. The Senate did not hesitate to accept the will of the guards, and on the same day, October 13th, the Dies Imperii of Nero decreed to him the proconsular power in its higher unlimited form, the prerogatives embodied in the Lex de Imperio, and the name Augustus. The tribunician power, which was necessary to complete the prerogatives of the princeps, was conferred upon him by Comitia on the 4th December. The legions in the provinces received the news of the new Principate without a murmur of dissent. According to custom, the Senate met to consider the acts of Claudius. He was fortunate enough to receive the honours which had fallen to the lot of the model Augustus, and which his two predecessors had missed. He was judged worthy to enter into the number of the gods, and flamens were appointed for his worship. All his acts were decreed to be valid. His funeral was ordered after the precedent of that of Augustus, and Agrippina emulated the magnificence of her great-grandmother Livia. But the will of the deceased sovereign was not read in public. It was feared that the preference shown to the stepson over Britannicus would cause unpleasant remarks. Nero pronounced a funeral oration, composed by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, over the dead emperor. One of Agrippina's first acts after her marriage with Claudius had been to recall Seneca from his exile in Corsica, and entrust to him the completion of his son's education. During his banishment he had attempted, by the arts of flattery, to get this sentence repealed, and had addressed a treatise to the freedman Polybius, into which he wrought an extravagant panegyric of the emperor. But Claudius had paid no heed, and Seneca was resolved to have his revenge. He assailed the memory of the emperor soon after his death in an unsparing and remarkably clever satire, entitled The Apocalyptosis, Pumpkinification, a play on apotheosis, or otherwise the Ludus de Morte Claudii Caesaris. The arrival of Claudius in heaven, the surprise of the gods at seeing his strange shaking figure and hearing his indistinct babble, are described with many jests. The gods deliberate whether they should admit him, and are inclined to vote in his favour, when the divine Augustus arises and tells all the crimes and iniquities which have stained the reign of his grand-nephew. The gods agree that he deserves to be ejected from Olympus. Mercury immediately seizes him by the neck, and drags him to the place whence none return. Illuc unde negant redire quenquam. On the way to the shades, he passes through the Via Sacra, where he witnesses his own funeral, and sees the Roman people walking about as if they were free from a tyrant. When he reaches the lower regions, he is greeted with a shout, "Claudius will come!" He is surrounded by a large company, consisting of the victims who had perished during his reign, senators, knights, freedmen, kinsfolk. "I meet friends everywhere," said Claudius. "How came you hither? Do you ask, most cruel man?" was the reply. "Who else but thou sent us hither, murderer of all thy friends?" He was then led before the tribunal of Aeacus, and prosecuted on the basis of the Lex Cornelia de Sicariis. He is condemned to play forever with a bottomless dice-box. This satire of Seneca reflects the general derision which was cast upon the deification of Claudius. The addition of this emperor's ridiculous figure to the number of the Celestials effectually dispelled that halo of divinity with which Augustus had sought to invest the Principate. End of Chapter 15, Section 5.
Chapter 16, Section 1 of H.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 16, The Conquest of Britain, Section 1. The conquest of Britain was one of the tasks which the great Caesar left to the Caesars who were to come after him. Like the conquest of Germany, it was an undertaking to which the subjugation of Gaul naturally led, and although his first successors did not cross the Channel as they crossed the Rhine, the island of the north was by no means forgotten. On 2 occasions Augustus had made preparations for an expedition against Britain, and both times the enterprise had fallen through. He was about to invade the island in 34 B.C., when he was recalled from Gaul by the rebellion in Dalmatia, and the poetical literature of the following years shows that the conquest of Ultima Thule was an achievement to which the Romans looked forward with confidence as destined to be accomplished when the civil wars were over. Horace deplores that Romans should turn their swords against each other, instead of leading the chained Briton down the Via Sacra. In 27 B.C., after his accession, Augustus was believed to be about to fulfil their expectations and add a new province to the empire. Horace beseeches fortune to preserve Caesar, about to set forth against the Britons, who live in the ends of the earth. It is uncertain why this intention was not carried out. Perhaps the Cantabrian War and the hostilities of the Salazi, which occupied his attention at this time, made Augustus shrink from undertaking further warfare. At all events, the idea of subduing Britain was not again resumed by Augustus. Tiberius confessed that the occupation of Britain was necessary, but through reverence for the precept of Augustus again extending the empire, refrained from attempting it. The problem also engaged the attention of Gaius, and we saw how his undertaking ended in a ridiculous demonstration on the Gallic shore. Strange to say, the conquest of Britain, which Caesar himself had failed to accomplish in 2 attempts, which Augustus deemed too difficult, which Tiberius shrank from, was reserved for the arms of Claudius. And we are led to believe that the idea was his own and not the suggestion of his counsellors. The importance of occupying Britain was perhaps brought home to him when he endeavoured to suppress the druidical worship in Gaul. The constant communication which existed between the northern coast of Gaul and the opposite island rendered it hopeless to stamp out the barbarous rites as long as Britain was not in the hands of Rome. Moreover, the fact that his model, Augustus, had contemplated the reduction of the island was a recommendation of the enterprise of Claudius. It is probable, too, that he was encouraged by his freedmen, who may have entertained an exaggerated idea of the wealth of the island, and hoped to profit by it. Friendly relations had been maintained with British kings by Augustus and Tiberius. Exiled princes sought refuge with Augustus and Gaius. The immediate occasion of the expedition of Claudius is said to have been the request for succour addressed to him by Bericus, who, owing to domestic feuds, had fled from his country and became the suppliant of Claudius, as Adminius had been the suppliant of Gaius. This Bericus was probably a son of the king of the Atrebates, who dwelt between the Severn and the Thames. But the restoration of this native was merely a pretext for carrying out at length what had long been inevitable. The emperor resolved to visit Britain himself and win the honour of personally achieving a great conquest and adding a new province to the empire. But it was arranged that the way should be prepared before him, so that he could arrive in time to witness the final scene. 4 legions were assigned to the expedition, 3 from the German provinces and 1 from Pannonia. Their numbers and names were 2nd Augusta and 14th Gemina from Upper Germany, 20th Valeria Victrix from Lower Germany, and 9th Hispania from Pannonia. Besides these, there were the usual contingents of auxiliary troops, cohorts of infantry, and alai of cavalry. Aulus Plautius Silvanus was selected to command the expedition. He was a relation of Plautia Urgulanilla, the divorced wife of Claudius, and is described as a senator of the highest repute. At this time he doubtless held command in some of the provinces from which legions were drafted for the expedition, either Upper or Lower Germany, or possibly Belgica. He was supported by many able and distinguished officers, whose selection shows what importance was attached to the expedition. Among them must be mentioned L. Galba, destined one day to be an emperor himself, an able officer whom we have already met as legatus of Upper Germany. The legatus of the second legion was Flavius Vespasianus, also destined like Galba to rule the Roman world. Hosidius Geta, who had completed the work of Suetonius Paulinus in Mauritania, was probably the commander of another legion. Valerius Asiaticus, who afterwards fell a victim to Messalina, and Sensentius Saturninus may also be mentioned. It has been calculated that the whole forces amounted to upwards of 60,000 men, and an enormous transport fleet was necessary to convey them to the British coast. For this purpose, ships were sent to Gessoriacum, Boulogne, from the naval stations of Italy, Ravenna, and Misenum. Early in 43 A.D., the army assembled near the place where just 100 years before Caesar had embarked on the same errand. But the difficulties of those first and successful attempts were remembered in the army. The soldiers murmured and showed a mutinous spirit when Plautius revealed the object of the expedition. Plautius sent the news to Rome, and Claudius dispatched Narcissus to restore order. The freedman harangued the turbulent troops, and they, contended with mocking him as a slave, submitted to the emperor's wishes. The British coast was reached safely, though not without some difficulty from adverse weather, and the invading army disembarked in 3 harbours, without encountering any resistance from the Britons. It seems probable that these harbours were on the coast of Sussex and Kent, some think that a landing was made as far west as Portsmouth. It is impossible to determine with anything like certainty the line of Roman advance, but it is clear that their first object was to overcome the Trinovantes, whose home was north of the Thames, in the territory which now forms the counties of Essex and Hertford, but whose sway extended over south-eastern Britain. In the days of Caesar, their leader, Cassivellaunus, had formed a league to oppose the invaders. Their capital was then at Verulamium, St. Albans, but Cunobellinus, the origin of Shakespeare's Cymbeline, had transferred it to Camuladunum, Colchester. The sons of Cunobellinus, by name Caractacus and Togodumnus, commanded the Trinovantes, and took the field against Plautius. Their tactics were to draw the invaders into woody and marshy country, but they were both defeated in 2 distinct battles. The Boduni, one of the tribes which were ruled over by these princes, submitted and received a Roman garrison. Soon afterwards, the legions, drawn on by the barbarians, and perhaps conducted by the friendly Atrebates, reached a certain river, which may possibly be the Medway. The Britons offered a stubborn resistance, but at length, after 2 days' fighting, the Romans effected a crossing. On this occasion Vespasian and Hosidius Geta particularly distinguished themselves. The enemy then fell back behind the Thames. They were followed by the Batavian auxiliaries, who swam across the stream, and by some Roman troops, who crossed by a bridge higher up. But these forces were beaten back, and Plautius determined to wait for the arrival of the emperor with reinforcements before crossing the Thames and striking the final blow. In the meantime, he was able to secure the ground which he had won, and it seems likely that at this time King Cogidubnus declared for the Romans. He seems to have been the prince of the Regni, whose capital town has been identified with Chichester. He proved himself a firm friend of the Romans, and received as a reward from Claudius Roman citizenship, the title of Legatus Augusti, and a grant of territory, apparently his original possessions. A monument of him, as Tiberius Claudius Cogidubnus, he assumed the Emperor's name, may be still seen in Goodwood Park. Leaving the conduct of affairs at Rome during his absence to Vitellius Claudius, with a large retinue, embarked from Azilia about July, crossed Gaul and reached the Roman camp, probably somewhere near Londinium, London, before the end of the military season. A great battle was fought under the imperial auspices. The Britons were routed, and Camalodunum, the capital of the Triovantes, was taken. Claudius was saluted imperator by the army more than once, although only a single assumption of the title in a single campaign was allowed by usage. He honoured Camalodunum by a visit, and selected it to be the centre of the Romanization of Britain. The emperor remained only 16 days on the island, and leaving the consolidation and extension of the conquest to his general, he recrossed the Channel, spent the winter in Gaul, and reached Rome in the following spring, 44 A.D. His son-in-law Pompeius and Silanus, who had attended him on his journey, were sent forward to announce the victory. The Senate decreed to the conqueror of Britain the honour of a triumph and the title Britannicus, which however he declined for himself, but accepted for his infant son. They also decreed the erection of 2 triumphal arches, one in the Campus Martius and the other at Gessoriacum. In the inscription on the Roman arch, which has been partly preserved, Claudius boasts that he subdued 11 kings. The rejoicings were marked by the mimic representation in the Campus Martius of the siege of a British town and the submission of British chieftains. The part which the fleet had played in the expedition was afterwards celebrated by naval manoeuvres at the mouth of the Padus. Claudius was not a little proud of having outdone his 3 predecessors by adding a province to the empire, and the achievement seemed greater from the circumstance that the new province was beyond the ocean. An important consequence of the conquest of Claudius was the decree of the Senate that treaties made by Claudius or his legati should be valid, just as if they had been made by the Senate or the Roman people. This measure was intended to facilitate the reduction of the distant island. End of chapter 16, section 1. Chapter 16, sections 2 and 3 of H. B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bucknell Bury. Chapter 16, The Conquest of Britain, sections 2 and 3. Section 2. Administration and extension of the province under Plautius, Ostorius, and Didius. The true conqueror of Britain was Aulus Plautius, and he remained there until 47 A.D. as legatus propraetore of the new province. During these years the progress of the conquest went on, chiefly in the west and south. Vespasian and his brother Flavius Sabinus played a prominent part in breaking the resistance of the natives. Vespasian is said to have fought 30 battles during his command in Britain, and to have captured 20 places. One of his chief achievements was the reduction of Vectis, the Isle of Wight. The Romans must also have penetrated to the border of Somersetshire at this period, for there have been found in the Mendip Hills 2 pigs of lead, with the names of Claudius and his son, dating from the year 49 A.D. In the east, the Iceni, a powerful tribe, who held the regions which, after the English conquest, became East Anglia, submitted to Roman overlordship. It may be said roughly that a line drawn from Aqua Sulis, Bath, to Londinium, passing through Caleva, Silchester, and extended so as to take in Camalodunum, may roughly define the limits of Roman Britain when Plautius was recalled. Plautius received the reward for an ovation, a rare distinction under the empire for anyone not belonging to the imperial family. The successor of Plautius was P. Ostorius Scapula, and immediately on his arrival, towards the close of the season, he was called upon to subdue a rising of the Iceni. The Iceni were all the more formidable as their strength had not yet been weakened by war. They instigated the surrounding tribes to take up arms, and choose as a battlefield a place enclosed by a rude barrier, with a narrow approach and impenetrable to cavalry. Ostorius led the auxiliary troops without the strength of the legions, whose presence in other parts of the country was necessary, against these defences, and attempted to break through them. He equipped the cavalry to do the duty of infantry, and succeeded in forcing the barriers. The rebels, finding escape impossible, fought desperately, and the general's son, Marcus Ostorius, won the civic crown for saving a citizen's life. Those tribes which were hesitating between war and peace were quieted by this defeat of the Iceni. But the main work of Ostorius lay in the west. The peoples of the mountainous districts of Wales presented a stubborn resistance to the progress of Roman arms in that direction, and they were organized by the indomitable spirit of Caractacus, who, when his own people, the Trinovantes, were irretrievably overthrown, retreated to the west, and there maintained with vigour and success the struggle for British independence. The remains of the British entrenchments in the counties which border on Wales are probably a record of this struggle. Glevum, Gloucester, seems at this time to have become the headquarters of the second legion, and Ostorius probably drew a line of forts from this point across country to Camalodunum. Ostorius first attacked the Decangi, an obscure tribe who dwelled probably in the neighbourhood of Deva, Chester, and then advanced into the hilly land of the Silures, whose habitation corresponded to Hereford, Monmouth, and South Wales. The position of Viroconium, Wroxeter, was occupied as a stronghold against the Ordovices, and became for some time the headquarters of the 15th legion. The Britons were far inferior in military strength, but Caractacus knew how to take advantage of the intricacies of the country. After a struggle of 3 years, he changed the scene of war from the land of the Silures northward to the territory of the Ordovices, and thus compelled the Roman army to retrace its steps under great difficulties. 51 A.D. He then resolved on bringing the war to a final issue. He chose a position for the battle in which it would be easy for his own forces, and difficult for the Romans, either to advance or retreat, and piled up stone ramparts on some lofty hills, wherever the slope was gentle enough to admit of an approach. A river lay in front of his position, and he drew up his men before the defences. He made a stirring appeal to his followers to recover their freedom, and every warrior swore by the gods of his tribe to shrink neither from wounds nor weapons. The Roman general was somewhat daunted by the enthusiasm of the foe, the river in front of him, the frowning hills behind, but the soldiers insisted on accepting battle. Having made a careful survey of the assailable points in the enemy's position, Ostorius led his troops across the river without difficulty, and attacked the barrier. As long as it was a fight with missiles, the Romans had the worst of it. But when the testudo was formed, and the soldiers advanced with locked shields, the rude fence was easily thrown down, and the barbarians were forced to retire up the heights. The Romans pursued them, and as the Britons had no defensive armour, their ranks were soon broken. When they turned to oppose the light-armed auxiliaries, The legionaries hewed them down behind with swords and javelins. When they turned round to resist the legionaries, they were attacked by the spears and sabres of the auxiliaries. It was a great and decisive victory. The wife and daughter of Caractacus were immediately captured, his brothers surrendered, and he was soon afterwards taken prisoner through the treachery of Cartimandua, queen of the Brigantes, to whom he had fled for refuge, and was sent to Rome. His fame was celebrated in Italy, and all were eager to see the hero who had defied the Roman power for 9 years. The people of Rome were summoned as to a great spectacle. The praetorian cohorts were drawn up in front of their camp. A procession of the clients of the British prince defiled before the emperor's tribunal. The ornaments and chains of Caractacus, and the spoils which he had won in war with other tribes, were displayed. Then followed his brothers, his wife, and his daughter. Last of all, the warrior himself. While all the others were cowed into humility, Caractacus did not seek to move compassion, either by word or look. Claudius pardoned him and his kinsfolk, and the captives, released from their chains, did homage to the emperor and Agrippina, who sat on another throne beside him, although it was an unheard of thing that a woman should sit on the tribunal of the imperator surrounded by the standards. After this solemnity the senate assembled, and laudatory speeches were delivered on the capture of Caractacus, which was compared to the exhibition of Syphax by Scipio, or that of Perseus by Aemilius Paulus. Caractacus was retained, like the Suevian Maroboduus, in an honourable custody until his death. Ostorius received the triumphal ornaments. This victory, although decisive, was by no means equivalent to the subjugation of western Britain. The quarters of the second legion were established further west, at Isca Silurum, Carleon on the Usk, to be distinguished from Isca Dumnoniorum, Exeter, and it was exposed there to great dangers, sustaining several serious reverses. At the same time the great tribe of the Brigantes in the north, who held all the land north of the Trent, at least as far as the Tyne, displayed signs of hostility to the Romans. Scapula did not long survive his victory. He died in 52 A.D., worn out, it was said, by the troublesome and exhausting warfare against the Silures. During the following 6 years, under the administration of Aulus Didius Gallus (52 to 57 A.D.) and Veranius (57 to 58 A.D.), the limits of the province do not seem to have been extended. The governorship of Ostorius Scapula was also marked by the plantation of the first military colony. The ancient capital of Cunohellinus was chosen, to hold somewhat the same position in Britain that Lugudunum held in Gaul. It is remarkable that this place was preferred to Londinium, which was commercially the most considerable town in Britain. Under Cunobellunus, Camalodunum had assumed an importance eclipsing that of all other British oppidui, though still apparently resembling the general type in consisting of a large enclosed tract of some square miles, protected on the east, north, and south by the tidal marshes of the Colne, and its small tributary, still called the Roman River, and on its assailable side, the west, by strong earthworks, in part still traceable from stream to stream. The official name given to the new colony was Colonia Victrix, and a temple was erected to Claudius, for the purpose of establishing a provincial worship, like that which Augustus had instituted in Gaul. A theatre and other buildings soon sprang up, but like Londonium and Verulamium, it was left unwalled and inadequately defended. When Didius arrived in the province, he found that one of the legions under Mollius Valens had been defeated by the Silures, who were scouring the country far and wide. Having dispersed them, he was obliged to turn his arms against the Brigantes. A chief of this tribe, named Venutius, was, since the capture of Caractacus, the foremost warrior and the ablest leader in the cause of British independence. He had for many years been faithful to Rome, and had been united in marriage to the Queen Cartimandua. But they quarrelled and were divorced. A domestic war followed, and while the Queen held to the Romans, Venutius changed his attitude to them also. By wily stratagems, Carimantua got into her power the brothers and kinsmen of Venutius, and this led to an invasion of her kingdom by the flower of the British youth. Roman cohorts were sent to the assistance of the Queen, and effectually protected her. Desultory warfare seems to have continued during the following years, but no further events of importance are recorded in the governorship of Didius. Veranius, his successor, Anno Domini 58, made some small raids upon the Silures, but was prevented by death from continuing the war. Section 3. Governorship of Suetonius Paulinus. A new advance was made when the able and ambitious Suetonius Paulinus, who had distinguished himself in Mauritania, was appointed legatus in 59 A.D. It was he probably who occupied Deva, and made it the quarters of the 20th legion, the camp, as it came to be called, Castra or Chester. Deva served as a post against North Wales on the one side and against the brigands on the other. It is probable that he spent his first 2 years in subduing the northern parts of Wales, and in 61 A.D. he pushed forward with the 15th legion to exterminate the Druidical worship in its extreme retreat. The British priesthood had retired to the island of Mona, the present Anglesey, where they hoped to be able to protect themselves by the strait. But Suetonius was not foiled. He prepared rafts for the transport of his infantry across the stream, and landed on the shore of the island in the face of a dense array of Britons, while in the background the women, dressed in black, and with dishevelled hair, brandished torches, and the priests imprecated curses on those who had come to disturb them. Panic seized the Romans, but not for long. The landing was forced, the enemy was utterly routed, and the sacred groves were cut down or burnt. It was probably in connection with this expedition that Segontium, whose name is still preserved in Caer Seiont, was founded. But while Suetonius was busy in the west, a great insurrection broke out in the east. The Iceni were the ringleaders. This tribe, under its king Prasutagus, had been suffered, notwithstanding its former revolt, to retain its position of a client tributary state. The heavy exactions imposed by the fiscus, and the violence and insolence of the imperial procurator in levying the dues, excited general discontent. The British communities were compelled to borrow from Roman money lenders in order to meet these exactions, and Seneca is stated to have directly promoted the rebellion by suddenly calling in his investments. On the death of the king, the land of the Iceni was annexed to the province. Prasutagus had made the emperor his heir along with his 2 daughters, thinking that this compliment would secure his family and his kingdom from injury at the hands of the Romans. But it turned out quite the reverse. The agents of the imperial procurator plundered the house of the dead king on the plea of exacting the inheritance, and treated his family with outrage. His wife Boadicea was beaten with stripes, and his daughters were dishonoured. His relations were made slaves, and the chief men of the tribe were stripped of their property. The Iceni were roused by these indignities and the fear of wars, and they found allies in the Trinovantes, who smarted under the violence of the veterans settled at Camalodunum. These colonists drove the natives out of their houses and farms, and the priests who officiated at the temple of the divine Claudius levied heavy exactions for the maintenance of the alien worship. The rebels chose a moment at which all the legions were far away, and marched against Camalodunum. The inhabitants pleaded help from the procurator Catus Decianus, who sent a reinforcement of 200 men without regular arms. But the place was undefended either by fosse or by rampart, and secret accomplices in the revolt hindered them from taking fitting precautions. They did not even remove the women and old men, but all took refuge in the temple of Claudius, hoping that succour might come. An immense host of Britons surrounded the place, and the sanctuary was stormed after a siege of 2 days. All the defenders were put to death with the greatest cruelty. The tidings of the outbreak first reached Petilius Cerealis, the commander of Legion IX., which, though its station at this moment is not known, was nearest the scene of the revolt. He hurried to attack the insurgents, but in a great battle the infantry was cut to pieces, and only the cavalry escaped. Petilius could not do more than hold his entrenchments until the arrival of Suetonius, who was hastening eastward with 14th legion from Mona, reinforced by the veterans of the 20th, which he picked up at Deva. Legionaries and auxiliaries, in all, his forces amounted to about 10,000 men. He had intended that Legion II, stationed at Isca Silurum, should also march eastward in this great emergency, but the commander disobeyed the summons, on the plea, doubtless, of troubles with the Silures. In order not to dissipate his forces, Suetonius was obliged to leave the important and populous towns of Londinium and Verulamium to the fury and greed of the insurgents, who, having burnt the Claudian colony, were marching about bent on destruction. The movements of the Roman general are very uncertain, but the decisive battle seems to have taken place in the neighbourhood of Camalodunum. He chose his own battle ground. The position which he selected was approached by a narrow defile, and closed at the other end by a forest. In front extended an open plain, where there was no danger from ambuscades. In this position he could not be outflanked or surrounded in the rear, the chief dangers from the superior numbers of the enemy. The legions were drawn up in close array, around them the light-armed cohorts, and the cavalry were massed on to the wings. The army of the Britons, consisting of both infantry and cavalry, were confident of victory, and had hampered themselves with their wives riding in wagons to witness their triumph. Boadicea, a woman of spirit and determination, had blazoned abroad among her people the treatment she had received, and drove about in her chariot along with her daughters from tribe to tribe, calling upon her countrymen to throw off the foreign yoke. But in spite of their numbers and their ardour, the Britons experienced a crushing defeat. At first the legion kept its post in the narrow defile, but when the pila, which were hurled with unerring aim on the advancing foe, had been exhausted, they rushed forward in a wedge-like column and broke the British centre. The auxiliaries and the cavalry completed the victory, and the flight of the conquered enemy was impeded by the wagons. Their losses computed at nearly 80,000. Boadicea poisoned herself, and the commander of 2nd Legion, who had disobeyed orders, and thereby kept his troops from sharing the glory of the 14th, committed suicide. The number of Roman citizens and allies who had perished at the hands of the rebels is stated to have been about 70,000, and it was necessary to begin the work of civilization in the eastern districts all over again. Considerable reinforcements arrived from Gaul. The 9th legion was recruited again, and the whole army was brought together to stamp out the remaining sparks of rebellion. Suetonius took a terrible vengeance. He wasted the land of the enemy with fire and sword, and the famine which ensued made great havoc among the Iceni. Perhaps at this time the stronghold of Venta Icenorum was established to control the districts north of Camalodunum. Suetonius was a severe ruler. His counsels were always of sternness, never of lenity. Charges of oppression were brought against him by a procurator, and Polycletus, an imperial freedman, was sent to the island to investigate the matter. His decision was practically adverse to Suetonius, who was recalled (61 A.D.) and replaced in the command by Petronius Turpilianus, a man of more conciliatory temper. Under his auspices southern Britain seems to have become contented with Roman rule. The towns which had been sacked by the Iceni were rebuilt, and soon resumed their former prosperity, Camalodunum as the centre of the Roman administration, and Londinium as the centre of British commerce. By this time all the most important stations in the province were connected by Roman roads. The two most important roads, Watling Street, leading to the west, and Ermine Street, to the north through Camalodunum, met at Londinium. The chief seaports were Rutupiae, Ridgeborough, and Portus Lemanis, which preserves its old name as Lumn. It is highly probable that these places, as well as inland centres such as Calleva, Silchester near Reading, and Corinium, Cirencester, were already beginning to become centres of Roman civilization. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17, Section 1 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 17, The Principate of Nero, 54 to 68 A.D., Section 1. The Ascendancy of Seneca and Burrus. The new Princeps belonged to the house of the Brazen Beards, one of the most illustrious families of the Domitian gens. His father, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, a man infamous for his vices and crimes, is reported to have said on his child's birth, that the offspring of such a father as himself, and such a mother as Agrippina, must turn out ill-omened and disastrous to the state. The child lost his father at the age of 3, and was despoiled of his inheritance by the Emperor Gaius. His mother was in banishment, and his training devolved for a time upon his aunt Domitia Lepida. The accession of Claudius restored to him both his mother and his possessions, and under the eye of Agrippina he was brought up with a view to future greatness. It has been already mentioned that she recalled the philosopher Seneca from exile, and entrusted to him the education of her son. This remarkable man, who played an important part in the administration of the Roman world during the early half of Nero's reign, professed to be a Stoic, superior to the ordinary desires and ambitions of mankind. But he amassed an immense fortune, and did not disdain the arts of a courtier. He was not a politician who amuses himself with philosophy, nor yet a pure philosopher who steps out of his sphere to give advice in politics. On the contrary, his theory was that philosophy should be applied to government, and that thought should be combined with action. He may not have adhered over strictly to all his precepts of morality, but there can be no doubt that whatever were his faults, he rose "far above the ordinary pedagogues of his day, the cringing slave or the flattering freedman to whom the young patricians were, for the most part, consigned." Doubtless it was Seneca's principle of education to allure, possibly to coax, rather than drive his pupil into virtue. He yielded on many points in order to borrow influence on others. He deigned to purchase the youth's attention to severe studies by indulging his inclination to some less worthy amusements." The young prince was surrounded by the temptations which beset the patrician youth of Rome, and accustomed to the indulgences which tend to relax the vigor of mind and body. His favorite studies were artistic, especially music and singing. In oratory he was not thought to be proficient. It was a matter of remark that he required the help of Seneca to compose the funeral oration of his uncle. The succession of Nero to the Principate was readily acquiesced in by the people, the soldiers, and the senate. Yet there was a feeling that Britannicus, as the real son of Claudius, had a better claim than the adopted Domitius. It is significant that the will of Claudius was not read, but was silently passed over. No one, however, felt called upon to undertake the cause of Britannicus. This may have been partly due to the fact that the infidelity of his mother had cast a slur on his birth. The senators may have even preferred an emperor whose claim was doubtful, in the hope that they might exert more influence in the administration if he felt dependent on their good will. It must be remembered that, from a strictly constitutional point of view, Britannicus had no more claim to the Principate than Nero, and Nero, through his mother, was descended in direct line from Augustus. The first speech of the new emperor in the senate, dictated doubtless by Seneca, produced a favourable impression. He promised not to interfere with the senate in the exercise of any of its functions, but to confine his activity to the armies. The senators lost no time in repealing a law of Claudius, by which lawyers were allowed to accept rewards for pleading causes, and in exempting quaestors from the burden of exhibiting gladiatorial shows, which the same emperor had laid upon them. The early years of Nero's rule were marked by a struggle for power between his mother and his two chief advisers, Seneca and Burrus. Agrippina had staked everything for power, and she did not intend to surrender the reins on her son's accession. It was not enough for her that Nero should rule, she desired to rule herself; and Nero was devoted to her. His first watchword was "the best of mothers," and during the first months she behaved as the regent of the empire. On coins her head appeared along with that of the Princeps, and she took upon herself to receive the ambassadors of foreign states. She hastened to remove from her path two enemies, the freedmen Narcissus and M. Silanus, proconsul of Asia. She feared the vengeance of the latter for the death of his brother Lucius, whom she had destroyed as a possible rival of her son. Nero, who cared only to enjoy the pleasures of his position, and not to fulfill its duties, had himself little objection to his mother's political activity, but Burrus and Seneca were resolved not to concede the assumption of such power to a woman, especially as it seemed likely to be cruelly and unscrupulously exercised. In order to counteract her influence, they encouraged Nero in an intrigue with a Greek freedwoman named Acte. Agrippina was incensed, and her violent language drove the Emperor to attach himself more closely to the indulgent Seneca. She then changed her policy, and attempted to bid against the philosopher by still greater indulgence, but the eyes of her son had been opened to her overbearing ambition. The first decisive triumph of the rivals of Agrippina was the disgrace of the freedman Pallas, with whom she had closely leagued herself and on whose political experience she leaned. Nero, who had never liked him, and would not submit to his counsels, deprived him of his office and dismissed him from the court, before February 13, A.D. 55. This was felt as a serious blow by Agrippina, and she made a desperate move to recover her power by espousing the cause of her stepson Britannicus. She declared that he was the true heir of Claudius. She threatened to rush with him to the camp, and asked the soldiers to judge between the daughter of Germanicus and Burrus and Seneca. Whatever were her own crimes, she said, she had at least preserved the life of Britannicus. This action on her part proved fatal to the unlucky son of Claudius. Nero saw that his own seat was not secure as long as Britannicus lived, and he determined to remove him. The services of Locusta, which Agrippina had employed to hasten the death of Claudius, were now employed by her son to kill Britannicus. A warm wine cup was presented to the boy at table, and when he found it too hot, cold water was added, into which a drop of deadly poison had been poured. He died instantaneously, to the alarm of all those who were present, and the unaffected consternation of Agrippina. The body was burnt the same night in the campus, in the midst of a great storm, which was interpreted as a sign of divine wrath. It is impossible to know whether Seneca was privy to this deed, or whether it was solely due to the calculation of Nero. It is clear that the death of Britannicus was a decisive check to the plans of Agrippina, and the question is whether Seneca would have been ready to go to the length of poisoning in order to foil her and preserve his own position. but there is no evidence to prove him guilty, and therefore we must suppose him innocent. The death of Britannicus was represented as natural, and Nero professed to lament the loss of a dear brother. He had no curious inquiries to fear from the senate, for the senate was content with the Emperor's policy, guided as it was by Seneca, and as long as the senate was content, fratricide and other crimes might be committed in the palace without interference. Popularity with the senate was indeed the keynote of Seneca's policy. The Emperor refused statues of gold and silver. He declined the honour of letting the year begin with his birth month, December. He dismissed the charge of a delator against a knight and a senator. Such acts were counted to him for righteousness. Agrippina had lost her influence with Nero, and when, after the death of Britannicus, she posed as the protectress of Octavia, her son's wife, whom he treated with contemptuous neglect, and attempted to form a party of her own, he became alarmed. He caused the guard which had hitherto attended her to be removed, and forced her to leave the palace, and take up her residence in the house which formerly belonged to her grandmother Antonia. At these signs of disfavour her friends fell away, and Junia Silana, who had a private grudge against her, attempted to work her ruin by a false charge of conspiracy. Two suborned informers stated that she had plotted to overthrow her son, and replace him by Rubellius Plautius, who was as nearly related to Augustus as Nero himself. But on examination the charges fell through, and Silana was banished. During the next 3 years Agrippina vanishes from the pages of history. Though her influence was gone, there seems to have been no open rupture. While Seneca and Burrus administered the affairs of the Empire, and an unwonted activity was permitted to the senate, the Emperor occupied his time in the licentious amusements of youth. Adopting a favourite pastime of profligate young nobles, he used to wander through the streets at night, disguised in the garb of a slave to conceal his person, and visit taverns and low haunts. He and his comrades used to seize goods exposed for sale, and assail those whom they encountered in their progress. The Emperor himself bore on his face the marks of wounds received in these brawls. When it became known that Nero was in the habit of masquerading thus, and many men and women of distinction had been insulted in his nocturnal escapades, others assumed his name and followed his example, so that the city was infested by gangs like the Mohawks, who had in the last century used to make London dangerous at night. On one occasion a man of centurion rank, named Julius Montanus, happened to meet Nero in the darkness. He first repelled his assailant vigorously, but afterwards recognized him and sent in a petition for pardon. Nero, angry at being recognized, asked, "Has he not, then, already dispatched himself, seeing that he struck Nero?" And Montanus was obliged to destroy himself. But after this occurrence the Emperor was more cautious, and on such expeditions was always attended by a guard of soldiers and gladiators to interfere if necessary. The two most intimate companions of Nero were two profligate men of fashion, Salvius Otho and Claudius Senecio. In 58 A.D., his intimacy with Otho led to an entanglement with Otho's wife, Poppaea Sabina. She had been divorced from a former husband to marry Otho, and she regarded her second husband as merely a stepping stone to a still higher alliance. She had determined to win the hand of Nero himself. The historian Tacitus has described with great art her coquetry, her fascinations, her audacity, and her wickedness. "She had all things except a high mind." In her, Agrippina had indeed found a match. The Emperor succumbed to her charms, and got rid of Otho by appointing him governor of Lusitania. In order to marry Nero it was necessary for Poppaea to procure the divorce of Octavia, but she saw clearly that the chief obstacle to her plans was Agrippina, who had always striven to maintain the nominal union of her son and her stepdaughter. So Poppaea set herself to bring about a rupture between the Emperor and his mother. She had friends and supporters in Seneca and Burrus, the opponents of Agrippina, and she had made up her mind to step over the corpses of the two empresses into the palace of the Caesars. The daughter of Germanicus still possessed considerable influence with the praetorians, and it would have been dangerous to resort to public measures against her. But Nero, led on by the persuasions of his mistress Poppaea, did not shrink from contriving a scheme for her assassination. His old tutor Anicetus, whom he had raised to be captain of the fleet of Misenum, undertook to construct a vessel which could be sunk without exciting suspicion, and if it could be managed that Agrippina should embark in it, her destruction would be imputed by the world to the winds and waves. At the Quinquartus, a festival of Minerva lasting 5 days in the month of March, Nero invited his mother to his villa near Baiae. She landed at Bauli, between Baiae and Cape Misenum, and completed her journey in a litter, but after the banquet, when night had fallen, she was induced to return to Bauli in the vessel which had been prepared for her destruction. But the mechanism did not do its work with the expected success, and Agrippina succeeded in swimming to shore, whence she proceeded to her villa on the Lucrine lake. One of her maids, Acerronia, who in order to save her own life called out, "I am the Empress," was struck with oars and drowned. Agrippina saw through the treachery which she had so narrowly escaped, but pretended to regard it as an accident, and sent her freedman Acarinus to bear to Nero the news of her fortunate escape. Nero, who had been waiting in agitation to learn that his mother was no more, was terror-stricken at the tidings that the plan had miscarried. He applied for help in his difficulty to Burrus and Seneca, who, however, seem to have had no part in the plot. But Anicetus undertook to finish the work. It was pretended that a dagger was found in the possession of Agerinus, the freedman of Agrippina, and that she had conspired against the Emperor's life. Anicetus, accompanied by a captain and a military tribune, hastened to the Lucrine villa. They found her lying on a couch with a single attendant, all the others having deserted her at the approach of the assassins, and at their appearance the last slave fled. She was dispatched with many wounds, crying, "Strike the womb which bore Nero." She was buried by slaves, and Mnester, a faithful freedman, slew himself on her pyre. 59 A.D. If the matricide felt stings of remorse, they were speedily alleviated by the congratulations, which poured in on him from every side, on having escaped the plots of his mother. He wrote a letter to the senate, explaining the circumstances of her death, and there is no reason to suppose that this false account, embellished by the art of Seneca, and confirmed by the testimony of Burrus, was not generally believed. This is an instance of the way in which the senate served the Princeps as a means of reaching the public ear. The true story was probably known only to a few initiated persons, and there was nothing improbable in a woman who had killed her husband planning to kill her son. Otherwise the great sympathy which was expressed for Nero is unintelligible. The senate decreed that thanksgivings should be offered for the Emperor's safety, and that golden statues of Minerva and the Emperor should be erected in the senate house. The Quinquarters were henceforward to be celebrated by public games, and Agrippina's birthday to be regarded as a day of ill omen. All those persons who had been sent into exile owing to her influence were permitted to return. Nero's entry into Rome was like a triumph. He ascended to the Capitol and offered thanks to the gods for his preservation. End of chapter 17, section 1. Chapter 17, sections 2 and 3 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 17, The Principate of Nero, 54 to 68 A.D., sections 2 and 3. Section 2. The Ascendancy of Poppaea and Tigellinus. Agrippina, with all her unscrupulous ambition, had a high conception of the imperial dignity, of which Nero was totally devoid. After her death there was no restraint to hinder him from following his bent, and indulging his theatrical and artistic tastes in a manner which set at defiance all the national prejudices of the Romans. His great desire was to appear in public, in tragic costume, and delight the ears of his subjects by singing and playing on the lyre, or to guide a chariot with his own hands in the circus. When Seneca represented that such acts hardly befitted the dignity of the Emperor, Nero answered him with appeals to the superior culture of the Greeks, and the example of his uncle Gaius. Seneca and Burrus, seeing that there was no help for it, tried at least to limit the performances of the Emperor to a select audience. A circus was erected in the Vatican Valley, and there a privileged number of courtiers were permitted to admire the skill of the imperial charioteer. But if his guides thought that he would be satisfied with this concession, they were mistaken. It only stimulated him to more public exhibitions. He was resolved to appear as a singer and an actor. He seized the occasion on which his beard was first clipped to institute a feast called Juvenalia, to be celebrated within the palace. Numerous invitations were issued, and noble young Romans were induced to contend as singers and dancers for the prizes which the Emperor offered. Nero himself descended on the stage with his lyre in hand, and a band of young men, called Augustiani, were enrolled to applaud the excellence of his singing. Burrus is described as looking on, grieving but applauding (59 A.D.). In the following year the Emperor instituted another feast, called by his own name Neronia, modelled strictly on the great Greek games, and to be held every 5 years. In the musical contests he took part himself. These exhibitions were far more harmless than the horrible gladiatorial shows, but they outraged national prejudice and are spoken of with disgust by Roman historians. Nero's ideals were altogether Greek, and he cared little for the spectacles of the arena. Brought up by Seneca in the Stoic philosophy, he had imbibed at least the spirit of the cosmopolitanism, and was not influenced in the least by the political traditions of Rome. The year 62 A.D. was a turning point in Nero's reign. Hitherto he had been under the constraint of Burrus and Seneca, who, while they indulged judiciously his licentious and frivolous tastes, had prevented him from exerting his imperial power to the detriment of the state. Thus the first 5 years of Nero's reign became proverbial for good government, the quinquennium Neronis. The death of Burrus early in 62 A.D. was the beginning of a change for the worse. The influence of Seneca, deprived of his friend's support, immediately began to wane. It seems to have been almost impossible to exercise an important influence in political affairs, except in concert with the praetorian prefect, and Seneca could not act with the new prefects, Sophonius Tigellinus and Faenius Rufus, as he had acted with Burrus. But his estrangement from his former pupil was chiefly due to the enmity of Poppaea, who was jealous of the old courtier's influence over her lover. It was mainly due to Burrus and to Seneca that she had not yet succeeded in displacing Octavia and marrying the Emperor. Burrus, when asked to consent to the divorce, had replied with characteristic bluntness, "If you put away the daughter of Claudius, at least restore the empire which was her dowry." Poppaea now endeavoured to remove Seneca from her path, as she had before removed Agrippina. His riches were imputed to him as a crime, and he was charged with the design of corrupting the populace for treasonable purposes. It was said, too, that he had boasted his own superiority to the Emperor in verse writing and oratory. Nero's jealousy and fears were easily aroused, and his altered manner showed the philosopher the dangerous position in which he stood. He took the precaution of giving up all the outward pomp which he had hitherto maintained, and meditated a complete abandonment of public life. Of the 2 praetorian prefects who had succeeded Burrus, Rufus remained insignificant, but Tigellinus, a man of obscure birth and no principles, soon worked himself into the Emperor's confidence by humouring and sharing in his vices. If he had only been the companion of his debaucheries, it might have mattered little to the general welfare, but he was also the instigator of cruelty. The tyranny which marked Nero's later years dates from the appearance of Tigellinus on the scene. The 2 acts which inaugurated it were the executions of Rubellius Plautus and Cornelius Sulla. On the appearance of a comet in the year 60, which was supposed to betoken the fall of the Princeps, rumour spoke of Rubellius Plautus as the probable successor. Nero advised him, and the advice was equivalent to a command, to retire to his estates in Asia, and there he had lived quietly ever since. Tigellinus represented to the Emperor that Plautus was still dangerous, in consequence of his reputation, his wealth, and the proximity of Asia to the Syrian armies. Accordingly a centurion with 60 soldiers were sent from Rome, with a eunuch of the palace, to remove the obnoxious noble, and Plautus, although he was warned by his friends beforehand, and might have fled to Persia, calmly awaited his fate. Cornelius Sulla, the husband of Antonia, daughter of Claudius by Paetina, had been suspected of disloyalty 4 years before, and ordered to reside in Massilia. He was not rich, but his noble descent, his connection with the Claudian house, combined with the suspicions that he had previously aroused, decided his doom. After this specimen of tyranny no senator could consider himself safe, and the tone of the senate now changes from independence to servility. Tigellinus and Poppæa were triumphant, and Seneca left the field. The time had now come for Poppæa to accomplish her great project, and induce Nero to divorce Octavia. Tigellinus helped her. A charge was got up of criminal intercourse with an Alexandrine flute player, and the praetorian prefect conducted the investigation. Under torture some of the Empress's slave women acknowledged the guilt of their mistress, but most of them denied it. On such evidence there was no pretext for putting the accused to death, as Poppæa wished, and Nero contented himself with divorcing her on the ground of barrenness. The palace of Burrus and the possessions of Plautus were assigned for her maintenance, and she was commanded to retire to Campania. But the universal sympathy, which the lot of this unfortunate and innocent lady aroused among all classes, proved her destruction. A rumour was suddenly spread that the Emperor had recalled his wife. It was quite groundless, for Nero had already married Poppæa, whose statues were erected in the public places in the city. But the people rushed in excitement to the Capitol, thanked the gods that the Emperor had recognized the just claim of the true daughter of the Caesars, and thrust down the images of Poppæa, while they bore those of Octavia in triumph. The soldiers of Tigellinus dispersed the masses when they gathered round the imperial palace. Poppæa saw that while her rival lived, her position was insecure, and she easily persuaded her husband to consent to the execution of Octavia. Anicetus, the prefect of the fleet of Misenum, who had proved himself so useful in compassing the death of Agrippina, again supplied his services for the destruction of a second victim. He laid a confession before the Emperor that he had committed adultery with Octavia, and was sentenced to banishment at Sardinia, where he lived in luxury and died a natural death. Octavia was banished to the island of Pandateria, where she was executed June 9, 62 A.D. Her head was cut off and carried to Poppæa, who could now breathe freely. By a decree of the senate, sacrifices of thanksgiving were offered to the gods, and, says Tacitus, it may be henceforward understood without special mention that, "whenever the Princeps ordered banishments or executions, thanksgivings were paid to the gods, and the ceremonies which formerly marked prosperous events were then the tokens of some public disaster." In the following year, 63 A.D., Poppæa bore a daughter to Nero. The senate decreed her the title Augusta, which had not been granted to Octavia. But from this time forward, this title no longer possessed the same political importance which it had for Livia and Agrippina. Nero was overjoyed at the birth of the child, who was named Claudia, but she died after 3 months, and then his grief was as extravagant as his joy. Claudia was enrolled in the rank of a Dive, like Drusilla, the sister of Gaius. Poppæa herself died 2 years later in premature childbirth, owing, it is said, to an accidental kick from Nero. She also was consecrated, the first empress since Livia who had received that honour. Under the new order of things, Poppæa and Tigellinus having taken the place of Seneca and Burrus, the luxury and cruelty which prevailed in the reign of Gaius and the gluttony of the court of Claudius were renewed. Nero's debauchery was practised as publicly as his acting and chariot driving. Banquets were spread in all the public places of the city, and the Emperor used the whole city as if it had been his private house. The luxury of these revels, devised by the genius of Tigellinus, was notorious, and the citizens were permitted to be spectators of the Emperor's licentiousness. On one occasion a feast was laid out on a large raft, which was towed along by ships in the basin of Agrippa. The vessels were adorned with gold and ivory, and were rowed by men of abandoned character. On the banks of the basin stood disreputable houses filled with women of noble birth. Nero himself is said to have crowned his infamy by going through all the rites of the marriage ceremony, the veil, the dowry, the torches, the auspices, with a man named Pythodorus. Although the stories told by the ancient historians of the debaucheries of Nero and his court may be exaggerated, Yet there can be no doubt that exhibitions of wantonness took place with a shameless publicity, which seems almost incredible to a modern reader. The extravagance and prodigality which went hand in hand with the vices of the court emptied the imperial coffers, and brought about a financial crisis, just as had happened in the similar case of Gaius. The earlier years of Nero had been signalized by a liberal and enlightened financial policy. Claudius had left him a well-filled treasury, such as Tiberius had left to Gaius, and he made a serious attempt to relieve the burdens of the masses, upon whom the indirect taxes fell so heavily. In the year 58, a remarkable proposal was made by the Emperor to do away with the vectigalia, and as we should say, establish free trade. There is no reason to suppose that this measure was intended to be confined, as some have supposed, to Roman citizens, or to the city of Rome. Its object was both to relieve the people, and to set aside a mode of taxation which was attended with much injustice and fraud. There can be no doubt that it was proposed to make up the loss to the treasury by increasing the direct taxes, which fell upon the producers and capitalists, who would have profited by the remission of the duties. But the Emperor's project did not get a trial. His experienced advisers represented to him that it would mean the ruin of the state. The opposition doubtless came from those privileged classes which had invested large capital in the farming of taxes, and who would have suffered if the duty on inheritances had been raised. But although this bold design fell through, it led to some important changes which alleviated the hardships of the taxation in its various forms. One measure commanded the publication of the exact amounts of all dues to the state, so as to prevent the tax collectors from exacting too much. Charges against them for extortion were to have precedence in the courts, and claims for arrears were not to be made after a year. The duties on corn imported to Italy from the provinces were lightened. The expenses which fell on the fiscus were heavy. Every year Nero presented 60 million sesterces, or 480,000 pounds, to the state. This sum was chiefly devoted to defray the cost of supplying the city with corn, but it also included an advance to the aerarium, which was never able to meet its claims without aid from the fisc. The wars in Armenia and Britain were also costly, over and above the ordinary expenses of maintaining the administration and the armies throughout the empire. The consequence was that, when the outlay of the court became extravagant under the guidance of Tigellinus and Nero's other licentious friends, the funds ran short, and the Emperor was driven to resort to the same measures to replenish his treasury as had been adopted by his uncle Gaius. The methods of delation and confiscation were again introduced. The rich were accused on false or trifling charges, and their possessions appropriated by the fisc. Among the first victims who were sacrificed were two rich freedmen, Nero's secretary Doryphorus, who had presumed to oppose his master's marriage with Poppaea, and the old Pallas, who had amassed an immense fortune, which, when he was deposed from his office, he had been suffered to retain. As Pallas had become wealthy by defrauding the imperial treasury which he administered under Claudius, there was no glaring injustice in confiscating his fortune. Seneca offered to place his wealth in the Emperor's disposal, but the offer was refused. But the most important effect of the financial difficulties was the fatal measure to which the government resorted of depreciating the gold and silver coinage. This began as early as the years 61 and 62. 45 instead of 40 aurei, and 96 instead of 80 denarii, were struck out of a pound of gold. The coinage never recovered itself, and from Nero's reign we must date the bankruptcy, which reached a climax in the 3rd century. The immense amount of silver which was drafted from the empire to eastern Asia in return for oriental luxuries must be taken into account as a cause of the debasement of the silver coinage. Nero, further, robbed the senate of their right of coining copper, a right the importance of which has been already explained. Section 3. The Great Fire in Rome. If Nero succeeded in replenishing his coffers by fair means and foul, an event happened in 64 A.D. which demanded all the resources of the fiscus. Fires were common in Rome, but on the night of July 18 of that year a conflagration broke out which in magnitude exceeded anything that had been experienced before. It began among some shops full of inflammable material at the southeast end of the great circus, where the valleys west of the Salian and south of the Palatine meet. Driven by high wind the flames consumed the wooden benches and structures of the circus, and spread rapidly and irresistibly over the Palatine, the Velia, and the Esquiline, where, near the gardens of Maecenas, their course was stayed. But in another direction also the fire made its way, and consumed many buildings on the Aventine, in the Forum Boarium, and the Velabrum. It raged for 7 nights and 6 days, and when all thought that it was over, it broke out again in the Campus Martius, destroyed the buildings of the Aemilian Gardens, which belonged to Tigellinus, and spread to the foot of the Capitoline and the Quirinal. It was said that of the 14 regions, 7 completely and 4 partially were reduced to ashes. But it has been shown that this must be an exaggeration, although the damage done was enormous. Among the public buildings which were consumed were the Temple of Jupiter Stator founded by Romulus, the Regia of Numa, and the Temple of Vesta, the Temple of Diana dedicated by Servius on the Aventine, the Ara Magna ascribed by legend to Evander, all ancient monuments said to date from the time of the kings. More serious, and from a practical point of view, was the destruction of the splendid edifices of Augustus on the Palatine, the palace and the temple of Apollo. The new buildings in the Campus Martius near the Flaminian Circus had also seriously suffered. Numbers of priceless works of the great Greek sculptors, which no wealth could ever replace, perished in the flames, and countless memorials and trophies of Roman history must have been lost for ever. In this emergency Nero showed himself in the most favourable light. He was absent at Antium when the fire broke out, and he returned to the city as the conflagration was approaching the palace. He left nothing undone in his attempts to quell the flames. He rushed about the city by himself, without attendants or guards, to the places which were most in danger, and when at length the fire ceased to spread, he did all he could to help and relieve the terrible distress of the homeless and shelterless thousands who had lost all their belongings. The public buildings and the imperial gardens were opened to receive them, and a temporary shelter was erected in the campus. The price of corn was lowered to 3 sesterces a bushel, and contributions were levied for the relief of the sufferers. The rebuilding of Rome was begun with vigour. It must have involved a vast outlay, and Nero was determined that the city should arise from its ashes, and on a more rational and salubrious plan. The mistakes of the old architecture were comprehended and avoided. The streets were made wider, the houses lower, and, partly at least, of stone. Arcades were built outside the new houses for protection from sun and rain. But the new palace, the Golden House as it was called, planned by the architects Severus and Celer, was the wonder of the restored Rome. It was not so much the splendour of the house that excited wonder, as the fields, the ponds, the wooded solitudes, the views of the park. Italy and the provinces were required to contribute to the restoration of their mistress city, and treasures of art which adorned the cities and temples of the Greek lands were carried off to replace those which Rome had lost. There is no reason to suppose that the outbreak of this great fire was other than accidental. But the multitude suspected incendiaries, and a wild rumour was circulated that the Emperor himself was privy to the burning of the city. Various motives were attributed for such a monstrous act. It was said that he wished to outlive the destruction of his mother city, or that he desired to rebuild Rome and call it by his own name, or that his artistic sense was offended by the architectural ugliness of the city. It is also related that he regarded the ravages of the flames from the palace of Maecenas with delight, and sang a scene from his own play on the capture of Troy. For this anecdote there may be some foundation in fact. But the charge of incendiarism, which even contemporaries brought against Nero, was assuredly false. He had nothing to gain and everything to lose by the destruction of Rome. The solicitude which he had always showed for the welfare of the populace, and the efforts which he made to save the Palatine, are hardly consistent with such a supposition. Nor is it conceivable that, at a moment when he was pressed by financial difficulties, he would have gone out of his way to burden the treasury with the enormous expenses required for the rebuilding of the city and the maintenance of the sufferers. The Emperor had many enemies, whose interest it was to place him in the worst light, and we can easily understand that they either originated or fostered the rumour. But it was generally believed that incendiaries were at work, and there were police investigations which led to the arrest and punishment of a number of people, whom the vulgar called Christians." Here for the first time the Christian sect appears on the stage of profane history, and the remarkable words in which Tacitus describes it deserve to be quoted. "Christus, from whom this name was derived, was executed when Tiberius was imperator, by Pontius Pilatus the procurator." The pernicious superstition, checked for the time being, again broke out, not only in Judea, its original home, but even in the city, the meeting place of all horrible and immoral practices from all quarters of the world." This description represents the popular belief that the Christians practiced all sorts of horrors in their secret assemblies, such as cannibalism and incest. Those who were known to be Christians, and confessed the creed when they were charged with it, were first arrested, and some of these under torture betrayed the names of many others who were secretly Christians, but were not known as such. The prisoners were not tried strictly on the charge of incendiarism, and Tacitus seems to have no doubt of their innocence of this crime, which could not be brought home to them. But as hatred of the human race was in popular credence imputed to Christians, they were thought capable of it. A considerable number were condemned, really because they were proved to be Christians, but nominally on the ground that they were incendiaries. They were put to death with mockery. Some, wrapped in skins, were torn to pieces by dogs. Others, arrayed in the tunica molesta, were set on fire to serve as torches by night. Nero gave up his Vatican gardens to the spectacle of these tortures, and at the same time exhibited a show in the circus there, appearing himself dressed as a charioteer. The sacrifice of these victims soothed the exasperation of the populace, and the Emperor's callousness even brought about a revulsion of feeling. The Christians of Rome were sacrificed because Nero required scapegoats. But the question arises, why were the Christians, who as yet had attracted little public attention, selected for the purpose? Contemporary literature shows that at this time the Jews were objects of general hatred and suspicion, and it might seem more natural that they should have been suspected and punished by the government. It is impossible to answer the question with certainty, but it has been plausibly suggested that the Jews themselves may have shifted the charge from their own body upon the Christians, whom they hated bitterly. They might have been the more easily able to effect this through the influence of Poppaea Sabina, of whose leaning towards the Jews and their religion there is undoubted evidence. End of chapter 17, sections 2 and 3. Chapter 17, section 4 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 17, The Principate of Nero, 54 to 68 A.D. Section 4. The Conspiracy of Piso. Tigellinus was unwearied in sending out pretenders to the Principate. By this policy he helped to fill the imperial coffers and to render himself indispensable. In 64 A.D., D. Junius Torquatus Silanus was accused of treason and driven to suicide. But a profound and widely spread discontent prevailed among the nobles, and a conspiracy was formed, which came to a head in the spring of 65 A.D. C. Calpurnius Piso, whom the conspirators chose to fill the place of Nero, was one of the most prominent and popular men in Rome at this time. He lived in magnificent style, was lavish of his wealth, and was ready to place his powers of oratory at the service of the poor. He had winning manners, and his life was as dissolute as that of Nero or Tigellinus. He lazily consented to be the center of a plot, the dangers of which he was not sufficiently ambitious to share. What seemed to give this enterprise a considerable chance of success was the adherence of Faenius Rufus, the praetorian prefect, who was jealous and afraid of his powerful colleague Tigellinus. Along with Rufus, a number of the tribunes and officers, who had been passed over by Tigellinus, joined the conspiracy. Conspicuous among these was the tribune Subrius Flavius. Among the rest were the consul designate, Plautius Lateranus, Antonius Natalis, a friend of Piso, Annaeus Lucanus, the poet, whose verses had incurred the disfavor of the emperor, Claudius Senecio, a courtier constantly in attendance on Nero, and so able to keep his associates aware of what was going on in the palace. Lucan's mother and a freedwoman named Epicharis were also initiated into the project. Epicharis tried to win over an officer of the fleet, Volusius Proculus, who was supposed to have a grudge against Nero, but he deceived her expectation by revealing the affair to the Emperor. As, however, she had mentioned no names, the conspirators were not discovered. They then decided to kill Nero during the feast of Ceres, between the 12th and 19th of April, at the games in the circus. The plan was the same as that which had been successfully adopted by the assassins of Julius Caesar. Lateranus was to present a petition to Nero, and clinging to his legs throw him on the ground. The rest were to bury their weapons in his body. But Flavius Scaevinus, who claimed the first blow, foolishly betrayed the secret, which had hitherto been closely preserved. He made his will, gave the dagger, which he had chosen for the deed, to his freedman Milichus to sharpen, got ready the appliances for binding up wounds, and gave his slaves and freedmen a luxurious feast. These unusual proceedings excited the suspicions of Milichus, who at daybreak sought and obtained an audience with Nero. Scaevinus was arrested, but his examination led to nothing, and the plot would not have been discovered if Milichus had not remembered the frequent visits which his master received from Natalis. When Natalis was examined separately, his evidence did not agree with that of Scaevinus, and in this way the accusation of the freedmen was proved to be well founded. Threats of torture and promises of mercy induced the two conspirators to vie with each other in revealing the names of their associates. Their conduct contrasted with the constancy of Epicharis, who submitted to tortures, and in the end strangled herself rather than betray her trust. The names of the military conspirators had not been disclosed, and Phaenius Rufus took his seat beside Tigellinus at the trial, and sought to divert suspicion from himself by his zeal as a judge. But when one of the accused denounced him, he turned pale, and could not defend himself. The proceedings against the victims were summary, but they were allowed to choose their own mode of death. Piso, who had shown irresolution and cowardice through the whole episode, and Lateranus were slain without resistance, and Piso made a cringing will in favour of the Emperor. Among the first whose names were betrayed, and who were condemned to die, was the philosopher Seneca. It is not improbable that he was really implicated in the enterprise, and in any case it seems to have been the wish of the military associates in the plot to elevate him instead of Piso to the supreme power. If Nero had any wish to spare his former tutor, he was hindered by Poppea and Tigellinus. Seneca had just returned from Campania with his wife Paulina, and was staying at a country house 4 miles from the city. When the message of death was brought, his wife declared her resolution of dying along with him, and they severed the veins of their arms. The flow of blood in Seneca's old frame was languid, and his agony was protracted. As he lay slowly bleeding, he dictated a composition which was afterwards published. To hasten his end he swallowed poison, which, however, had no effect on his drained body, and death was finally brought about by the steam of a hot bath. But Paulina was not permitted to die. Nero had no cause of hatred against her, and her arms were bound up by the orders of the soldiers. She lived some years longer, faithful to her husband's memory, and the lasting pallor of her skin was a monument of her attempt to die with him. The fate of this distinguished philosopher, and that of his nephew, the poet Lucan, gave this abortive conspiracy a certain celebrity. Lucan opened his veins in the bath, and, as he felt the animation depart from his feet and hands, recited appropriate verses of his own, describing a wounded soldier bleeding to death. Subrius Flavus, a tribune of one of the praetorian cohorts, distinguished himself by his bold words to Nero. When the tyrant asked him why he conspired, he replied, quote, "Because I hated you. None of the soldiers was more loyal, as long as you deserved our affection. I began to hate you when you became an assassin of your mother and your wife, a charioteer, an actor, and an incendiary." End quote. The consul Vestinus was included among the victims, although his guilt was not clear, and it is said that Nero wanted to get rid of him on account of his wife Statlia Messalina. Nero married Messalina in the following year. Natalis was pardoned. Milichus was richly rewarded, and received the name of Preserver. The praetorian guards received each man 2,000 sesterces, and were for the future provided with bread free of cost. Triumphal decorations were granted to the prefect Tigellinus, Cocceius Nerva, and Petronius Turpilianus, who had helped in the judicial proceedings, and their statues were set up in the Palatium. Consular insignia were conferred on Nymphidius Sabinus, who had succeeded Faenius Rufus as praetorian prefect. A temple was erected to Salus, the dagger of Scaevius was dedicated to Jupiter the Avenger, and the month of April was named Neronianus. It was even proposed, but the proposal was rejected, to erect a temple to Nero. It is noteworthy that a full account of the judicial proceedings, which were conducted by the imperial concilium, was published. Both later in 65 A.D. and in the succeeding year, executions took place which seem to have been in some way connected with the conspiracy of Piso. Annaeus Mela, brother of Seneca and father of Lucan, was condemned on the ground of a forged letter of his son, charging him with complication in Piso's plot. About the same time perished T. Petronius, on the charge of a suspicious friendship with the conspirator Scaevinus, but really on account of the jealousy of Tigellinus. Petronius was a man who made the pleasures of vice a fine art, and his judgment was regarded as the standard of taste in all matters of luxury at Rome. He was the glass of fashion. His feasts were elegant, his debauchery refined. He was named arbiter, as the arbitrator or director of the Emperor's pleasures, and Tigellinus, who aspired to be Nero's sole guide in such things, envied the influence of Petronius. When the Emperor was in Campania, 66 A.D., Tigellinus caused Petronius to be detained at Cumae. Seeing that his fate was determined, the voluptuary was true to the principles of his life in the moments of his death. Having opened his veins, he bade the physician bind them up again, and repeating this operation at intervals, he spent his last hours at a banquet, amusing his friends with wanton verses. He also composed an account of the unnatural orgies of the Emperor, and sent it to him under seal. This led to the banishment of a woman named Cilia, whom Nero suspected of having betrayed the scenes in the palace in which she had taken part. Having butchered so many illustrious men, Nero at length desired to destroy virtue herself by the death of Thrasea Paetus and Perea Serranus." P. Clodius Thrasea Paetus was more remarkable for what he was than for anything he did. He was the leader of the party of opposition which yearned, helplessly, for the restoration of the Republic, and set up the younger Cato as their ideal. He was the embodiment of their virtues and their faults. Born at Patavium, he was simple in his habits, incorruptible in his morals, and out of sympathy with the luxury of Rome. He married Arria, the daughter of a man who had fallen in a conspiracy against Claudius, and whose wife had heroically slain herself. He and his son-in-law, Helvidius Priscus, used to crown themselves with garlands and celebrate the birthdays of Brutus and Cassius. Thrasea distinguished himself in the senate by his rough independence. He withdrew without voting, when the motion was made to condemn the memory of Agrippina. He declined to take any part in the Neronian games. He did not attend the funeral of Poppaea. When one Antistius was condemned to death for mocking the Emperor in verse, Thrasea endeavoured to moderate the flattery of the senate. It was said that he never sacrificed for the Emperor's safety. He and his party were always protesting against the government in insignificant matters, and asserting their independence in trifles. Their republican idea was an anachronism, their rhetoric was hollow. Their activity was chiefly confined to society and literature. Thrasea was a Stoic, and he composed a life of his model, Cato. Lucan's Pharsalia was a characteristic work of this party of opposition, which, throughout the whole period of the Julian and Claudian dynasties, fostered its utopias and repeated its shallow phrases. It must be owned that they had the courage of their opinions, and that their bitterness against the Principate was natural enough, for its institution had destroyed the political power of the senatorial order. Nor could they see, as clearly as we can see now, that even imperial despotism was a lesser evil for the Roman world than the government of the senate in the last days of the Republic. The courageous obstinacy of Thrasea led to his destruction. All his little sins of omission and commission against the majesty of the Emperor were marshalled by Capito Cossutianus, a son-in-law of Tigellinus, and another delator, Eprius Marcellus. And at the same time Perea Serranus was accused on various charges, among others that he had been intimate with rebellious Plautus. The chief witness against him was P. Egnatius Celer, a Stoic philosopher. The daughter of Cyrannus, Servilia, was also charged with treasonable divination concerning Nero. The cases were tried by the senate, and all three were condemned. Helvidius Priscus, who was likewise accused of neglecting his duties as senator, was banished. Thrasea adopted the usual mode of death among condemned nobles, and opened his veins, forbidding his wife Arria to follow her mother's example. As the first blood spouted, he said, "A libation to Jove the deliverer." In the meantime Nero had been busy with those pursuits for which he imagined he had a special calling. He had appeared publicly on the stage at Neapolis (64 A.D.), where, from the Greek character of the city, he expected a favourable reception, and he received such enthusiastic applause that he determined to exhibit his skill to Greece herself. He had made preparations for a visit to that country, but the project was not carried out until 2 years later. In the meantime he celebrated the Neronia a second time (65 A.D., read his poems to a delighted audience, and appeared as a Citharotus. It was considered almost high treason not to appear in the theatre on such occasions. Towards the close of the following year (66), Nero visited Greece, where he appeared at all the public spectacles, and danced and sang without any reserve. Those towns in which musical contests were held had sent invitations to him, offering him prizes, and the 4 great games at Olympia, Delphi, Isthmus, and Nemea, which were regularly celebrated in successive years, were crowded into the space of 1 year for his sake, so he could win the glory of being a periodonikos, or victor, at all 4. Besides this irregularity, a musical contest was held at Olympia, contrary to wont. He also competed in a chariot race, and is said to have received the prize, though his horses and chariot fell. The proclamation was made in this form: "Nero the Emperor is victorious, and crowns the people of the Romans and the world which is his." Nero was attended on his Greek tour by a large train of courtiers and praetorian guards, and he seems to have indulged in debauchery with less reserve than ever. He had a profound admiration for Greece and the Greek people, and he could not brook that they should hold the position of mere provincials. He determined to reward them for their kindness to himself and their appreciation of his artistic talents. So he enacted at Corinth the scene which, 2½ centuries before, had been enacted by Flaminius. He proclaimed in the marketplace the freedom of the Greeks. The province of Achaia was done away with. The proclamation of Nero was very different in practical effect from that of Flaminius. It was harmless, it did not mean civil war. It merely relieved a favoured portion of the empire from the burden of taxation. Nero's Greek visit was also marked by a serious attempt to cut through the Isthmus of Corinth, a project which had been most recently entertained by his uncle Gaius. Nero inaugurated the beginning of the work himself, but after his departure it was abandoned. Nero's visit to Greece was marked by the destruction of 3 consular legates, of whose power or ambition the Emperor was jealous or afraid. The most important of these was Corbulo, whom we have already met in the Rhine, and whose exploits in the East will be recorded in the following chapter. The other 2 were Scrobinius Rufus and Scrobinius Proculus, brothers, who at this time were the legati of the 2 Germanies. It is unknown what accusations were preferred against them, or who were their enemies. While the Emperor was absent, he left a freedman named Helius as his representative in Rome, and he could probably have found no one more faithfully devoted to his interests. At the beginning of the year 68 A.D., serious signs of discontent were apparent in the provinces, and plots in the western armies against the Emperor were suspected. Helius crossed over to Greece, and urged Nero to return if he would save his power. He entered Rome, borne in the chariot in which Augustus had triumphed, crowned with the Olympian wreath. He was hailed as Nero Apollo and Nero Hercules, and coins were struck on which he was depicted as a flute player. But although he was flattered on all sides, he soon left Rome for Campania, where he breathed more freely. End of chapter 17, section 4. Chapter 17, sections 5 and 6 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 17. The Principate of Nero, 54 to 68 A.D., sections 5 and 6. Section 5. The Revolt of Vindex and Fall of Nero. The events which led to the fall of Nero began in Gaul, although it was not from Gaul that the final blow was to come. C. Julius Vindex, sprung of a noble Celtic family, but thoroughly Romanized and adopted into the imperial gens, was governor of Gallia Lugudunensis. At the beginning of 68 A.D. he raised the standard of revolt. It is not quite clear what his ultimate intentions were, but he seems to have conceived the idea of a kingdom of Gaul, ruled by himself, nominally perhaps dependent on the empire, like the former kingdom of Mauretania. But it was practically an attempt to throw off the Roman yoke. Vindex may be regarded as a successor of Vercingetorix and Sacrovir. He collected from various parts of Gaul a force of about 100,000 men. The districts of the Arverni and the Sequani joined in the movement, and the town of Vienna on the Rhone was a sort of centre for the rebellion. But Lugudunum, the capital of the three provinces, held aloof, as did the Lingones and the Treveri on the borders of Germany. The troops which Vindex gathered were ill-disciplined and ill-armed. The enterprise was hopeless unless he could induce some of the western armies to take part in it. His attempts to win the armies of the Rhine were fruitless, but he was more successful in hither Spain. We have already met Galba, the governor of that province. He had distinguished himself slightly both on the Rhine and in Africa. He was already in his 73rd year, and in his childhood had seen Augustus, who had said to him, according to report, "Thou shalt one day taste our empire." It is probable that Galba had already thought of rebellion before he received the overtures from Vindex. Oracles were afloat that an emperor was to arise from Spain. The revolt of Vindex and the pressure of his lieutenant, T. Vinius, decided the old man, and as he belonged to the senatorial party, his declaration of rebellion took the form of declaring himself to be the servant of the Senate. After considerable hesitation, on April 2nd, he named himself the legatus senatus populique Romani in a speech delivered from his tribunal, and made preparations for war. In Spain he was supported by Otho, legatus of Lusitania, and Caecina, quaestor of Baetica, but their adherence was of little consequence if the legions of the Rhine and Claudius Macer, governor of Africa, held aloof. In the meantime the issue of the revolt of Vindex had been decided. When the news was brought, Nero returned to Rome and took measures for its suppression. Those troops, which were already on their march from Germany and Britain to prosecute a war against the Sarmatians, received orders to return. But the quelling of the rebellion was due to Virginus Rufus, the legatus of Upper Germany, who resisted all the endeavours of Vindex to gain him over. Alarmed by the national character of the movement, Virginius advanced with his own legions, reinforced by a division from the lower province, to Vesontio, which was threatened by the Gallic militia of the rebel. Vesontio, whose name has become Besancon, was a very important place, for at it the roads from Lower Germany and northwestern Gaul, from the Rhine and from the Jura mountains, met. Here a great battle took place. The legions were completely victorious, and Vindex was slain. It was not loyalty to Nero that had influenced the Germanic army to repel the advances of Vindex. It was rather the Gallic character of the revolt. This is shown by the fact that after the victory they proclaimed their general imperator, but he resisted the temptation. He was a man of lowly birth, and perhaps thought he had no chance of being accepted by the nobility of Rome. In the inscription for his tomb, which he composed before his death, he mentions as the two creditable actions of his life the victory over Vindex and his refusal of the empire. After the failure of the revolt in Gaul, the situation of Galba seemed hopeless, and he despaired himself, but he was saved by the Emperor's want of resolution and the treachery of the ministers. When the news of the defection in Spain arrived in Rome, Nero confiscated Galba's property, and himself assumed the consulship. He made preparations for an expedition against Galba, and appointed Petronius Turpiolanus as the commander. A new legion was organized from the troops of the fleet and called Legio Classica. But the Praetorian guards, who were devoted to the Julian house, seemed to have remained quietly in their camp, instead of taking the field, as we should have expected. The prefect Tigellinus vanishes from the scene, and plays no part in the catastrophe of his master. His fall was probably due to the intrigues of Nymphidius Sabinus, the other prefect, who nominally embraced the cause of Galba, but was really aiming at securing the Empire for himself. If Nero had not utterly lost his head, he was secure in the loyalty of the praetorian guards, notwithstanding the aspirations of the prefect. But he was a coward, and his irresolution drove his supporters away. Dull dissatisfaction prevailed in Rome. Corn was dear, and when a ship arrived from Egypt, which proved to be laden not with corn but with sand for the Emperor's arena, the discontent became acute. It was reported that Nero entertained the idea of abandoning Rome and sailing to Alexandria, to make that city the capital of an Eastern empire, the idea which Antonius had almost realized. The Senate was naturally eager to overthrow the tyrant, who hated it, in favour of Galba, but feared to compromise itself until the praetorian guards had declared themselves. In order to draw them from their devotion to Nero, Nymphidius resorted to an artifice. He persuaded the Emperor, who was distracted with fear, to repair from the palace to the Servilian gardens, which lay close to the Tiber on the road to Ostia. He then went to the camp and informed the soldiers that Nero had deserted them and left Rome. They were easily convinced that it was their interest to support Galba, and the wily prefect promised them in Galba's name a donative of 30,000 sesterces each. He knew that Galba would never fulfill the promise, and he hoped by means of the consequent dissatisfaction to secure his own ends. Meanwhile, in the Servilian gardens the Emperor was devising counsels of despair. He was gradually deserted by his courtiers and most of his slaves and freedmen, and the praetorian cohort, which was keeping guard at the palace, left its post at midnight. At length he determined to flee from Rome, but could induce no friend to share his danger, except a few freedmen. One officer scornfully quoted Virgil, "Is it so hard to die?" One of the imperial freedmen, named Phaon, offered his master the refuge of a villa about 4 miles northeast of Rome, on the Via Patinaria, a cross-road connecting the Via Salaria and the Via Nomentana. Thither he started by night accompanied by Phaon, Epaphroditus, and 2 other freedmen. The historians have not failed to invest the night ride, and the last scene of Nero's life, with dramatic colouring. The Via Nomentana went close to the praetorian camp, and shouts in honour of Galba reached the ears of the fugitives as they passed. The night was wild, with lightning and earthquakes. Nero crept into the villa by a narrow entrance at the back, in order not to arouse the suspicions of the slaves. There he lay on straw for hours, unable to make up his mind to die. "What an artist I am to perish!" he said. But when a slave of Phaon arrived with the news that the Senate had condemned him to death more maiorum, and that he was being sought for everywhere, he made up his mind to escape a cruel execution. The tramp of horses' feet was heard in the distance, when he pressed a dagger to his throat, and it was driven home by Epaphroditus. As he was dying, a centurion entered, and pretended that he had come to help him. "Too late, that was fidelity indeed," were Nero's last words. He perished on June 9, 68 A.D. His body was burnt, and the ashes were buried honourably in the sepulchre of the Domitian gens on the Pincian hill. At first the tidings of his fall caused universal joy. The Senate, who, as soon as the decision of the praetorian guards was known, had hastened to sentence him to a punishment which was almost obsolete, condemned his memory and ordered his statues to be overthrown. The intense hatred which the senatorial party felt towards Nero is most clearly seen in literature. But among the mass of the people a reaction soon set in. Many people doubted the reality of his death, and looked for his reappearance, and under succeeding emperors 3 false Neros arose and obtained a following. King Vologeses of Parthia sent an embassy, requesting the Senate and the new Princeps to hold the memory of Nero in honour. Christians saw in Nero the Antichrist, and thought that as such he would come again. Nero was the last of the true Caesars, the last, we may say, of the Julian line. Strictly he belonged by adoption to the Claudii, yet the Claudian and Julian houses had been so closely connected since the union of Augustus with Livia, that politically little distinction was made between them. Nero was not only the adopted son of Claudius, he was also, through his mother, the great-great-grandson of Augustus and the grandson of Germanicus, who belonged by adoption to the Julian gens. Thus it was felt, when Nero perished without an heir, that the line of the great dictator had come to an end and a new epoch was beginning. The features of Nero were handsome, but his expression was not pleasant. His face wore a sort of scowl, perhaps due to his defective sight. His body was ill made; he had a prominent stomach and thin legs. In his later years his skin was blotched from excesses, but his health was good. As a professional singer he was very careful about his voice. His effeminacy was shown in the arrangement of his hair and in the looseness of the cincture which bound his dress when he appeared in public. His capricious tyranny recalls, in many respects, the extravagances of Gaius. Like Gaius, he was a lover of the incredible. But while the mad Gaius had almost a genius for devising absurdities on a colossal scale, Nero was merely extravagant on the beaten tracks of luxury. He gave immense presents to his favourites, and tried to outdo his predecessors in the spaciousness of his buildings. He projected a canal from Puteoli to Rome, as well as the cutting of the isthmus. He did not aspire to divinity, like Gaius, but rather at being preeminent among men and receiving their admiration. He was vain rather than proud. He adopted superstitions from the East, and practised magic. In his later years the senators seem to have kept quite aloof from his court, and he hated them cordially. No flattery pleased him more than when a courtier said, "I hate you, Nero, because you are a senator." SECT. 6. NERO'S ADMINISTRATION. The peculiarity of Nero's Principate was that it was marked by good government under a bad Emperor. Nero himself was devoid of political insight, and spent no care on the administration. Yet in general policy and in the conduct of military affairs, there is little to blame, if there is little to praise, in his government in the early years of his reign. This was not due to the Princeps. It was partly due to well-trained ministers, to Seneca and Burrus especially; but it was also due to the excellence of the machine which Caesar the Dictator and Augustus had set going. It is perhaps as well that the political views of the ministers were strictly limited by the system of Augustus. They did not introduce any new idea into the government. It was a more serious defect that their activity was mainly confined to the interests of the capital. They concerned themselves less with the welfare of the provinces. It must be admitted, however, that they appointed able officers to the commands on the frontiers. The revival of the power of the senate in Nero's early years has been already noticed. In 56 A.D. the management of the aerarium was transferred from the quaestors to two prefects of praetorian standing, who were to be appointed by the Emperor and hold office for 3 years. This perhaps served to give the Emperor more control over the money which the fisc advanced to the aerarium. In the same year the tribunes were deprived of their rights of intercession and inflicting fines. It was probably in this reign that the independence of the senate was diminished by the Emperor's extension of the right of condemnation to the consulate, which had hitherto been exempted from this influence. But the most serious aggression of Nero against the senate was his appropriation of the right of issuing copper coinage, which had hitherto been reserved for the senate. He also entertained the idea of abolishing the senatorial privilege of holding the high commands in the provinces and armies, in fact of abolishing the senate altogether, and carrying on the business of the state by means of the knights and freedmen. In the field of civil legislation several useful measures were passed, among which may be mentioned that which forbade the exhibitions of gladiators and beasts in the provinces. In provincial administration the reign of Nero was marked by numerous processes for extortion, both in senatorial and in imperial provinces, instituted by the subjects against their governors. Cestius Proculus, accused by the Cretans, was acquitted. P. Celer, proconsul of Asia, died before his case was decided. Tarquitius Priscus, accused by Bithynia, was condemned; and Pedius Blasis, accused by Cyrenaica, was degraded from the senate. In the imperial provinces, Cossutianus Capito was prosecuted by Cilicia, and condemned but pardoned by Nero, owing to the influence of his father-in-law Tigellinus. Sardinia accused Vespanius Laenus, and obtained his condemnation. but Appius Marcellus, accused by Lycia, was acquitted. Some of these processes came before the senate, others before the Emperor. In 57 A.D. an edict was issued, forbidding provincial governors and procurators to exhibit spectacles. Many had been in the habit of doing this, in order to reconcile the people to their unjust administration. These facts prove that the subjects were still exposed to injustice from their governors, and also that under Nero they were encouraged to complain. A new procuratorial province was created, Pontus Polemoniacus, and Alpus Cotiae was placed under procurators. The districts of the Cottian and Maritime Alps had been Romanized since their pacification under Augustus, and now received the ius Latinum. Possibly the Pennine Alps also became a procuratorial province as early as Nero. The preservation of the Latin nationality occupied the serious attention of the government. New blood was imported into Italy from the provinces, and a considerable number of towns were colonized, including Antium, Beneventum, Capua, Tarentum, Nuceria, Puteoli. The process of Roman civilization in Spain is shown by the fact that the 3 legions placed there by Augustus were reduced under Nero to 2. It has been already mentioned that Nero gave the Greeks their freedom. As this act deprived the senate of a province, he made up the loss to the aerarium by transferring to the senate the imperial province of Sardinia and Corsica. In the middle of Nero's reign an important colonization took place in Moesia, which was constantly threatened by invasions of barbarians from the north, and seems to have suffered from depopulation. The legatus, Tiberius Plautius Silvanus Aelianus, settled 100,000 inhabitants of the land beyond the Danube in the Moesian territory. They were obliged to pay a certain tribute, and also doubtless to perform military service in case of need. He also extended the sphere of the Roman influence on the north shore of the Euxine, by annexing to the empire the town of Liras. The advance of Roman arms in Britain has already been related. The war for Armenia and the rebellion in Judea will be described in subsequent chapters. The project of an overland water route from the Mediterranean to the North Sea was proposed by Lucius Vetus, the legatus of Upper Germany, 55 to 56 A.D. It was merely required to cut a canal connecting the Arar, the Saone, with the Mosella. Thus ships might sail up the Rhone, turn into the Arar at Lugudunum, reach the Mosella by the projected channel, and descend the Mosella into the Rhine. But the jealousy of Aelius Gracilis, the legatus of Belgica, frustrated the execution of this plan, which would have necessitated the bringing of the legions of Germany into Belgica. Gracilis frightened Vetus by suggesting that the Emperor would be annoyed at the undertaking of such a large work by a subject. In the lower province some trouble was caused by the eastern Frisians, who were independent, whereas the western Frisians were tributary. Emboldened by the long peace, they migrated with all their people to the bank of the old Rhine and established themselves in unoccupied lands reserved for pasturing the beasts, which supplied the Roman troops with food. Their leaders, we cannot properly speak of kings, were Verritus and Malarix. They had built their houses, sowed the fields, and were using the soil as their own, when the legatus Dubius Avitus threatened to attack them unless they either returned to their old abodes or obtained from the Emperor a grant of land. Verritus and Malarix preferred the second alternative, and went themselves to Rome to beg Caesar for the boon. They were obliged to wait some days on Nero's pleasure, and spent the time in seeing the sights of Rome. They were shown Pompey's theatre, in order that they might apprehend the greatness of the people. They took their seats among the general public, and as they could not appreciate the entertainment, they asked questions about the places assigned to the various ranks, the 14 benches of the knights, and the orchestra where the senators sat. Observing some persons in foreign dress among the senators, and learning that they were the envoys of nations, who were distinguished by their bravery and friendship to Rome, they exclaimed that the Germans were excelled by none in valor or loyalty, and took their seats among the senators. The incident was good-naturedly received by the spectators, who regarded it as an example of old-fashioned impulsiveness. The result of the embassy was that the 2 chieftains received Roman citizenship, but their nation was commanded to evacuate the territory which they had occupied. They refused to obey, and it was necessary for some auxiliary cavalry to drive them out. But no sooner were the Frisians ejected than the same lands were seized by another and more powerful people, the Ampsivarii, who lived in the neighborhood of the Amesia, and were driven out of their territory by the Chauci. The cause of these homeless exiles, seeking a new habitation, was pleaded by Boiocalus, an old man who was influential among these nations and loyal to Rome. On the occasion of the Cheruscan revolt in the disastrous year 9 A.D., he had been imprisoned by Arminius, and had since then served under Tiberius and Germanicus. But Avitus refused to accede to the request, and the Ampservarians called on the Bructeri, Tencteri, and other tribes to help them to take by force what the Romans refused to give. Avitus sent a message to Curtilius Mancia, who had succeeded Vetus as legatus of Upper Germany, requesting him to make a hostile demonstration beyond the Rhine, and he himself promptly invaded the land of the Tencteri, and threatened to exterminate them if they associated themselves with the Ampsivarians. The Bructeri were scared in the same way, and the Ampsivarians were then isolated and forced to retreat. Wandering as outcasts from one territory to another, received now as friends and now as foes, their entire youth was finally slain, and those who could not fight were divided as booty. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 18, Part 1. The Wars for Armenia, under Claudius and Nero. The struggle between Rome and Parthia for the possession of Armenia was renewed in the reign of Claudius. This struggle was perpetually being decided, and perpetually reoccurring. The Romans were determined to keep their hold over a country which was a ground of vantage for either realm against the other, while the Parthian monarchs tried, whenever they got an opportunity, to supplant Roman influence and reduce the land to dependence on themselves. Warlike demonstrations on the part of Rome were generally sufficient to make the Parthian kings withdraw their pretensions to Armenia and adopt a respectful attitude to the Roman emperor. For they were constantly hampered by wars on other frontiers of their dominion, and by domestic dissensions. These repeated settlements of the Armenian question are marked by the same general features. Rival pretenders to the throne of Armenia are supported by Rome and Parthia. The Parthian kingdom is distracted by civil war or excited into discontent against the reigning monarch, and there is a movement in favor of some scion of the Arsacid house who is living in exile or as a hostage at Rome. He is supported by Roman arms, but by an inevitable reaction is soon rejected, and the war ends with the acknowledgment of Roman supremacy in some form in Armenia. It will be remembered that Tiberius had established the overlordship of Rome in 20 B.C., that it was again confirmed by Gaius Caesar in 2 A.D. Again in 18 A.D., the Parthians submitted at the appearance of another presumptive heir to the empire, and recently the energetic action of Lucius Vitellius had thwarted the schemes of Artabanus III. But what had been well done under the auspices of Tiberius was immediately undone by the caprice of his successor. Gaius summoned Mithridates, the new king of Armenia, to Rome, deposed him, and sent him into exile. At the same time he recalled Vitellius in disgrace from his government of Syria. This was an opportunity for the Parthians, and they did not fail to seize the coveted land. Thus, when Claudius came to the throne, one of the tasks which devolved upon him was the recovery of Armenia. Mithridates was immediately recalled from exile, and, restored to his royal dignity, he set about recovering his kingdom with the help of his brother Pharasmanes, king of Iberia. Artabanus III was now dead, and Parthia was disturbed by a war for the succession between his sons Gotarzes and Vardanes. Gotarzes had come to the throne and made himself detested by his cruelties. One of his acts was the murder of his brother Artabanus with his wife and son. His subjects accordingly sent for his other brother Vardanes, an enterprising prince, who was then at a distance of 400 miles from the court. He is said to have traversed this space in 2 days, and Gotarzes, completely surprised and terrified, fled. Seleucia alone, which had held out against his father, declined the rule of Vardanes, and the new king was impolitic enough to give way to his resentment at such a moment, and embarrass himself with the siege of a city secured by strong fortifications and abundant supplies. He thus gave Gotarzes time to collect an army of Hyrcanians and Dahae, Scythian races east of the Caspian Sea, and was then compelled to raise the siege and march against his brother. He pitched his camp on the great Bactrian plain, which stretches between the Oxus and the Paropamisus, now the Hindu Kush. It was a favourable moment for Mithridates to re-establish his rule in Armenia, and the Armenians made no resistance when their governor, who had ventured on a battle, was slain. Some of the nobles inclined to Cotys, king of Little Armenia, but a letter from his overlord Claudius prevented that monarch from interfering. Some of the fortresses of Armenia received Roman garrisons. Meanwhile the armies of the Parthian brothers had met, but just as they were about to begin battle, they came suddenly to an agreement, through the discovery of a plot which Gotarzes revealed to his brother. They joined right hands, and Gotarzes yielded the sovereignty to his brother, and, to avoid rivalry, retired into the wilds of Hyrcania. Vardanes was then able to force Seleucia, which had defied the Parthian government for 7 years, to capitulate. 43 A.D. After this success, he was preparing to invade Armenia, but was deterred by the threatening attitude of Vibius Marsus, the legatus of Syria. The struggle with Gotarzes soon broke out anew. That prince repented of his renunciation of the crown, and was urged by the discontented nobility to take up arms again. The conflict took place in the country between the Caspian and Herat, and Vardanes gained a great victory, and pushed his successes as far as the borders of the Dahae. He returned haughtier and more intolerable to his subjects than ever. A plot was concerted, and he was assassinated when he was intent upon the chase. 45 A.D. He was still in his first youth, but he would deserve, says the historian Tacitus, to be ranked among the few greatest of even long-lived kings, if he had sought to be loved by his subjects as he sought to be feared by his enemies. Gotarzes immediately assumed the sovereignty, but after some years his cruelty and profligacy drove the Parthians to send an embassy to Rome and beg that the prince Meherdates, the surviving son of Vonones, whom Germanicus had put to death in Cilicia, should be sent to dispute the Parthian throne with the hated Gotarzes. 49 A.D. The ambassadors represented that Parthia sent her king's sons as hostages to Rome in order that when she grew tired of her own government, she might fall back on the emperor and the senate, and obtain a better king trained in Roman manners. Claudius improved the occasion by emphasizing the superiority of Rome and the submissiveness of the Parthians. He did not lose the opportunity of comparing himself to the divine Augustus, from whom the Parthians in like manner had sought a king, Vonones, but he omitted all reference to his uncle Tiberius, who had sent 2 kings to Parthia. He gave good advice to Meherdates, who was present, urging him to consider himself as a ruler among freemen, not as a despot among slaves. The barbarians will like clemency and justice all the more, because they are unused to them. Then turning to the ambassadors, he dwelled on the virtues of the young foster-child of Rome. Yet, even if his character should change, it is well that subjects should bear with the caprices of kings. Frequent revolutions are unprofitable. Rome has now reached such a height that she can afford to wish that even foreign peoples should enjoy repose. As L. Vitellius had formerly conducted Tiridates to the frontiers of the Parthian Empire, so it devolved now upon C. Cassius, governor of Syria, to escort Meherdates to the Euphrates. There he was received by several Parthian potentates, including King Abgar of Osrhoene. Cassius gave the young prince sound advice, showing him that delay would be fatal, and that if he did not act quickly, the enthusiasm of the barbarians would soon flag. But Meherdates was induced by Abgar to amuse himself for several days in Edessa, and then, instead of occupying Mesopotamia, where success seems to have been assured to him by Carenes, the governor of Mesopotamia, he proceeded by a circuitous route to Armenia, where, as winter was beginning, it was impossible to do much. He was joined by Carenes, and then advancing along the Tigris into Adiabene, whose king Isates pretended to espouse his cause, he occupied the historic site of Ninus, and gave it the name of Colonia Nini Claudia. Delay was fatal to Mihridates, even as it had been fatal to Tiridates, the pretender sent by Tiberius. His chief adherents, recognizing his incompetence, especially Abgar and Isaetes, deserted to Gotarzes, and then he decided to risk everything on a battle. The struggle seems to have taken place between the Tigris and Mount Zagros. Both sides fought with desperate courage. Carines carried all before him, but, advancing too far, was surprised in the rear. This decided the issue. Mihridates yielded to false promises and was led in chains to the victor, who despised him too much to put him to death, but rendered him harmless by the amputation of his ears. But Gotarzes did not long survive his victory. He was succeeded, in summer 51 A.D., by Vonones II, king of Media, who was followed, after a reign of a few months, by his son Vologeses I, a capable and successful ruler, 51 to 78 A.D. One of the chief ends of the policy of Vologeses was to recover Armenia, and an opportunity was soon offered through an act of foul treachery on the part of the Iberian king. Pharasmanes had a son named Radamistus, tall, handsome, of remarkable bodily strength, trained in archery and riding, and the other accomplishments of his countrymen, and of high renown among the neighbouring peoples. This ambitious youth declared too boldly his impatience of his father's long old age, which kept him out of the little kingdom which he perhaps hoped to extend. Pharasmanes, seeing that his son was prepared to grasp the power, if an occasion offered itself, tempted the youth with other prospects, and pointed to Armenia, suggesting that his brother Mithridates might be overthrown. A treacherous scheme was devised. Radamistus, feigning to have quarrelled with his father, sought shelter at his uncle's court, and there engaged in treasonable intrigues with some of the Armenian nobles. When the ground was prepared, Pharasmanes declared war against his brother on some trifling plea, and supplied his son with an army, with which he invaded and occupied Armenia, 52 A.D. Mithridates placed himself under the protection of the Roman garrison of the fortress of Gorneus, which was commanded by Caelius Pollio. Radamistus blockaded the place, and, unable to take it, attempted to bribe Pollio. But Gasparius, a centurion, who held a secondary command, protested, and having arranged a truce, proceeded to Pharasmanes to induce him to withdraw the army. Pharasmanes replied in a conciliatory manner, but by secret messages urged Radamistus to hurry on the siege. A large bribe was offered to Pollio, who seems to have been a man of bad character. He bribed the soldiers to threaten to abandon the place unless terms were made with the besiegers, and the unfortunate Mithridates was compelled to surrender. Radamistus at first rushed into his embrace, greeted him as his parent, and feigned the deepest respect. He even swore an oath that he would offer him no violence either by sword or by poison. He then drew him into a neighbouring grove, where he said that preparations had been made for the sacrifice which should confirm peace in the presence of the gods. It was the custom of these princes when they met to form an alliance, to join their right hands and tie together their thumbs in a tight knot. Then, when the blood was collected into the extremities which were thus tied, they let it out by a small puncture, and sucked it each in turn. The treaty had thus a mystical sanctity, being sealed by the blood of both. On this occasion, the man who was tying the knot pretended to fall, and seizing the knees of Mithridates, flung him down. A number of people then rushed upon him and loaded him with chains. He was dragged along, subject to all kinds of indignities, while his wife and little children followed, wailing. They were hidden in covered wagons until the will of Pharasmanes as to their fate should be made known. To him the desire of kingdom was more than his brother and his daughter, and his heart was steeled to crimes. But he spared his eyes the sight of a brother's execution. Radamistus, to keep the letter of his oath, used neither steel nor poison against his uncle and his sister, but had them thrown on the ground and smothered under a load of heavy clothes. Even the sons of Mithridates were slaughtered for having wept at the murder of their father and mother. Ummidius Quadratus, the legatus of Syria, on whom it devolved to watch the course of events in the neighbouring dependent kingdoms, decided not to interfere. He or his councillors judged it to be a matter of indifference whether Armenia was ruled by the uncle or by the nephew, and the principle was asserted that all crime in a foreign land was to be received with joy. It was the policy of Rome to sow strife among the barbarians, and it was rather for her interest that the hated Radamistus should retain what he had got by such an infamous deed, inasmuch as he would be more easily managed. At the same time, appearances were kept up by sending an embassy to Pharasmanes, bidding him and his son evacuate Armenia. A show of interference was also made by Julius Pelignus, the procurator of Cappadocia, a man of deformed body and feeble intellect who had been a sort of buffoon at the court of Claudius. There were no military forces stationed in Cappadocia at this time, but Pelignus collected some native militia and set forth to recover Armenia. His men deserted their incompetent leader, and he, finding himself defenseless, went to Radamistus, whose gifts had such an effect that Pelignus actually urged him to assume the tiara and diadem of royalty, and take part in the coronation of the usurper whom he had come to expel. This disgraceful act caused great scandal, and lest other Romans should be judged by the behaviour of Pelignus, Quadratus sent a certain Helvidius Priscus with one of the Syrian legions to restore order. But this force was speedily withdrawn in order to avoid a collision with the Parthians. For in the meantime Vologeses, judging the moment to be favourable, and supposing that the Romans would not trouble themselves to support Radamistus, had named his brother Tiridates king of Armenia, and had entered the country with an army. 53 A.D. The Iberians were expelled without a blow, and the two chief cities, Artaxata and Tigranocerta, submitted to the Parthian yoke. A severe winter, want of provisions, and the breaking out of a disease in his army compelled Vologeses to retire, and Radamistus speedily returned and dealt out vengeance to those who had deserted him. But his subjects rebelled against his cruelty, and an armed crowd gathered round his palace in Artaxata. He and his wife Zenobia were obliged to flee, and the story of their escape is romantic. Their chance of safety lie in the swiftness of their horses, but Zenobia was pregnant, and, though she endured somehow or other the first part of the flight, she was after a while so shaken by the continuous galloping that she could hold out no longer, and dismounting she begged her husband to rescue her from the insults of captivity by an honourable death. Radamistus was at length induced to comply with her request. Unsheathing his short sabre, the Asanaces, he stabbed her, and dragging her to the bank of the Araxes, committed her to the stream, that even her dead body might be rescued from the enemy. He then continued his headlong flight, and reached Iberia in safety. But Zenobia was not mortally wounded. She lay in the calm water near the edge of the river, breathing and showing signs of life. Some shepherds observed her, and seeing from her appearance that she was a woman of high degree, bound up her wound and applied rustic remedies. Having discovered her name and story, they took her to Artaxata, whence she was led to Tiridates, now established as king of Armenia, who received her kindly, and treated her as a queen. 54 A.D. Some desultory warfare was kept up between Tiridates and Radamistus during the first year of Claudius, 54 A.D. The Parthians were at this time trammelled by revolts in the north of their empire, and the Romans were busied with the suppression of a rising of the Clitae in Cilicia, and with troubles in Judea. The Armenians, disgusted at the countenance which the Romans had given to the usurpation of Radamistus, were by no means dissatisfied at the establishment of a Parthian prince in their country. The success of Tiridates seemed to be one more proof that the policy of Augustus was not likely to lead to a stable settlement of the Eastern question. The death of Claudius and the accession of Nero was a good opportunity for trying a new policy. The government of Nero, conducted by Seneca and Burrus, decided to take active measures for the recovery of Armenia and the maintenance of Rome's prestige, which had been dimmed by the recent triumph of Vologeses and his brother. The first step was the appointment of Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo to the government of Cappadocia, with the rank of a consular legatus, although that province had been hitherto under a procurator. He was consul in 39 A.D. We have already met him as legatus of Lower Germany, 47 A.D., where he gained a high reputation for discipline and ability. Quadratus was allowed to keep his post in Syria, but was ordered to place 2 of his 4 legions at the disposal of the new legatus of Cappadocia. Antiochus of Commagene and Herod Agrippa II of Chalcis received commands to have their troops in readiness for operations against the Parthians. Lesser Armenia and Sophene, the countries which bordered Armenia on the west, were entrusted to 2 Syrian princes, Aristobulus and Sohemus, respectively. But the legions had become demoralized by a long peace, and they liked little to change their quarters in Syria for the mountains of Armenia. There were veterans in the army who had never served on sentinel duty, to whom the rampart and the ditch were novelties, men without helmets or breastplates, sleek traders who had served all their time in towns. The first thing that Corbulo had to do was to dismiss a large number of incapable men and levy new recruits. Even after the restoration of discipline, he was obliged to ask for additional troops from the more efficient armies of the West. A legion and auxiliaries were sent from Germany, but Rome did not immediately come to blows with Parthia. Instead of invading Armenia, Corbulo entered into negotiations with Vologases, and a treaty was concluded. The Parthians undertook to give hostages as a pledge of peace, while the Romans suffered the rule of Tiridates in Armenia. Perhaps this was only for the purpose of gaining time. But it may be that the Roman government had come to see the uselessness of continually setting up kings of their own choice in Armenia, destined to be overthrown in a few years by Parthian rivals. So as they were not prepared to annex that country as a province, they decided to adopt the policy of recognizing the Parthian candidate, on the understanding that he held his dependency under the overlordship of the Roman emperor, not of the Parthian monarch. But as time went on, and Tiridates still demurred to receive Armenia as a Roman gift, and take an oath of allegiance to the emperor, Corbulo set out in 57 A.D., 2 years after his appointment, with an army of about 30,000 men, and wintered in Armenia. The rigor of Armenian winters was proverbial, and the army seems to have suffered severely. The ground covered with ice yielded no place for the tents until it was regularly dug up. The cold was so intense that many of the men had their limbs frostbitten, others perished on guard. A soldier carrying a bundle of wood was observed, whose hands dropped off and fell with the burden. Corbulo was glad to give his demoralized soldiers the experience of hardships. He is described as going about among his men, lightly clad, with uncovered head, praising the brave, encouraging the weak, enforcing strict discipline. Deserters were put to death for the first offense. The end of Chapter 18, Part 1. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapter 18, Part 2 of J.B. Bury's The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Student's Roman Empire, Part 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 18, Part 2. It was probably in the tableland of Erzurum that the warfare of the year 58 A.D. was carried on. The campaign began by a slight reverse for the Romans. Corbulo had posted some auxiliary infantry in certain defensive positions under the command of a centurion, to whom he had given strict orders to keep within the entrenchments. But this officer, seeing what he thought a favorable opportunity, disobeyed and was defeated. The general punished both officers and soldiers by making them encamp outside the rampart, and they were only released from this disgrace when the whole army interceded. When spring was well advanced, Corbulo did all in his power to force into an engagement Tiridates, who was scouring the country and plundering all whom he thought friendly to Rome. Weary of following the enemy hither and thither, Corbulo divided his forces so that his legati and prefects might attack several points at the same time. His operations were supported by Antiochus, king of Commagene, advancing from the south, and Pharasmanes of Iberia, who desired to redeem his former treachery and had already put to death his son Radamistus, from the north. A people called the Moshi, who dwelled near the sources of the river Phasis, also assisted Rome. Vologases was occupied in another quarter of his kingdom by a revolt of the Hyrcanians, and Tiridates found himself unable to cope with the superior forces of the Romans. He therefore entered into negotiations with Corbulo, who advised him to send a petition to the emperor. As it was found that the interchange of messages did not lead to a settlement, an interview was arranged between the commanders. Tiridates proposed to arrive himself with 1,000 horsemen, and that Corbulo should be accompanied by as many soldiers as he chose, provided they came without helmets and breastplates, so as to give the appearance of peace. The wary old general was not deceived by this offer, so transparently treacherous. Tiridates intended that his trained archers should shoot down the escort of Corbulo, whose numbers would be of no avail if their bodies were undefended. Corbulo, however, pretended not to see through the stratagem, but replied that it would be better to discuss the matters in dispute in the presence of the whole armies. On the appointed day he arrived first, and disposed his troops, but Tiridates did not appear till the afternoon, and then stood at a distance, whence he could be seen rather than heard. Thus no conference took place, and Tiridates presently marched off, apparently in a northwesterly direction, perhaps intending to cut off the supplies which the Roman army drew from Trapezus. Corbulo now ceased to follow Tiridates, and prepared a series of attacks on the Armenian fortresses. He undertook himself the assault on Volandum, the strongest in the district, and assigned the lesser forts to the subordinate officers. Volandum lay west of Artaxata and south of the river Araxes. Corbulo formed his troops in 4 divisions, and assigned to each a different task. One part, with their shields locked above their heads, in the army known as testudo, advanced close to the rampart to undermine it. Others applied scaling ladders to the walls. Others hurled javelins and brands from the engines, while the slingers at a distance discharged leaden balls against the garrison. Within the 3rd part of a day, the walls were stripped of their defenders, the barricades of the gate were thrown down, the fortifications scaled and captured, all the adults butchered, without the loss of a single Roman soldier. Corbulo's officers were equally successful in their less difficult enterprises, and he was encouraged by this success to attack Artaxata, the capital of the country. On the march thither the Romans were attacked by the cavalry of Tiridates, who had hoped to take them unawares. But Corbulo had formed his army for fighting as well as for marching. On the right and left sides the 3rd and 6th legions marched respectively, and a chosen body of the 5th was placed in the centre. The baggage was secured within the lines, and the rear was guarded by 1,000 cavalry, who were ordered to resist if attacked, but not to pursue. On the wings were placed the foot bowmen and the rest of the cavalry. The left wing was extended further along the foot of the hills, so that if the enemy broke through the centre, his flank might be enveloped by the extended wing. Tiridates rode up in the face of the advancing army, but taking care to keep out of the range of missiles. His object was to loosen the ranks by threatening an attack and then to fall on the separated divisions, but his design failed. Only 1 cavalry officer advanced rashly, and fell pierced with arrows. His example confirmed the others in obedience to orders, and Tiridates retired on the approach of night. Corbulo thought of advancing on Artaxata the same night, and beginning the blockade. But when his scouts reported that Tiridates had started on a distant march, either to Media or Albania, he waited for daylight and then sent on his light-armed troops with directions to begin the attack at a distance. But no siege was necessary. The inhabitants immediately opened the gates and surrendered, and thereby saved their lives. The city was burnt to the ground, as Corbulo could not spare a sufficient garrison, and the place was too strong to be left unoccupied. The army seems to have wintered in the neighbourhood of Artaxata, and in the following year, 59 A.D., to have marched to Tigranocerta, which they reached in autumn. The line of march which Corbulo followed is not certain. It seems probable that he proceeded southward from Artaxata, and skirting the foot of Little Ararat, entered the plain of Bayazid, whence, following the basin of the river Balik, he could have crossed the watershed of that stream and the Murad at Jadin, and thence marched along the Murad through the plain of Arishgerd. The way would then lie through the plain of Mush, and southeastward across the Bitlis Pass and Tigranocerta. On this march the Roman general made no hostile demonstrations, but did not relax his vigilance, knowing the character of the Armenians, who were as treacherous when opportunity offered as they were slow to face danger. Those who submitted received quarter, but to those who fled or hid themselves in caverns, Corbulo was pitiless. He burnt them out of their holes, filling the entrances and egresses with brushwood. The Mardi of Mount Nephates were especially troublesome, and defied him in their mountain fastnesses. Corbulo set the Iberians on them, so as to avoid the sacrifice of Roman lives. In this march the Romans suffered as much from heat as they had suffered during the winters from cold. They were exhausted by shortness of supplies, and were compelled to depend solely on the cattle of the country. This meat diet without any other food was found to be very injurious. Besides this, water was scarce, and the marches in the burning heat were long. At length they reached cultivated lands, perhaps in the neighbourhood of Malazgird, and were able to obtain vegetable food. 2 Armenian fortresses were taken, and then they crossed into the country of the Tauronites, which is probably to be identified with the district of Mush, west of Lake Van. Here Corbulo's life was endangered. A barbarian of considerable rank was discovered with a dagger near the general's tent, and, on being tortured, confessed the names of confederates who were associated with him. The men were convicted and punished. Soon after this, envoys whom Corbulo had sent to Tigranocerta returned and reported that the gates were open to receive him, and the inhabitants ready to obey his orders. They also brought a golden crown, a gift betokening the friendship of the city. Corbulo left the place intact, and then proceeded against Ligurda, a fortress to the west of Tigranocerta. The stronghold was defended by a brave band, and was stormed with difficulty. This success seems to have marked the end of the campaign. Tiridates made some further attempts to re-establish himself in Armenia, but was promptly checked by Corbulo. The land was completely in Roman power, and a new king was chosen, 60 A.D. The choice of the government fell on Tigranes, a young prince who had been brought up in Rome, descended on the father's side from Herod the Great, and on the mother's from Archelaus of Cappadocia. But the realm which Nero conferred on Tigranes was considerably less than that which the previous kings had ruled. It was curtailed by some frontier districts, which were distributed between neighbouring princes, Pharasmanes, Antiochus, Aristobulus, and Polemo of Pontus. Tigranes sought to increase his kingdom on another side, by wresting Adiabene from Parthia. He invaded that province and defeated the governor Monobazus. This occurrence forced the Parthian monarch, who had abstained from interfering in the recent war in Armenia, to take a decisive step. He confirmed the sovereignty of Tiridates in Armenia, placing the diadem on his head in solemn council, and sent his general Manasseh to drive out the Roman usurper. In the meantime Quadratus, the governor of Syria, had died, and, pending the appointment of a successor, the command both in Syria and Cappadocia devolved upon Corbulo. That general sent 2 legions to Armenia to support Tigranes, who was besieged by the Parthians in Tigranocerta. But it was not the interest of Corbulo to finish the war and shorten his own command. The 2 legions which he sent were not those which had been trained by himself, but 4 and 7, which had remained behind in Syria, and were quite inefficient. Moreover, he is said to have given secret instructions to the 2 commanders, to whom he committed the charge of the legions, to act with deliberation rather than with expedition, for he would rather have war on hand than prosecute it. He himself prepared to cross the Euphrates and meet Vologases. But the Parthian monarch, again, as so often before, shrank from war at the last moment. The attack of his general upon Tigranocerta had been completely unsuccessful. He opened negotiations and declared himself ready to fulfill the conditions of the treaty which had been proposed in 55 A.D., and let his brother hold Armenia as vassal of the Roman emperor. Corbulo accepted the proposal, withdrew his legions from Armenia, gave up the cause of Tigranes, 61 A.D., and permitted Tiridates to resume his possession of the land. It was said by some, and it is not improbable, that there was a secret understanding between Corbulo and Vologases. In any case, these proceedings of Corbulo cannot be justified. He may have honestly thought that the arrangement which he twice attempted to make with Vologases was the best solution of the Armenian question. But once the Roman government had set up Tigranes, he had no right to give up the results which had been won by his own campaigns. Moreover, he was at this time only a temporary commander, and Lucius Cassanius Paetus was already on his way to assume the government of Cappadocia, to which he had been appointed. It is possible that Corbulo was jealous of his successor, and wished to deprive him of the honour of the final subjugation of Armenia. In any case, Corbulo did not act in accordance with the views of the government, and when the ambassadors of Vologases presented themselves at Rome, the treaty was not confirmed. There is some ground for believing that at this moment it was actually contemplated to make Armenia a Roman province, and this certainly was the view of the new governor of Cappadocia. Thus Armenia had to be conquered again. The 2 legions which were stationed in Cappadocia were to be reinforced by a legion from Maesia, and Paetus, as soon as he arrived in his province, lost no time in setting out. He crossed the Euphrates at Melitene, and marched through Sophene, capturing forts and booty on his way. His first object was the recovery of Tigranocerta, but it was late in the year, 62 A.D., and he was obliged to defer this enterprise until next season, especially as the Maesian legion had not yet arrived. He established the winter quarters of the 4th Legion at Randeia, a place on the borders of Sophene, close to the Taurus range, and situated on the north bank of the Arsanius, Murad. In the meantime, Corbulo had taken up a position on the banks of the Euphrates, near Zeugma, to prevent the forces of Vologases from invading Syria. The Parthian king, learning that the 2 legions of Paetus were not together, that the camp at Randeia was badly supplied with provisions, and that Paetus was granting furloughs indiscriminately to all the soldiers who applied for them, suddenly determined to invade Armenia, notwithstanding the lateness of the season, and surprise the Roman camp before reinforcements could arrive. Corbulo did nothing to hinder the march of the Parthians into Armenia. Perhaps he was secretly pleased at the prospect of the other commander getting into difficulties. When Paetus heard that Vologases was approaching with a large force, he summoned the 7th Legion to his headquarters, and then fully realized the numerical weakness of his forces. The whole army advanced in the direction from which the Parthians were approaching, but when a centurion and some soldiers, who had been sent on to reconnoitre, were killed in a collision with an advanced party of the enemy, it retreated to the camp. Vologases did not press on immediately, and Paetus posted a body of 3,000 chosen infantry in the pass of Mount Taurus, which the Parthians had yet to pass before they reached Randeia, and also placed the best of his cavalry in the plain to support the legionaries. But these forces were utterly insufficient, and were swept away before the advance of the Parthian army. The unwounded fled to distant wilds, the disabled returned to the camp. Thus Paetus was left, having lost the best part of his army through his ill-considered dispositions, and his forces were still further weakened by the withdrawal of a cohort to the defence of the neighbouring fort of Arsamosata, whither his wife and son had been removed for safety. His only chance of escape lay in speedy succour from Corbulo, to whom he had already sent a pressing message. But Corbulo did not hurry. He was willing to let the peril increase, in order that the glory of rescuing the army might be enhanced. But he ordered 1,000 men from each of his 3 legions, along with 800 cavalry and about 4,000 auxiliary infantry, to be in instant readiness to march. When, however, another message arrived from Paetus, with news of the defeat, and earnestly entreating him to come to save the eagles, he set out, leaving half his army to defend the forts on the Euphrates. He marched straight north from Zeugma through Commagene and Cappadocia, the route which was shortest and most convenient for obtaining supplies. His army was attended by a large number of camels laden with corn. When he met stragglers from the defeated army, and they alleged various excuses for their flight, he advised them to return to their standards and throw themselves on the mercy of Paetus. "I," he said, "have no pardon but for the victorious." In the meantime Vologases pressed both the fortress of Arsamosata and the camp at Randeia. He tried to lure the legions from their entrenchments and bring on an engagement. But the Roman soldiers were demoralized, and had no intention of fighting. They only thought of escaping with their lives. They are said to have quoted the historical disasters of Rome, such as the Caudine Forks and the capitulation of Mancinus at Numantia, and urged that if Romans had yielded to Samnites, it would be no disgrace to capitulate to the greater power of Parthia. The general was forced by this attitude of his troops into treating with the enemy. Yet if he had held out for 3 days longer, his colleague would have arrived with succour. The terms of the capitulation were that the legions should quit Armenia, that the forts and supplies should be surrendered to the Parthians, and a bridge thrown across the river Arsanius to enable them to carry off the booty. The Romans had to submit to such ignominy. The Parthians and Armenians insulted them as they prepared to retire, and their flight was precipitate. Paetus traversed 40 miles in a single day, leaving his wounded all along the route. The fugitives met the army of Corbulo on the banks of the Euphrates, near Miletine. Corbulo made no exhibition of standards and arms, so as to taunt them by the contrast. His maniples, in their grief for the lot of their comrades, could not even refrain from tears. The mutual salutation was hardly interchanged for weeping. Rivalry and desire of glory, emotions which men feel in success, had died away. Pity alone prevailed, and was more deeply felt in the lower ranks. A short conversation took place between Corbulo and Paetus. The defeated general urged that everything might still be retrieved if the whole army were at once to invade Armenia, from which Vologeses had already departed. Corbulo declined, on the ground that his commission from the emperor strictly confined him to the limits of Syria, which he had only left on account of the peril of the legions. Paetus then retired to Cappadocia, and Corbulo to Syria, where messages passed between him and Vologeses, and it was agreed that the Roman fortresses on the Parthian bank of the Euphrates were to be abandoned, while, on the other hand, the Parthian garrisons were to be removed from Armenia. When Paetus first established his quarters at Randeia, he had sent bragging dispatches to Rome, as if he were in possession of the whole country, and trophies and arches were erected at Rome in honour of his supposed successes. The arrival of the envoys of Vologeses early in 63 A.D. exposed the falseness of these pretensions. The letter of the king was moderate, but its tone was that of one who need not condescend to ask for terms. He professed that his brother Tiridates was ready to receive the crown of Armenia as a Roman vassal. Being a Magian priest, Tiridates had a scruple against crossing the sea, otherwise he would have been ready to appear at Rome and receive the diadem from the emperor's hand. But he would willingly go to one of the neighbouring camps and do homage to the standards and the image of the emperor. The council of Nero rejected this proposal, and sent the envoys back without a formal answer, refusing to accept the terms which were arranged between Corbulo and Vologeses. But they seem to have intimated at the same time that if Tiridates presented himself at Rome in person, an understanding might be effected. But for the present the war was to continue, and preparations were made for it on an unusually large scale. Paetus was recalled, and Corbulo, who, though his recent behaviour was certainly open to criticism, was justly recognized to be the most capable general, undertook once more the command in Cappadocia, while C. Cestius Gallus replaced him in Syria. He was now entrusted with larger powers than before, perhaps with an imperium proconsulare. All the governors and dependent princes of the East were instructed to obey his commands, and his position resembled that which had been formerly held by Germanicus and Vitellius. The army was increased by the 14th legion, Apollinaris, taken from Pannonia. The whole strength of Corbulo's army, taking into account the troops supplied by neighbouring allied princes, probably approached 50,000, and was the most numerous force ever put in the field for an Armenian war. Corbulo crossed the Euphrates and entered southern Armenia, advancing in the direction of Tigranocerta, and opening up the route which in former days had been followed by Lucullus when he advanced to overthrow Tigranes. He drove from their possessions those Armenian nobles who had led the revolt against Rome, and captured their fortresses. Then Vologeses sent envoys to demand an armistice, and Tiridates proposed a personal interview with the Roman general. Corbulo acceded, and made no objection when Tiridates proposed that the place of meeting should be at Randeia, the scene of the disaster of Paetus. He commanded the son of Paetus, who was a military tribune in his army, to take some troops with him and cover up the relics of the battlefield. Tiridates and Corbulo, each attended by 20 horsemen, met on the appointed day. It was agreed that the Parthian should take the diadem from his head, place it in front of the emperor's image, and not resume it until he had formerly received it in Rome from the emperor's own hand. This ceremony was to take place in the presence of both armies, and on the very spot where Paetus had capitulated, so that the memory of the disgrace which had then tarnished Roman arms might in some measure be effaced. The interview ended with a kiss. After a few days the solemnity took place. On one side was ranged the Parthian cavalry with their national decorations, on the other the legions with glittering eagles and standards and images of the gods, set so as to represent a temple. Between the armies was a tribunal supporting a chair of state, on which a statue of Nero was placed. Tiridates advanced, and, having slain the customary victims, removed the diadem from his head, and placed it at the foot of the statue. Then Corbulo courteously entertained the king, who prepared to set out for Rome as soon as he had visited his brothers. This time Corbulo's favourite scheme succeeded. New statesmen were influential at Rome, and the vanity of the emperor was gratified by the prospect of giving away the crown of Armenia to a Parthian prince as a humble suppliant. Tiridates, accompanied by 3,000 Parthian horsemen, arrived in Rome in 66 A.D. The ceremony of investiture took place in the Forum, where the brother of Vologeses, kneeling at the feet of his overlord, received the crown of Armenia. This settlement of the Eastern question lasted for many years. Rome had succeeded in getting rid of a troublesome dependency without losing her prestige or endangering her interests. One more eastern expedition was planned by Nero, but its execution was prevented by his overthrow. It was directed against the Alans, a people who lived north of the Caucasus, and had recently made some plundering excursions in Armenia and Media. The object was probably to occupy the Caucasian Gate, now known as the Dariel Pass, between Tiflis and Vladikaukas, with a permanent garrison. And this was for the advantage of Parthia as well as for that of Rome. The 14th Legion, which was recalled from Britain, and the 1st Italica, newly enrolled for this expedition, were on the way to the east when they were recalled on account of the revolt of Vindex. It remains to tell the fate of Corbulo. His prominent position and services seem to have roused the jealousy of Nero, who summoned him to his presence in Greece, 67 A.D. When Corbulo landed at Cenchreae, he received a message to the effect that he was expected to cease to live. He plunged his sword in his breast with the words, "I deserve it!" It is impossible to know whether he had given any real ground of suspicion. He was an able soldier, but his merits, perhaps, have been exaggerated. Tacitus, at least, seems to use the meritorious Corbulo as a sort of antithesis to Nero, just as he set up Germanicus as a foil to Tiberius. And the contrast drawn between Corbulo's unerring generalship and the rash incompetence of Paetus is obviously heightened for the sake of artistic effect. The end of Chapter 18, Part 2, and the end of J.B. Bury's The Students' Roman Empire, Part 1. Recording by Mark Penfold.